QC Kinetics and their regenerative treatments that help the body heal itself, restoring damaged tissue and providing relief with no surgery or downtime. Jose's message to the medical professionals at QC Kinetics?
My elbow is feeling outstanding. Where were you 10 years ago, for crying out loud?
QC Kinetics is right here. Call for your complimentary consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Dbacks beat the Mets yesterday 4-2 and won the series thanks to a Zach Gallen masterclass. 6 innings, 2 hits, 1 run, and 8 strikeouts. And Shelby Miller came in and got his first save of the season. And here was Miller on if he was ready to go in and close it down.
Wasn't told, but I had a good idea that if we were ahead, I could possibly be in there. So down in the bullpen, you always just got to be ready when your name's called, and it's kind of how I handle it today.
The Snakes will start a 3-game series with the Phillies today with Merrill Kelly on the mound, but without both Justin Martinez, who was placed on the 15-day IL, and A.J. Puck, placed on the 60-day IL. First pitch in Philly will be at 3:45 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. The Phoenix Suns front office underwent changes yesterday. The Suns have named current Vice President of Player Programming Brian Gregory the new general manager, while James Jones will shift titles to senior advisor. And around the association, Jalen Brunson broke the hearts of Piston fans last night with a dagger 3 to help the Knicks advance to round 2, and James Harden and the Clippers forced a Game 7 after a 111-105 win in LA. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Does your portfolio match your personal comfort level for risk? Visit AssetPreservationWealth.com for a free portfolio review to make sure.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The Power Pack Morning Zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire! It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley.
Oh my God, he's from Chicago. That's amazing.
Vince Marotta.
How are you, Vinny? Who's better than Vinny?
And Jerry Carlin.
It can only be Jerry.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work. Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy. Him and Vince. Okay.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the 2 greatest words in morning radio. Happy Friday.
Woo! Let's go, baby.
Yeah, I'm sure young Sammy is ready for this week to be over, what with his screaming Cavs and his 9 p.m. tip-offs and...
I work this weekend.
Oh.
I know.
Oh, man.
I know.
I'm in that club too, brother. Don't you worry.
Working.
That's right. That's right. My guy Kellen taking care of the pre and post game with the Arizona Diamondbacks this weekend.
Congratulations to Steve Zinsmeister and his family. Harley and Zinsmeister welcomed into the world yesterday. So again, congratulations to his family. But yeah, I'll be doing some Dbacks pre and post today, tomorrow, and Sunday.
Nice.
Super excited. Great series against the Phillies coming up.
Harley Zinsmeister is a kind of rock and roll sounding name.
I love it.
Yeah. Totally agree with you. It is a big weekend for journalism, the horse, and the industry.
That was going to be in my reboot.
Okay, listen, this is just at a time when journalism is so under attack in this country. We need a victory by journalism this weekend, right? Come on.
So what's your guys' interest level in horse racing / the Kentucky Derby this weekend?
I always tend to watch the Kentucky Derby, but it's nothing that I really go out of my way for.
Yeah, it's for me, it's sort of like if the boys are getting together, let's all put $10 on a horse kind of thing, if it's on, that kind of thing. But in terms of like planning around it, having it on, it's kind of like that was on kind of thing when it comes up for me, at least, yeah.
It's such a short race with such a long build-up. Watching the race is fun. It doesn't take that much time out of your day. It's exciting, just like any other big event that you want to be a part of. But you're right. If I just like, oh, crap, that was today, I missed it, I wouldn't
Yeah, you wouldn't
lose sleep.
Yeah,
or anything.
you might not even get on YouTube to try to see the race at that
Right,
point.
but to answer your question, the Kentucky Derby I am interested in, but horse racing in general.
And the outfits people wear, I'm sure, is interesting to you. I'm sure you find that more interesting than most.
Yes, pastels, hats.
It's a very
tulips.
It's a very big and hidden interest of mine.
Is it?
My dad and I, we've been going to the Del Mar racetracks for the last 10, 12 years. Every summer we go, and there's been some serious. I take a deep dive into the Kentucky Derby.
Do you?
100%.
I'm telling you.
It may
This
be.
is why he's working on the weekend. This guy needs 3 paychecks.
It's not that. It's just the infatuation with there's no better feeling than just watching those horses come down the final stretch. And whether you have stake in a horse or not, just the beauty of either a horse holding on or a horse coming out of nowhere to win. Yeah. It's so fun.
Where I grew up, I grew up on the south side, but when I moved to the northwest suburbs of Chicago, I was literally 2 blocks from Arlington Park Racetrack. So I'd go occasionally. One year I went, and I put $2 to win on this horse named Mr. Parky. Okay? I didn't know what in the heck I was doing. The horse was leading the whole way. I'm going nuts. Thing gets caught at the finish line. Places, I don't win my money. About 10 years later, that horse, maybe 5 years later, that horse rolled back in to Arlington Park and was 40-1. And I'm like, this horse is a hump. I'm not betting on this horse again. And sure enough, it won at 40-1. And I didn't put a nickel on it.
Oh, my goodness.
Isn't that really old for a horse to be still racing?
Yeah,
5 years later?
Their shelf life is like 6 years max.
So it was stretched out.
I just got my one dip in the pool and I was good. I don't even know the name of the local racetrack around here, but I went with my buddies 5 years ago and just did the thing everyone does in the movies. We're like, come on, 8! Let's go, 8!
Let's go, 8.
And then when the race was over, I was like, okay. That was fun.
You know this, but handicapping horse racing is so difficult. You've got to check out where the horse is. Is he stepping up in class? The weight of the jockey, all that stuff.
The owner,
the track condition. Is it a mutter? Is it a
fodder?
Is it good at? Is it good at furlongs? Does it need the mile? It's insane to try to figure it out.
I'll say though, just like any other race, involving people, even that final stretch, if it is close and there's someone coming from behind, it's really exciting.
It is.
They say it's the greatest 2 minutes in sports.
So who do you got winning the Derby? You gonna save that for later?
We'll tease it.
Save that for later. Start the show, Jared.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
All right, we are going to have a spicy show today. I can promise you that. The Suns pulled the trigger on the move we talked about yesterday. They have promoted Brian Gregory to general manager. The reaction has been wild. We are going to get into it all throughout the day. James Jones has been reassigned to a senior advisor. So the James Jones era, at the very least, I guess, is over.
I don't really know. We'll see. I think you and I wrote columns after Matt Ishbia's press conference, and my takeaway was, is he going to be able to earn the trust back of Suns fans that he lost the trust from and that lost that good faith from? This didn't help.
No,
this did not help.
This did not help at all. And I've got a lot of concerns. We're going to get into it throughout the course of the morning. Big night in the NBA last night.
Woo!
Jalen Brunson goes for 40, nails a clutch 3, and the Knicks have eliminated the Pistons, and they're off to play the Boston Celtics.
It was a great series. I thought that Detroit showed a lot in terms of what's going to come for them in the next couple of years. Asar Thompson was maybe the star of the game, in my opinion. He was incredible. And then Jalen Brunson sent him into another dimension with that sick crossover. I love basketball. It was a really great series. I wish it would have gone 7. It felt like one that should have gone 7, but that's why you have superstar players, and Jalen Brunson, he is a superstar.
Part of why I like doing radio shows with you on occasion is because, Vinny, if you're not a Phoenix Suns, he's got a rule in his head where he cannot like you. So he cannot appreciate a Luka Doncic or an Anthony Edwards.
Well, especially
or Jalen Brunson.
Specifically if they're have some connection to the Suns. like Anthony Edwards or Luka
I will
Doncic.
say in Vinny's defense, Brunson is making it harder by the game to find interest in watching him play basketball. Put it that way, the antics and like him falling down every 5 seconds was at an all-time high in this series.
Little much.
Yeah.
All right, the Clippers forced Game 7 in Denver. I think James Harden might have been listening to Kellen Olson yesterday.
Yeah, you're not kidding. How about that? I loved it. I was rooting him on. I was like, finally, here we go.
28 points for James Harden. We got a Game 7.
Let's go.
Yeah, this is going to be a big-time deal.
Oh, I can't wait. I mean, you talk about just like greatness, legacies, if you want to go that high, like Nikola Jokic in a Game 7, Kawhi Leonard in a Game 7, James Harden in a Game 7, which we illustrated yesterday. He has a history of fading in games like this, but he was tremendous yesterday. He was great.
He was fantastic. All right, Dbacks also won a big series in New York. Zach Gallen was that dude yesterday on command, giving the Diamondbacks exactly what they needed. That was a gritty series victory for this baseball team.
Yeah, outside of the 8th for the Gink, that was about the closest we've gotten to like a rather stable, by-the-books win, which it feels like maybe at times I'm like asking myself, like, am I being greedy for asking for like these clean, by-the-books wins? But again, pitching and defense baseball team is what this is supposed to be. You're supposed to have a lot of those, and this was just about there. I thought offensively, this could have been even a bigger night, a bigger day, for the Diamondbacks. But hey, you take 2 out of 3 for one of the best teams in the National League, best teams in baseball, you'll take that every time.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And speaking of the Gink, did you see the clapback to your the Gink you laid out there yesterday? One dude said, "What did Kevin Ginkel ever do to deserve you?"
I have a tremendous. We don't have time. At some point in the show, somebody asked Grok, which is your boy Elon Musk's tremendous AI program.
No one's boy. No one is claiming him as boy status on this show or on this radio station, I hope.
Anyway, they asked him, what the hell is this video? And the explanation is quite funny. So
Really?
We'll get that as...
Oh, okay.
Sammy's got a tease. Jarrett's got a tease. Should we be teasing something, Dan? Did we miss the memo?
I know, yeah, maybe.
Oh, my goodness.
All right, when we get back on the other side, we will get into the Phoenix Suns and their latest general manager and what it all means. Kellen Olson in for Vinny. I'm Dan Bickley. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Suns have a new GM.
Brian Gregory has been named general manager, and James Jones will transition to the role of senior advisor for the Suns.
What about the search for a new Suns head coach?
The time frame to hire the next head coach of the Phoenix Suns will be in the next 2 to 3 weeks. Brian Gregory will lead the search. He will be in charge of the search. He will make his recommendation to the ownership group on who the head coach should be.
We talk Suns front office changes on the home of the Suns, Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, Junior Hot and Crispy Fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California and via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
Celebrate the baseball season with Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing, the official beer partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for a shot at 4 tickets to the May 9th Dbacks game against the Dodgers, courtesy of Four Peaks Brewing.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, how about another reason to want a Ford Bronco? Yep, Paul Calvise here for our Arizona Ford dealers. It is Bronco Wild Fun Days in Flagstaff at Overland Expo West, Fort Tuttle County Park, May 16th through the 18th, brought to us by our Arizona Ford dealers. They'll be sponsoring the Kids Adventure Area, featuring Bronco Base Camp, action-packed fun with activities, games, and a chance to win a 2025 Ford Bronco Big Ben Ding. Make it a double ding, because we've talked about how committed they regard to the preservation of the environment and what they call treading lightly, that they've created the Bronco Wild Fund, a chance to make a positive impact on Mother Nature and, by the way, celebrate the 60th anniversary of the Ford Bronco. The Bronco Wild Fund is supporting 60 community cleanups in 2025 to help leave no trace. Get more info at Bronco Base Camp. Again, all the adventure starts with Bronco Wild Fund Days, Overland Expo West in Flagstaff, May 16th through the 18th, and it's brought to us by our Arizona Ford dealers.
What's better than the thrill of reeling in your next trophy catch? Saving big while gearing up for it. The Shields Fishing Sale event is on now through May 4th. Save 20% on Shields Outfitters rods and 20% on baits, lures, and plastics from Berkeley, Rapala, BMC, Acme, and more. And don't miss out on over $1,000 in savings on Garmin Ultra 2 Live Scope bundles. Our Shields fishing experts are ready to prepare you for unforgettable fishing memories. Only at Shields and Shields.com.
Spring is in the air, my Kronk brothers, and so is the Brooklyn Bedding Spring Sale going on now through May 6th. Everything, and I mean everything, both in-store and online, is 25% off. So head on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you. There's no pushy salespeople, just knowledgeable sleep experts that will help you find the perfect sleep solution. And just for you, Basinonian, shipping is always free. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
The West Valley Mavericks invite you to the 2025 Maverick Charity Golf Tournament, Friday, May 9th at the award-winning Wigwam Resort. Choose your experience, a competitive scramble on the Gold Course, a music-filled round on the Red, or a mix of both on the Blue. Enjoy lunch, incredible swag, 18 holes of golf, and complimentary beverages. Then bring a guest for an evening of gourmet dining, exciting auctions, and a moonlight after-party. Don't miss one of the West Valley's top charity golf events. Register now at westvalleyMaverickFoundation.org.
You ask a lot of your liver, so give it the support it needs with Active Liver. Go to NORDICUSA.com, Amazon, or ask for Active Liver at your local CVS. New you, new Nordic.
Hey, it's Wolf. The Phoenix Suns have their general manager, so when should we expect them to hire their next head coach? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Welcome back. Happy Friday, everybody. Dan Bickley alongside Kellen Olson. Who better to have alongside me to get into the weeds with the Phoenix Suns, who do have their new general manager. Not anybody any of us expected, and not anyone many of us even knew, to be quite honest. Brian Gregory, a college basketball lifer who has been in the organization since last June. A guy who has experienced one NBA draft, one summer of free agency, one NBA trade deadline. He is now the guy that is supposed to trigger this culture overhaul to create a basketball team, as Matt Ishbia would say, that we can be proud of. It's a head scratcher. It's another risk. It comes with a whole bunch of red flags from my vantage point.
Let's ignore the red flags first, Dan, and ignore the Matt Ishbia Michigan State connection entirely. Let's not do it here for a couple of minutes. And let's really focus on just what this hire is and how I believe you and I would have come on today and talked about similar concerns that we would have with what I'm about to talk about. Two main things. Here's number one. He is not qualified to be an NBA general manager. Like, let's just start there.
Yeah, there's no arguing that. He has no track record.
He has 2 decades of head coaching experience. Now, I'm not sitting here saying that Gregory does not know basketball. He knows much more about basketball than I ever will, to be entirely clear, and more than just about anyone listening. I'm not trying to say there's a lack of basketball knowledge here. What I'm saying is there is no NBA experience that he has really to make him qualified for this type of job, interacting with these types of personalities, assessing team building philosophies to the extent in which he will have to do. He does not have experience doing this. Now, let's say at the collegiate level, he was very successful in building up programs from the ground up, something the Suns are going to have to do. They have little to no assets. So if this was a guy who at Dayton or at Georgia Tech or out South Florida, 3 of these basketball programs that don't have much to them, if he was able to successfully build all 3 of those up and it was shown as like a track record of building from the ground up, okay, maybe I'm with you. But he moderately did that at Dayton, failed to do it at Georgia Tech, failed to do it at South Florida. Over those 20 years, he coached 5 players who went on to be in the NBA, and all 5 of them did not have lengthy, storied careers. The longest career was 5 years long. So the NBA relation to it is just non-existent. and just does not make him qualified for this job in a way where you and I would have come on here. The second thing is, and let's really think about this, vice president of player programming. I made my cute little quips yesterday about that position, whatever. Is that the fourth highest position in charge, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth? Like, where did that fall in the pecking order of the decision-making and the power in the front office? Wherever it was, Dan, they promoted this guy extensively. Like, they gave him a massive, huge promotion. What did he do over the last year to warrant this huge internal promotion? Again, the reporting and some of the citing is, okay, he worked with the scouts, like he was involved in like their last draft. He joined in June.
In June. He was here 16 days or whatever it was before the draft began.
So if he's the guy that you're tabbing that took Ryan Dunn and also Goddard, now I'm even more concerned because the guy that was here for less than 3 weeks made the picks for you?
Yeah.
So it just does not add up. And you can look at all of the other internal things and just the Matt Ishbia Michigan State thing, whatever. The bottom line is we're looking at a guy who is not qualified to be an NBA general manager and a guy who, by all accounts, did not earn this type of massive promotion into a humongous job in the front office, which we're being told is going to be his and his alone to control.
So that there's going to be one voice and he's going to report directly to Matt Ishbia. Look, he's going to get his chance to prove himself worthy of this job. The die has been cast. Matt Ishbia has made his choice. But this is a very, very, very risky hire for Matt Ishbia, given the crisis of confidence surrounding him inside the fan base, whether he is aware of that or not. You never know with billionaires. I've had people tell me in sports that the modern day billionaire has changed the very nature of professional sports, from the ability to just blow out coaches indiscriminately and just flush the money as if it was nothing, to the fact that when you get to that level of wealth, you very rarely get challenged on anything. And I've had people tell me that you can't tell billionaires anything. Now, Matt Ishbia has always seemed very down to earth to me. He's responsive to the media.
I've only had good interactions with him around the arena, to be clear.
Same.
Yeah.
And he's available. If you email him, he'll get back to you. So I think Matt Ishbia's heart is in the right place, but I don't know if his head is in the right place. And this is concerning with me when it comes to Brian Gregory. Now, Dan Wolken, who's a columnist from USA Today, summed up the viewpoint of the national media on this hire for those who are even care about paying attention to the Suns at this point in time. He tweeted out, quote, "It's absolutely wild that the guy who got fired at Georgia Tech and South Florida and never worked in the NBA just pops up and is now the GM of the Phoenix Suns. My mind is truly blown," end quote. So to tie this to Matt Ishbia as a comfort hire, I don't know how you can avoid that as a storyline. You're absolutely right. What you do with Brian Gregory is you look at his credentials, but you have to, in my opinion, you look at the why and how did this happen. Brian Gregory came to Michigan State, and Matt Ishbia came to Michigan State, and they formed a really deep relationship. In fact, I went deep down a rabbit hole. I found this incredible collage of pictures from that team.
Wow.
And there's Brian Gregory, and there's a young Matt Ishbia, and there's Jason Richardson, and there's, the stars of that team.
Yeah.
So Matt Ishbia and a couple of others would always work with Brian Gregory to sort of be the scout team. And they took great pride in it. And if you read anything about that Michigan State championship team, the narrative was they never had a bad practice. And it's something that Brian Gregory and Matt Ishbia took great pride in. That was their role on a championship team. So clearly the idea of this guy, I know this guy, I really like this guy's going to help me recreate what we had at Michigan State. I mean, it's the dots they connect themselves. And that is, it's going to put Matt Ishbia out there even further now in terms of people who are going to wonder if he really has a clue how to get this done on the NBA level.
I just keep going back to the fact, does this feel like the major overhaul and new direction that we were promised?
No.
Reassigning one person and promoting somebody else all from the same front office?
No, it does not. No. If they went out and hired a head coach like Chris Paul, we brought up that name yesterday. if you brought me Chris Paul and said, this is going to be my coach, this is going to be our coach, I might look at this a little differently because I'm aware of Chris Paul and the culture he brings to an NBA team. And I would think, okay, maybe this has a chance. But as it is right now, for people who were hoping that Matt Ishbia would have the clarity to step back, detach himself a little bit, this is exactly the opposite.
Yeah, learning from your mistakes,
Right.
right? Learning from your mistakes, figuring out what you did wrong and going from there. I think that was a big theme of his press conference as well, was trying to dissect there and see if we could gleam into sort of any possibility of that happening. I'm not saying it hasn't happened, to be clear. I believe he has learned from some of these mistakes, but to this extent, I don't think so. It's important, Dan, for us to establish here, we're not sitting here saying Brian Gregory is absolutely going to fail. We're not sitting here saying Brian Gregory couldn't be the next great NBA general manager.
Yep.
What we're saying is we are operating under a different landscape than we were 2 to 3 years ago. Our antennas are completely perked up right now. We are on high alert looking at anything that is sort of, I guess suspicious is sort of the right word here, just something that doesn't quite add up. And again, if we didn't know, like if the Matt Ishbia Michigan State connection wasn't known at the time of this hiring, we would have dove into this hiring and been like, what's missing here? And then when we would have seen the Ishbia Michigan State connection, been like, okay, that's what's missing.
Yeah.
I just wish there was some other part of Gregory's resume where it could sort of add up. And Gerald Bourguet on PHNX Sports reported that after Gregory was fired from UCF in 2023, he began taking on a consultant role. He was regularly attending practices. He bounced ideas off head coach Frank Vogel. So he's been around for 2 seasons now, again, in the 2 seasons where just about everything that could have gone wrong did go wrong. Like, I don't really care who it was that they were going to internally promote, if it was anyone. No one should have gotten internally promoted into this general manager spot because of how the last 2 years went.
That I land on that. That is my default position on all of this. You can take the whole Michigan State connection out of the picture, and I'm still going to land right there because there is nothing when you talk about this front office and you look at the roster and the flaws in hindsight that this team had, from too many wings to not enough bigs to no rim protection to not enough good 3-point shooters to give to a coach who wants to completely sort of heighten how many the load of 3-point shots.
Not enough good defenders.
Not enough good defenders, and
toughness.
Let's make a rookie our best defender, and there's a lot of stuff that you look at and you go, there is nothing that comes from last year's team, which was the second crack at it to build around Devin Booker and Kevin Durant. There's nothing that suggests they had a clue. I'm sorry.
It's just so alarming. Like, I'm reading Gerald's story, and he wrote, in addition to that, Gregory is being credited with the drafting of Dunn and Godaro. Again, he joined in that role in June, the same month the draft was.
Mm-hmm.
So that's just, it's alarming. It's just really alarming.
Yeah, no doubt about it. All right, coming up on the other side, Diamondbacks score a big victory in New York yesterday. We'll tell you all about it in Dbacks Daily. Stick around. We're back right after this.
The Suns make some front office changes.
Brian Gregory has been named general manager, and James Jones will transition to the role of senior advisor for the Suns. Brian Gregory has ties to Michigan State and Matt Ishbia, but he also has a lot of experience as a head coach. He was the head coach at Dayton. He was the head coach at Georgia Tech. He was the head coach at South Florida.
We talk Suns front office changes on the home of the Suns. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
It was a normal day. I loaded up my twins in the stroller 6 a.m. and we walked to the park. Odin loved the swings. After that, we went home, and a family member of mine had recently moved to Arizona. So I asked if she would mind watching the boys while my husband and I went out for dinner. I said goodbye and we left. Not long after that, I got a call from my neighbor who said Odin had been found in our backyard pool. We rushed to the hospital, but when we got there, they were still attempting to revive him, but they gave up shortly after and he was gone. My family member had fallen asleep, leaving my boys unsupervised. I never in a million years thought this would happen to us, and I think that's the biggest thing that I want people to know is that if you think for a second it won't happen to you, it can, I promise.
Fulton Homes remembers Odin and reminds you 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water. Visit Fulton2seconds.com.
This next song goes out to Cox Mobile for letting me video call my dog while we're on tour.
From San Diego to Boston, I said hi, you started barking. Cox Mobile's got the bars to keep us both howling.
We run on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability. So whether you're at a concert or on the road, you'll stay connected. Visit cox.com/mobile. Cox Internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability per Ookla US 2H 2024. Other restrictions apply.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here, and I'm sitting next to my great friend, Dr. Joe from Aria Dental Implant Center. Hey, Dr. Joe, it's great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Talk to me about the All-on-4 dental implant.
It's a process where we can remove patients' remaining dentition, where we can place 4 dental implants, take our digital impressions, so we can get this population back in function.
You know I've had the All-on-4. It is a life changer. It truly is. Not only to be able to smile, right, but also to bite into a steak. What is the best thing about getting the All-on-4 dental treatment?
Self-confidence. The only reason people don't get All-on-4s is because they can't afford it. It's expensive.
Yes.
My goal is to make it economical. So if I can reduce that cost, I will.
If you have broken or missing teeth, he's going to help you. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. It's spelled A-R-I-A. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
This is Secret Clinical Dominating Extra Stinky Stress Sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT. Because nothing fights sweat better. Stay fresher under pressure.
Hey, as homeowners, our closer is America Roofing. Yep, out of the bullpen, save 12% while it lasts with tax and tariff relief courtesy of Arizona's #1 roofing company, America Roofing. You know what? We had a leak in the garage. I'm like, it's all good. And then the monsoon hit, not good. Big leak in a bedroom. I should have gotten the free inspection right away, especially right now when you can save 12%. It's tax and tariff relief at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
RLC number 186438CR42.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs beat the Mets yesterday 4-2 and won the series thanks to a Zach Gallen masterclass. 6 innings, 2 hits, 1 earned, and 8 strikeouts, and Shelby Miller came in and got his first save of the season. The Snakes will now start a 3-game series with the Phillies today with Merrill Kelly on the mound, but they'll be without both Justin Martinez, who was placed on the 15-day IL, and AJ Puck on the 60-day IL. First pitch in Philly will be at 3:45 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. The Phoenix Suns front office underwent changes yesterday. The Suns have named current Vice President of Player Programming Brian Gregory the new general manager, while James Jones will shift titles to senior advisor. And around the association, Jalen Brunson broke the hearts of Piston fans last night with a dagger 3 to help the Knicks advance to round 2, and James Harden and the Clippers forced a Game 7 after a 111-105 win in LA. This report is brought to you by the Berg Simpson Law Firm. Injured? Call the Berg Simpson Law Firm or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
That baby is gone! Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Dbacks Daily. Brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
The Diamondbacks look to win 2 straight to get a series victory over the NL-leading Mets on Thursday afternoon in Queens, led by Zach Gallen. Gallen and the Arizona pitching staff had a tremendous day, allowing the Mets to only take 2 at-bats with runners in scoring position. Gallen's 6 innings of work included just 1 earned run on 2 hits and 3 walks. He struck out 8 and produced 6 ground ball outs, rarely letting New York get the ball out of the infield. Arizona was the only team to piece some things together offensively for most of the day. After Corbin Carroll struck out with runners on the corners and 1 out in the 3rd inning, Pavin Smith followed up a Geraldo Perdomo walk, with a strikeout of his own, keeping the game scoreless. Arizona began the scoring in the next inning, though, with a Josh Naylor walk and Lourdes Gurriel single, putting Alek Thomas to the plate.
Swung on. That's a rip into center field. Base hit. Suarez going to be sent around third. Taylor's throw is cut off by McNeil. He throws it away to third. The ball pinballs off the netting. Third base dugout. To second goes Thomas, and it's 1-0 Diamondbacks.
The bases were loaded again later that inning, only for Carroll to fly out. Gallen, meanwhile, was cruising. A Pete Alonso 2-out single in the first inning would be the last time a Met would record a walk or an out in their next 16 plate appearances. That took us all the way to the bottom of the sixth. Eugenio Suarez had provided the D-backs with a sac fly 1 inning prior, which kept New York in the lead after Gallen put a pitch where no one should against Juan Soto. I don't know if you've heard of him. Pretty good baseball player.
0-1. Soto swings, sends it out to deep left center field. He admires as he goes to first, and that's because it's gone. Opposite field shot by Juan Soto, his fourth. And the Mets are back to within one. It's now a 2-1 ball game.
Never fear, though, folks, because the answer backs are here. They were on the case again in the seventh, this time via
Swung on, drilled. Deep right field. Back it goes. Soto is out of room, gone. Fifth of the year for Geraldo Perdomo. And the D-backs get that run right back. It's now 3-1.
Miss you, Sarah. Love you. It was then Diamondbacks bullpen time, and that begged the question of if a 3-1 lead with 3 innings to go was enough to avoid any drama or stress. It was not, Dan Bickley. It was not.
Yeah.
Ryan Thompson did his job in the seventh, but then Kevin Ginkel had to toss 34 pitches in the eighth inning. 1 of 9 was to Juan Soto, where you do not put a fastball against Juan Soto.
Ginkel, a payoff pitch. Swung on, that is hit out to deep left center. Way back it goes. And for Soto, it's a 2-homer day.
Watch out for that guy. He's starting to find some rhythm, and then it's going to be a terror for the National League for many years to come.
Good time to be leaving New York.
Good time to be leaving New York, indeed. After that at-bat, Alonso walked, and then Jesse Winker hit a double, putting runners on second and third with just 1 out. But do you really think that phases the Gink?
No.
Of course not. Ginkel struck out the next 2 batters, making him 4 for 4 this season on recording outs in that rather enjoyable fashion. Tim Talley's insurance run solo homer in the ninth was just not necessary because Shelby Miller cruised to an 8-pitch save, his first as a Diamondback.
Swinging a jam shot grounder to short. Perdomo charging, has it, throws to first. In time, got him, and that's your ball game. D-backs win it by a final score of 4-2. And they come into Queens and they take 2 of 3 from baseball's best in the New York Mets.
Dan, just about as close to a pitching and defense D-backs win that we've gotten in the last couple of weeks. Alek Thomas had that really nice dive and grab, and the bullpen was great. Man, Shelby Miller, we talked about it yesterday. Just awesome to get him going. But Zach Gallen, the headliner here for sure.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Let's go. Let's start at the very end though, because Shelby Miller. This is very, very interesting. Shelby Miller, when he first came to the Diamondbacks. He came as part of a controversial trade?
Dansby Swanson, yes.
It was the team's first number 1 overall pick, or second overall.
Justin Upton.
Justin Upton was number 1.
But they traded him before he ever played for the Diamondbacks.
Before they ever played. And it was a move that had people going, what are you doing? And Shelby was not good the first time around. And Shelby kind of got dumped into that onto that shelf of Diamondbacks players that fans just didn't like because they weren't worth the money, they weren't worth who they were traded for, whatever it is.
In the same breath as Russ Ortiz.
It's Russ Ortiz is on there.
It's the grumble when Shelby Miller came in relief for the Cubs against the D-backs. You're like, oh my God, it's Shelby Miller. I hate this guy.
That's it. And for Shelby Miller now to be looking this crisp and this good as a relief pitcher and to give the team a stress-free ninth inning, is this guy going to be the closer going up for short term?
I did not expect you to take it there, but after yesterday's news, Justin Martinez, 15-day IL, and it doesn't sound like, I won't put it that way, but there is more work to be done before we determine what the timeline is for Justin Martinez.
Right.
I'll put it that way. AJ Puck's not going to be back till July, folks. He's on the 60-day IL as well, so they need to find a closer somewhere. I got to admit, not what I was thinking when I was watching it. I was just happy for Shelby Miller, who's been fantastic this year, to your point. 13 2/3 innings, 4 walks, 4 hits. That's a 0.59 whip. I didn't go into the game just kind of thinking, all right, who's going to be the closer? I just assume like we'll play it by matchups as always. But when a guy is this good and just this much of a lockdown guy at this point, this is now, to your point on like the career transformation. What if he just takes the job from Puck and Martinez while they're hurt?
What if he gets off that shelf where Russ Ortiz is, and who else is on that shelf over there?
Yasmani Tomas is on that list for sure.
Eric Burns
landed on it at the
Madison
end.
Bumgarner eventually.
Yeah. How about if Shelby Miller gets off that shelf and is like a savior of the season? Even better, Shelby Miller's also vibing on the storyline.
Super excited to be here. You know, this is Arizona's home. My first time around here wasn't that great, but, you know, getting to come back and succeed, you know, so far and just continue that success, hopefully. And then it's just amazing to be back and be a Diamondback and be in Arizona for sure.
All right, so let's move on to Zach Gallen now. Zach Gallen yesterday, that looked like vintage Zach Gallen getting ahead in the counts, trusting his fastball, and really kind of vibing on the mix between fastball and curveball. That's what he was doing mostly yesterday. And I think about 70% of his pitches, fastball or curveball. And that fastball had a nice rise to it. Then that curveball would come in and just drop.
Yep.
And that was so reassuring to see, because when you put it with Corbin Burns and his last outing, maybe it's starting to happen for these two guys.
Yeah, and that's where you look at Gallen specifically, Dan, and I think that what makes him so fun to watch when he's rolling is you never really know. You have a good idea of what pitch he's going to be dominating with, but sometimes it'll be a mix. Sometimes, like I remember covering a game, I want to say in 21, when his changeup was just everywhere and so unhittable for the opposition, where it looked like, is this going to be like his new signature pitch? But that's the kind of thing that he can do. And this was a game where, again, as I outlined in the run through of the game, the ball was just going to leave the infield or rarely leave the infield because he was producing ground balls. He was producing strikeouts. There were a couple of instances where a head 1-2 walks the guy. Like, that's just going to happen in a Zach Gallen outing no matter what. Like, you look at his last 5 outings, 4, 3, 2, 2, and 3 with the walks. So, like, the walks are going to happen. He had 4 in the opener against the Cubs. But this is the guy that they need. They need one of these aces within the next 2 to 3 outings to start to look like themselves.
No doubt.
And the standard that we hold these guys to, rightfully so, is it just one of these outings is not good enough? Can Zach Gallen stack another outing like this on top of it and really start to take that form we know he can take, where he allows like 3 or 4 runs in a month?
Yeah, exactly. And yesterday, the idea of what's been biting Zach Gallen frequently is, like you said, the walks. Now, he's not going to be a Kurt Schilling type pitcher. He's going to walk a couple of guys a game, but this was happening too early in games for Zach Gallen, and his pitch count would get elevated to crazy numbers after 2-3 innings. Yesterday, he got through 6 innings on just 90 pitches. That's getting it done yesterday. So, very encouraging win. Where this team was after the first game of this series, you might have heard me. I was worried about this. Even Derek Hall yesterday said their vibe just wasn't right. They dug down deep, pulled a couple of these wins out. Your boy, the Gink, tap dancing out through that landmine in the 8th inning, and it's good stuff.
Ketel Marte in Philly as well. We should update the listeners on that. Tagged himself on Instagram yesterday, letting everyone know he was in Philly. We were expecting that to be clear, but at some point this series, it seems like he could be back, and this lineup really needs it.
All right, I've told you the best words in morning radio are Happy Friday. The best words in the NBA, Game 7. We're going to get one in the first round. We'll tell you about it next. Kellen Olson, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to Dbacks Daily, brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at americaroofingco.com. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball.
All right, by now you know Sweet James is the official accident attorney of the Phoenix Suns. You've probably seen the television commercial of him dunking the basketball. I do not know if his vertical leap is real or if that's artificially enhanced, but I do know this. Sweet James and his stable of attorneys are great at dunking on the opposition, primarily the insurance companies you're going to be battling if you're ever injured in an accident. Here is what Sweet James will do for you. They'll get your car fixed. They're going to get you the medical treatment you need so you can heal. Then they're going to get you the most amount of money possible responsible and the justice you deserve. They're going to treat you with compassion every step of the way. Their attorneys are not afraid to litigate. They have extensive trial experience, which means when they send those demand letters to insurance companies on your behalf, those insurance companies know they can't play games or nickel and dime, sweet James, not when they're willing to tell your story in a court of law. This is why they don't just win 98% of the time. They win big. They recover more in a year than most firms do in a lifetime, and you pay nothing until they win your case. Call for the free consultation at 1-800-9-MILLION, 1-800-9-MILLION, online at sweetjames.com.
With Progressive, it's easy to reach customer service with our app, website, chat, or by phone. Because when getting help is hard, it's not help at all.
Little help. A little help over here.
Thank you for calling Bench Press Assistance.
What?
Due to excessive gym volume, all available spotters are currently lifting heavy weights off the chests of other bench pressers.
Seriously?
Please continue to hold, and we will remove the barbell from your chest in the order in which your cry for help was received.
Getting assistance should be easy. With Progressive, it is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Hey there, I'm Jack.
And I'm Stag.
We're just two deer that want to make sure you know it's deer season at your authorized John Deere dealer. The deer season that saves bucks. You know, like us.
Yeah, you can get $3,000 off select John Deere machines. No early wake-up calls or tree stands required.
Just a trip to your authorized dealer before June 2nd.
If you ask us, it's the only deer season worth celebrating.
Visit johndeere.com/deer season to find an authorized dealer and for complete finance details.
Hey, Wolf here from my brothers and sisters at Santan Ford. That's right, you've heard me talking about my Santan Ford F-150 and the Warrior Queens Expedition and how we are Santan Ford. Well, if you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go check out the hundreds of new and used vehicles at Santan Ford. Located at the Santan 202 in Val Vista in Gilbert, Tim Hovick and the great team at Santan Ford will take care of you. Go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Need inspiration? Shop Fry's. For mouth-watering meals and appetizing ingredients. Our low prices add up to big savings. Plus over $600 in digital coupons each week. And up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. At Fry's, you always get big flavors and big savings. Fry's. Fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
You can save big on 12 to 15 packs of Coca-Cola, Pepsi, or Dr. Pepper. Select varieties or buy 2, get 2 free with your card. Limit 8. Fry's. Fresh for everyone.
Come on. I'm burning. Come on. Come on. Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
We going to Game 7, baby. Game 7. Game 7.
Dan, that is Atlanta Hawks legend Zaza Pachulia. Who could forget him? Over 10 years ago, I want to say, he's just doing the classic on-court interview with the PA host or whatever, and he grabs the mic himself, yells that at the crowd after a Game 6 win for the Hawks. So, like, over the past decade on NBA Twitter, it's been known as, we're getting a Zaza. We're getting a Game 7. Almost got a double Zaza, but we got a single Zaza. I can't wait for Game 7 this weekend.
All right, so you got a couple of, and what's really, really interesting about this is the components of this Game 7. You've got Ty Lue as the head coach of the Clippers, who is no stranger to Game 7s, right? He, as coach of the Cleveland Cavaliers, pulled off one of the best upsets in Game 7 that you'll ever remember.
Yep.
But you've also got a couple of teams in the Nuggets and the Clippers that haven't had the greatest experience in Game 7s. You got the game at altitude, and here we go.
With Denver specifically, this is a crossroads moment for them, I think. We talked about this a little bit yesterday, but they win the finals 2 years ago. They win one playoff series last year after winning 57 games. And if they get bounced in the first round, you're looking at one playoff series win over the last 2 years, where the conversation immediately shifts to you've got one of the greatest basketball players of all time in his prime right now, to the point where voter fatigue is almost taking a loss in some of these instances with him in the MVP voting, because his statistical production and just his impact on the floor. Like, every time you're just like, I can't be Jokic again, it's got to be Shea. You pull up the on-off numbers for when Jokic is in the game versus out of the game, and you're like, well, how can it not be him? That is literally showing why he is the most valuable. And he is a sensational once-in-a-generation type of player. And if you do not make deep playoff runs 2 straight years in his prime, questions are going to get asked. To be clear, I don't think that it goes to the point where Jamal Murray's future in Denver could be in doubt. But you look at Aaron Gordon, you look at Michael Porter Jr., some of the younger players that they've added. Denver doesn't have a ton of flexibility to get stuff done, but they could look to maneuver things. And the thing about Game 7s is you can really, for me, especially as someone who wants to like hyperanalyze, get super specific. Oh, the Clippers went to Batum in the second half, and like, what could that mean? What could Denver adjust? It's Game 7, man. Just anything can happen. You can talk about adjustments all you want. The Rockets, for example, you'll remember the 20-whatever straight missed threes. Anything can happen in a Game 7.
Oh, how about it? No doubt about it. As they head into this decisive Game 7 at Ball Arena on Saturday, the Nuggets have outscored the Clippers 1,106 to 1,093 in the regular season and the playoffs. That means over 10 games start from the regular season, including the playoffs. They've been separated by 13 points in over 10 games played in 5 different months. That's how evenly matched these two teams are statistically. James Harden bounced back, like I said earlier. Certainly seemed to listen to Kellen Olsen. Kellen Olsen yesterday. Here's what James Harden had to say.
Just want to go home. We still had some mistakes tonight, but I think our energy defensively and even offensively, our aggressiveness was different. You know what I mean? Which starts with me. So watch some film, get better, figure out things that I can continue to get better at, and do one more game.
I would tell you that if you're a Clippers fan, at the very least, you're taking solace in the fact that you were able to extend the series at home where the Lakers were not.
That's got to be.
And Clippers fans do vibe on that stuff.
Oh, believe me, they opened a brand new arena this year.
Yeah.
And almost instantly got completely overshadowed again by the other team in town because of the Luka trade.
Right,
you know what I mean?
That's right. Yeah, you're exactly right. You're exactly right.
But it is something that this is the series before any of the playoffs started that you guys were saying was the best series and would be the best matchup, and it is.
It's totally delivered.
Yeah.
Harden specifically, again, I'm just fascinated by this. He has 172 career playoff games. That'll be playoff game number 173 for him in his career, because you think back when his career started, it was what we thought was the start of a dynasty in Oklahoma City. He goes to Houston and puts together some of the most miraculous seasons that we've ever seen from an individual standpoint. A lot of deep playoff runs there. And then, of course, iterations with Philly. And now this iteration for him with the Clippers. I think that he is, to continue my point from yesterday, the most infuriating player for me to watch in the league, because if you look at the way that he was able to manipulate that game all evening, he had that sick, over-the-head, blind, no-look pass to Kawhi Leonard on the other side of the floor, where when he threw that, it just spoke to a guy completely in rhythm, 5 steps ahead of everyone, because I think when you look at James Harden, you think of two main things, unfortunately. You think of the playoff shortcomings, and you think of foul baiting, but he is a masterful playmaker. Like, it's not just like the step back foul baiting, like taking all these threes. He can just completely dominate a game, be 5 steps ahead of a very good, at times, defensive team that Denver has been in this series. He just dominated them and was the best player on the floor by far, and I'm curious to see if he can carry that momentum over. For a guy that looked awfully tired in Game 5, 47 minutes played for him in this game, and Ty Lue just said afterwards, like, he wanted to play, so I let him run, and Ty trusted his guy to deliver still the energy that he needed, and he did. But the top storyline for Game 7 always has to be where the game is if it's in Denver, because we know that altitude affects guys. We've seen it affect the Clippers in this series. Their home record in the playoffs is undeniable, and that is where you just have to look at that being a contributing factor to what we're going to see this weekend.
He's just setting himself up to fail in Game 7. James Harden.
Maybe.
And continue his legacy.
But again, you've got to factor in the fact that both these teams have been a little wobbly in Game 7s in the past. Now, I know going back to 2019 is very early in the iteration of this Denver Nuggets and Nikola Jokic, but you might remember in 2019, they got upset by the Trailblazers in Game 7 in Denver. That was the day C.J. McCollum went off for 37. That was also the same series, I believe, where they had a quadruple overtime game in which Nikola Jokic played 65 minutes in a game.
Yeah, it is truly one of those situations where you can sit here and look at all of these numbers, and it's so cliche to go throw everything out the window. But throw everything out the freaking window, man. It's Game 7. Like, this could be like Game 5, where you just get a playoff Blue Arrow performance. Jamal Murray drops 40-plus on you and you're gone. Or you look at last night, like, you're telling me we get an incredible Harden performance, a very good Kawhi Leonard performance, and then Norman Powell chips in 24 as well. Like, how are you going to beat the Clippers when they have that sort of stuff going? I thought Nick Batum was unbelievable in this game. He's been moving like he's 57 years old for the past 5 years, and he's always just him and Al Horford, the same guy, basically, where you watch them move around the floor and you're like, well, that guy can't move. How is he making this work? He had 2 steals, 3 blocks, 6 points, 5 rebounds, 6 assists in 34 minutes. One of the many reasons just why I love basketball, I love sports in general, is that you can watch that type of game and marvel at what Harden and Leonard were able to do. And at the same time, look at a guy like Nick Batum, who I think I take on like the duty of making sure a guy like him isn't underappreciated. He's been a super fun player to watch his entire career and had a big time game for a guy who averaged 4 points per game for them in the regular season. He helped them win a playoff game. It was awesome.
No doubt about it. All right, on the other side, who is Brian Gregory and what did he do to earn one of the biggest jobs in basketball? We'll discuss the Suns' controversial maneuver next. Stick around. Kellen Olson in for Vinny. I'm Dan Bickley. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Who's on top in high school sports in Arizona, and who's building up a powerhouse to unseat Arizona's best programs? Kevin McCabe talks with Arizona high school coaches and athletic staff Saturday mornings at 9 on The Kevin McCabe Show, presented by Brooklyn Betting. The Kevin McCabe Show, Saturday morning at 9 on the local sports leader, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
For over 8 years, QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in non-surgical relief for joint pain. With over 50,000 satisfied patients, people with knee and back pain now living pain-free. What they're doing is nothing short of remarkable. They're using regenerative cell therapy to restore the tissue in your achy joints. They're using biologic growth factors with robust healing properties, carefully and strategically placed in your joint. Best part, with QC Kinetics, there are no drugs, no surgery is involved, and there's no downtime. Imagine doing all the things you enjoy this summer without being slowed down by awful joint pain. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation and learn about these cutting-edge treatments that can help you live your best life. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no-fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Hey, it's Gambo. You all know that Christian Brothers is your go-to company for all AC and plumbing needs. But did you also know they can help with any electrical issues you may have at your home? Christian Brothers offers an electrical safety inspection for just $69. This includes a panel inspection, testing all the breakers, tightening down all the wires, and much, much more. Mention me, Gambo, to get the $69 special for your electrical inspection. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535 or online at cbrothers.com. Wendy'sFlowers.com.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, Junior Hot and Crispy Fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California and via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. An important message about your timeshare from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. Contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about timeshare cancellation.
Call 800-885-7700. 800-885-7700.
New Harley-Davidson motorcycle starting at $99 a month at Desert Wind Harley. Right out today for only $99 a month at Desert Wind Harley-Davidson. Over 300 bikes in stock and the largest inventory in Arizona at Desert Wind Harley. Get on a new Harley today for only $99 a month at Desert Wind Harley-Davidson. Finance specialists on site to help get you approved. Good credit, bad credit, no credit. We can help. Visit DesertWindHarley.com.
Payments based on Meister models and base color with 30% down, 84-month term, 6.99% APR with approved credit. Doesn't include freight, setup, tax, title, and license fees. See dealer for details.
Every day, savings, energy efficiency, rebates. Every day at APS, you have ways to save energy and money. We know how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. That's why we offer programs to help you manage your energy use. Schedule a home energy checkup for savings recommendations tailored to your home. Find rebates on smart thermostats. Compare your rate plan options and switch to the plan that would have saved you the most money. Find ways to save at aps.com/brighter.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Dbacks beat the Mets yesterday 4-2 and won the series thanks to a Zach Gallen masterclass. 6 innings, 2 hits, 1 earned, and 8 strikeouts. And Shelby Miller came in the 9th and got his first save of the season. And here is Miller on if he was ready to go in and close.
Wasn't told, but had a good idea that if we were ahead, I could possibly be in there. So down in the bullpen, you always just got to be ready when your name's called, and it's kind of how I handle it today.
The Snakes will now start a 3-game series with the Phillies today with Merrill Kelly on the mound, but without Justin Martinez, who was placed on the 15-day IL, and A.J. Puck now on the 60-day IL. First pitch in Philly will be at 3:45 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. The Phoenix Suns front office underwent changes yesterday. The Suns have named current Vice President of Player Programming Brian Gregory as the new general manager, while James Jones will shift titles to a senior advisor. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. What can we expect from the Phoenix Suns in the Brian Gregory era? The Burns and Gambo Show, and it starts at straight up 2 o'clock.
All right, so Brian Gregory is a 58-year-old college lifer, basketball coach who crossed paths with Matt Ishbia in the early 2000s, just when Michigan State was winning a championship under Tom Izzo. He went on to coach a bunch of college programs. Nothing real notable, no real notable success. Suddenly, this guy now possesses one of the biggest jobs in basketball. How did we get here? It's a very interesting question. If we go back to the end of the season press conference, where once again Matt Ishbia was very verbose, talking a mile a minute, but making it very clear that everybody was embarrassed by what we just witnessed and how it is not acceptable to have a team that doesn't have a high compete level, and how much he promised that the next team would be so different you could feel it. You will know the changes. They will be easily identifiable. For Matt Ishbia to pivot out of that press conference, where a lot of people did go out of that press conference and show him grace, I think you did, I think I did, I think most of the media did, to go and hire and promote a vice president of player programming, a job title that is pretty ambiguous to begin with, and then to say this is the guy to make all of this right. clearly there's a reason for concerns. Clearly, basketball fans have to keep an open mind with Brian Gregory. But I think where Matt Ishbia is going to get into some trouble here is if this doesn't work, it's going to be another example of making promises you're not fulfilling. And Matt Ishbia in the press release yesterday said, quote, "He is a brilliant basketball mind, and he will transform and elevate our team," end quote. That's a nice thought, but anybody who watched last season's Suns would say, anything about last season, what resembled brilliant? What resembled a brilliant basketball mind in what we saw in the product last year?
Let's simplify it right now, Dan. This is the guy who's going to trade Kevin Durant. Do you trust him to pull that off?
No.
I don't know how you can. What experience does he have in these types of situations? Again, the NBA experience that he has is dating back to June of last year when he joined in this position. Gerald Bourget, PHNX Sports, pointing out that he was in a consultant role in 2023, regularly attending practices, meeting and speaking with Frank Vogel at times as well. But you look back to last year, especially in like what can be attributed to him, I don't know, because I don't know about that type of position, what it entails. What we do know is it's down the pecking order a bit. And to get back to what we were talking about earlier to start off the show, this is a guy who got a massive internal promotion. We don't need to look at Matt Ishbia, Michigan State, whatever. What we can look at is this was the guy that was 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th in the power hierarchy in terms of president of basketball operations, James Jones, president and CEO, Josh Bartelstein, Matt Ishbia himself, whoever else was sort of involved in that, Matt Tellem, the assistant GM. I can name a couple of other names and keep going. Wherever he was in that pecking order, he took a couple steps up the ladder because he did what exactly? Right. Again, he's getting attributed drafting Ryan Dunn and Oso Ighodaro. He came in June, the same month the NBA draft was, the draft that the Suns were scouting for months and months. Look, maybe he was involved in that behind the scenes in this consultant role before he took on the official role. And look, Ryan Dunn and Oso Ighodaro are fine basketball players. They're fine. But these were not the type of home run selections to say, oh, this is the guy who drafted Ryan Dunn. Let's get him out there. Like, that's ridiculous to me. It is ridiculous. It's just unacceptable for this to happen. I'll put it that way. It's unacceptable because you're in a position right now where your fan base has little to no trust in you to work this out and get them back on track. And that's a really lazy way for me to put it. Let's be honest. Get back on track. What I mean is, stop embarrassing yourselves. Stop being the laughing stock of the freaking league again, because we were here a decade ago. James Jones, Monty Williams did a lot of great work to establish this franchise, and not even establish, but just get them out of the gutter that they were in. They're back in the gutter again, and if they keep doing things like this, they're going to stay in that gutter.
That's exactly right. What were you going to say, Jarrett?
If you took away the Michigan State part, if let's say this guy went to UCLA, think of how even more confused we would be today by this hire.
Yeah, maybe.
If he didn't have that connection, we would be saying, well, then why did he get this job at all?
Well, either way, this is where I land on this, and I'm really vibing on what Kellen is saying here, because like Kellen, we have lived those 2 decades under Robert Sarver, and what this hire feels like to me, and to, I would assume, to most really emotionally vested Suns fans, is exactly like something Robert Sarver would do. Something Jerry Jones is still doing with the Dallas Cowboys. I'm not saying this is the motive for Brian Gregory, but I am saying this, that owners who want to be heavily involved in the day-to-day, this is what they do. You hire a guy who is underqualified, relatively unknown, who is going to be so grateful that you gave him this job and this big pay raise, that you are going to be his hero, and he is going to let you control him. That is what Robert Sarver did. It's what Jerry Jones is still doing. It's a common mistake made by owners who want that open door at all times, right into the GM's office or right into the coach's office, who want to be controlled who want to be controlling at that level. Now, Matt Ishbia isn't sitting in the coach's office every night. He isn't teaching players how to box out in the hallways.
Not watching film. Made that clear.
Right. He made that clear. But you were the one that asked him the question at that press conference, and that was the one weird part of the press conference when he got down to a granular level of, well, I'm not looking at salary cap sheets, and I'm not
breaking down film.
Of course not.
But
That's
are you
not
the
what we're
lead
asking.
decision maker of the
That's
front
it.
office?
That's it.
And he said and admitted in his answer, which I think is something that's entirely true, and I'm glad that he brought it up, is like, well, of course, he didn't say it like this, but well, of course, every owner is in a position where the biggest moves, they have the ultimate say-so of yes or no, is this going to get done? And you'll see that across every sort of ownership structure across most sports. Totally agree with that. That's fine. But the question didn't really get answered and increased worry for some, including myself. I'm glad that you brought up Robert Sarver's name, because something that I want to mention on the airwaves today is that I think it's incredibly lazy to go into a situation right now where you're critical of another move that Matt Ishbia does and keep being critical of Matt Ishbia and think he's making all these mistakes and say, like, this is worse than the Sarver era, all that kind of stuff. Sarver sold first-round picks, sold them when this team was hyper-competitive, was arguably the best team in basketball. Luol Deng, who could have been Andre Iguodala, that trade was just a nightmare. There was the pick later in the first round a couple years later that wound up being Rajon Rondo. It could have been Nate Robinson. They did this time after time in his era. The Kurt Thomas trade was just an absolute disaster. I could go on and on and on.
Got rid of the G League team. Let Joe Johnson go over $5 million. The list is forever.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly. And that's before getting to a million other things that we could keep rattling on. I'm not going to do that, but I just want to make that point here to be entirely clear that this is nowhere next to that disaster, and we would have to go through another decade of what we've just seen before that conversation would even start. With that said, we're adding to the list here a little bit. We're starting to formulate a little bit of a list here, and that is concerning to me, to say the least. And to go to Brian Gregory, again, to repeat it, he could be a great general manager. This could be the find out of the weeds, out of nowhere, where you find the next great mind, or even someone who's just mildly competent at his job. I think everyone would take that right now. But this is the offseason when the Suns are going to determine how the next 5 to 10 years go. The next 5 to 10 years, because if they nail these draft picks, if they nail the Kevin Durant trade, if they nail whatever sorts of other trades they're able to make on the margin and restructure, build an entirely new core around Devin Booker, okay, you can start to stabilize a bit. You can start to build a foundation. If there is no foundation being built, if there is no stabilization occurring, Devin Booker's gone in a couple of years, and then what is your team for the next 5 to 10 years after that? It's nothing.
Well said. Catch the excitement of the Arizona Sports Half-Day Club on May 7th as the Diamondbacks take on the New York Mets. You can get lower-level tickets for only $9.87. All you have to do is text HALF, H-A-L-F, to 620-620. That's text HALF to 620-620 to secure your seats. Rave reviews for the Cardinals draft keep coming in. We'll tell you about it next. Kellen Olson, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with Dbacks manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 this afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app at 98.7.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with 3 great reasons why you call Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Reason number 1, they are reputable and highly decorated. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. They are the most awarded firm in Arizona. Reason number 2, they are fast and reliable. When you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. No extra charge for nights, weekends, or holidays. When I had my plumbing emergency, I called them at 4:30 in the morning, got a live person on the line, which was very impressive to me. 3. By 8 a.m. the same day, they were at my house fixing my problem. That was incredibly impressive. Number 3, they are trustworthy and credible. All their techs are licensed, bonded, insured. All of them are trust certified, which means they're drug tested, they're background checked. And listen, you don't let anybody into your house. That is your sacred space. You have to be comfortable with the techs you let into your home, with the techs you have fixing your home. That is never a concern with Parker & Sons. They are the company you trust with your most valuable asset. Give them a call at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
DQ presents How to Hit Summer's Sweet Spot. The new DQ Summer Blizzard Treat menu is here. And as the official treat of MLB, we're swinging big with our fan favorite S'mores Blizzard Treat. Plus, new mixing bowl mashup with brownie batter and chocolate chip cookie dough. And even more in our Stack Summer lineup. Hurry in today because nothing says summer like baseball and our new Summer Blizzard Treat menu. Right now at DQ. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
I've been in the diamond business my whole life. Grew up in my dad's 22-store chain, and since 1990, I've been doing it on my own. Here's the truth. Big name stores can't match our prices. Why? Because they have massive overhead, fancy showrooms, huge marketing budgets, and layers of corporate costs. Every dollar they spend is a dollar you pay. But at my office, we keep it simple. No unnecessary overhead, just the best diamonds at the best prices. And when it comes to quality, we carry what the mall stores won't and what the luxury stores charge a fortune for. If you want the finest diamonds at the most competitive prices without the retail markup, come see me, Diamond Dave, and my team of experts. Because when you buy from us, you don't just get a diamond, you get confidence, quality, and the deal of a lifetime.
Call 480-397-2450. That's 480-397-2450. Or follow Dave on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave, Kantor.
May 5th through the 11th. Get close to the future legends in women's golf. The Carlisle, Arizona Women's Golf Classic returns to TPC Scottsdale's Champions Course. Brought to you by Carlisle Companies. The biggest purse on the Epson Tour means the best in women's golf will be here. May 5th through the 11th at TPC Scottsdale's Champions Course. Go to CarlisleLPGA.com for tickets. Be there for the best.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
Welcome back. Happy Friday, everybody. Dan Bickley alongside Kellen Olson. Yesterday, we told you, and you heard cuts from Jonathan Gannon during his interview, I believe, with Bleacher Report. No, it was whatever it was. He was again raving about Will Johnson and how surprised they were that he was sitting there in the second round when they had him as a top 10 grade to begin with. Even more praise coming in for the drafting of Will Johnson. If I can find the piece here. Jared, help me out here.
Well, first of all, the Jonathan Gannon was with Adam Shine.
That's what it was.
Adam Shine.
That's what it
was. And then
was.
the pieces, Matt Miller did a draft review on ESPN.com. Draft, we were a bit on the show leading up to the draft. And he talked about the best picks in the draft this year. Top 100. You got it
I
there?
found it now.
Okay.
Yeah, I found it now. So out of the 257 players selected, he wanted to make a list of the players who were selected at a spot in the draft that resembled and spoke to great value. Getting a guy that should not be available where you're picking, but then he added in other factors like what scheme is he joining, what program, what team. And it's a very interesting list. Number one on the list would be the Bears' selection of Luther Burden III, a wide receiver who had great reviews going into the draft and lasted quite some time.
A guy that we talked about, if he was there in the second round for the Cardinals, might be a good pick.
That he might be a good pick. He was selected by the Bears at overall pick number 39, and he would have been a player. I think if Luther Burden III was available and Will Johnson wasn't, that's exactly where the Cardinals would have went. But Will Johnson, number 2 on the list of best value by any team in the most recent NFL draft. Here's what he said. Johnson was a top 10 player in this class when looking solely at film and not accounting for injuries. While he didn't want to slip to round 2, Jonathan Gannon's system is a great fit for him. Johnson has Trevon Diggs-esque ball hawking skills and is a shutdown corner when healthy. This is one of the steals of the draft as far as value, as he was taking 40 spots lower than I had him ranked.
When you look at what they're getting and what they could potentially be getting, I'll put it that way. You do not hear the word shutdown corner in second round put together.
No.
He was available for a reason. There were many teams that were afraid of his medicals, and that's not me scooping anything. I don't have any insiders. Just watch the freaking draft and where this guy was supposed to go, and you'll see the teams were spooked by the medicals. So it'll be interesting to monitor sort of what his progress is with this knee injury and what other sort of red flags medically could be popping up for him over the rest of his career. We'll be watching him with much more intent than we normally do for anyone else sort of arriving on the Arizona Cardinals. But this is what they've needed for so many years, really since Patrick Peterson left. And I know Patrick Peterson soured on a whole lot of people, but the bottom line is an outside big corner. You really didn't have anyone like this, and it was to the point where Patrick Peterson, there was that revolving carousel of like Cromartie and whoever else would be on the other side of him, where you could never just find the guy to go alongside Patrick Peterson. And then you could never really just find the guy to replace Patrick Peterson. Sean Murphy-Bunting came in. He was the veteran signing. He was fine last year, but was a guy when he was signed, it was like, you can't ask this guy to be your number one cornerback. Like that's putting him in an unfair perspective or unfair position. But if you put Will Johnson in this position and you do so when he is healthy, he is a guy that could reach that level, and it's pretty exciting.
It's pretty exciting now that a defense that had been underfunded for a couple of years running, and a defense that was kind of ham and egging it for a couple of years, you now look at their cornerback and safety room, their defensive backs, and you're like, ooh, lots of stuff there. You look at the D-line now, ooh, lots of stuff there. And I'm a big fan of Nick Rallis, the defensive coordinator. I think that this guy has got greatness written all over him as a coach, and I think that this is going to be really fun to see if this defense now can perform at a level that really makes the offense, that puts the offense in a better place. That, okay, we don't need as much from you. We don't need 30 points a game from y'all to get this thing done.
Yeah, this is a time of possession football team for sure. They were going to be last year, and at times we saw it last year with the running game, but it never necessarily got to that point, even with what the defense was able to do at times, far outperforming any expectations that we sort of had for them. So you look at the amount of talent that they've added to this defense, you look at what the run game still should be next year. I know that one of the concerns on the team is right guard, but that's a position that wasn't necessarily bolted down to the ground last year. Anyway, there was concern about getting an offensive tackle. That's more so in like the next year. Jonah Williams is still here. Paris Johnson is going to be here for quite a long time. And on the other interior parts of the offensive line, they brought back Evan Brown. Yelda Froholt was back. They got him under an extension. James Conner is back. And the year two guy, I know that Marvin Harrison Jr. is the guy to talk about when it comes to year one to year two jumps. I completely understand that, and we will be talking a whole lot about over the coming months. But don't let Trey Benson slip by you, because yes, James Conner is maybe the MVP of this team from last season, but they are going to be looking to use Trey Benson more and more. And if he is ready for that assignment, it is going to lead to an entirely different dynamic, because they just could not use James Conner in the ways that you would traditionally use a running back 5, 10, 15 years ago. Go look at his game logs from last year, and you'll see 18 carries, 19 carries, 23 carries, and then 10, 8, 11. Right. They were intentional with the workload that they were giving him, and when it was shortened up, that's supposed to be a situation where Trey Benson is one of the first 3 running backs selected in that draft, is supposed to shine. It took a while for him to get playing time, and something that I've always referred to. This is going to be a really nuanced thing for me to bring up on this show, but who cares? I'm going to say it. On the Empire of the Suns podcast, we refer to it as the Abdul Nader rule.
Okay.
You remember Abdul Nader?
Of course.
Remember when Abdul Nader was out there and people were like, why is Abdul Nader in the game right now? Western Conference Finals, he gets healthy, and Monty immediately puts him in the game. What that means is that Abdul Nader is doing something the coach likes and the coach wants. He is understanding game plan, discipline, in the right spot at the right time, gives the coach what he is looking for out of those minutes. So when Trey Benson was not playing last year, look at the other side. He is clearly not giving Jonathan Gannon what he wants. He's clearly taking a bit of time to mature with the way that he is picking up the game from an intelligence standpoint, and that is where he will take a big jump, I believe, in year 2.
Good points. Number 3 on this list of great value in the draft, Ashton Genty, who was taken 6th overall. And so you might say to yourself, how in the world could a dude taken 6th overall crack a list of great value? And I think a lot of it is this is such a great fit for the head coach he's going to. Pete Carroll, you know from his time in Seattle, his time with Marshawn Lynch, everything starts with a bruising running game. And so I think it's the fit of offensive coordinator Chip Kelly, head coach Pete Carroll, and where he ended up, I think, is why Ashton Genty is that high on that list.
Geno Smith, an underrated quarterback in my eyes. I understand that he makes some befuddling decisions and will just mess up common throws sometimes, but is a guy that routinely made things happen in Seattle when he had absolutely no time to. He was under duress all the time, constantly. And I say all of this like the Raiders acquiring him. You can't like build your offense around Geno Smith, though. You need the supporting cast pieces everywhere. And now this goes from like, okay, what can Geno make out of this offense to how much can you get from Ashton Genty? Is he the next Saquon Barkley? Is he the next Trent Richardson? Where does he fall in the running backs that have been selected this high? I would lean more towards Saquon. That kid's pretty special.
So at 4, Jihad Campbell from the Eagles, of course, because it's the Eagles. They took him with the 31st overall pick. They're really good at finding really good linebackers. The Falcons getting a little bit of love. Number 5, Jalen Walker. That was a great pick for them. For that kid to be sitting where they picked at 15 in the first round, that was a no-brainer for them. Travis Hunter lands at 6. Jarrett's guy, Colston Loveland.
Oh, baby.
Yeah. He's at number 7. Abdul Carter at 8. Shedeur Sanders is at number 10.
Which is weird, right? Because if this is based on value, you think, how could he not be number 1 when so many people had him as a early first-round pick? But I guess that shows you.
Well, listen, he was number 3 on Mel Kiper's big board, and where'd he go, 144th? Oh, oops.
Did you... Walter, just real quick, Walter Nolan was number 34 on the list.
Okay.
And the Cardinals had one other player, Jordan Birch, who was joined us yesterday, with number 75 on the list.
Okay. Your boy, Teteroa McMillan, he's 25 on the list for the Panthers, so he made the top 25 of great value. Didn't you say you had already ordered the jersey?
I have already ordered the jersey. It is coming in as soon as he has decided his number, which I believe has already sort of been up for discussion. Can I do a crazy thing by someone in this seat on this show?
Absolutely.
Can I give Jarrett Carlin some props? You don't know this. When this guy got picked and we played the draft profile, I lost my mind on the air. Here is the profile.
Tyleek Williams, defensive tackle, Ohio State.
You may as well call Tyleek Williams a Modium AD because this guy stops runs. He's 6'3", 335 pounds, and has big hands, a big body, and big power. He does need to work on his hand technique and is only mediocre at getting to the pocket, but his explosive, violent ability to clog the line against the run should make him impactful at the next level. NFL comp, Aleem McNeil.
I had to hear that one more time.
I've never heard that one.
I could not see. Yeah, it was some random defensive tackle that I think went day 2 or something like that.
That was the problem. We did so many of these. So many of us did so many of these. We had so many in the bank that just didn't get played because they weren't connected to the Cardinals or they weren't early first-round picks.
That was after the Imodium AD line. You threw in the word clogged,
explosive, and then the Ally McBeal is just like the sneaky thing out of nowhere that just kind of got me. I wanted to, again, you guys work so hard on the draft profiles, and most of them only get played once. Some of them, a lot of them don't even get played at all.
Wow.
So with that coming up and like seeing you over there, I was like, I got to play this one more time in the air so it gets its due.
You're right.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, coming from that chair, compliments don't come very easily. That's a very, very good point.
To Jarrett Carlin specifically. I'll give compliments to a lot of people.
That's right. That's right. All right, coming up on the other side, our guy Sammy Sabolka will take us through Rush Hour Reboot. Stick around. Kellen Olson, Dan Bickley. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Suns have a new GM.
Brian Gregory has been named general manager, and James Jones will transition to the role of senior advisor for the Suns.
What about the search for a new Suns head coach?
The time frame to hire the next head coach of the Phoenix Suns will be in the next 2 to 3 weeks.
Brian Gregory will lead the search. He will be in charge of the search. He will make his recommendation to the ownership group on who the head coach should be.
We talk Suns front office changes on the home of the Suns, Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
At Rocket, we believe everyone deserves their shot at the American dream. So if you're feeling locked out of home ownership, we're here to give you back the keys. We're opening doors, breaking down walls, and doing everything we can to turn renters into owners. And we're not going to stop until we help everyone home. To find out more, visit rocket.com. Rocket, own the dream.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-837-5050. That's 800-837-5050. 800-837-5050.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon, you wish would never end. The homemade taste of Bluebell, and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
Chocolate lovers are going absolutely bananas over our new Bluebell Banana Fudge. Rich milk chocolate ice cream swirled with a scrumptious banana-flavored ice cream. Your favorite banana fudge bar, now in a carton.
The good old days are being made right now. The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream at all Safeway stores and shops IGA in Coolidge.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-973-6622. That's 800-973-6622. Again, 800-973-6622.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Dbacks beat the Mets yesterday 4-2 and won the series thanks to a Zach Gallen masterclass. 6 innings, 2 hits, 1 earned, and 8 strikeouts. And Shelby Miller came in the 9th and got his first save of the season. The Snakes will start a 3-game series with the Phillies today with Merrill Kelly on the mound, but without Justin Martinez, who was placed on the 15-day IL, and A.J. Puck placed on the 60-day IL. First pitch in Philly will be at 3:45 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. The Phoenix Suns front office underwent some changes yesterday. The Suns have named current Vice President of Player Programming Brian Gregory the new general manager, while James Jones will shift titles to Senior Advisor. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Mulatto Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Good morning and happy Friday. There's no better feeling than heading into the weekend than wrapping up our day talking about the best stories in sports, and one of which was yesterday. Zach Gallen was filthy in the Big Apple yesterday. 6 inning, 2 hits, 8 Ks, only 1 run given up, and did exactly what he needed to do. He gave the team, the Diamondbacks, a chance to win, and he was dominant nonetheless. And we got a series win in Citi Field for the first time in a long time. So what was most impressive about Gallen yesterday?
Just sort of how procedural it was, right, Dan? I think that's when you watch an elite pitcher, it just kind of feels like it's just a matter of time before they're done with their 6 or 7 innings, and we're just going to watch them give up a run, maybe 2. He had that rhythm going the whole time.
I love watching Zach Gallen pitch because you can kind of tell what he's feeling based on his body language, and sometimes he's kind of finicky and he's nibbling and you can tell he doesn't feel right. Yesterday he was like in bully mode from the very start, just pounding the zone. I think he had a great combination of a rising fastball and a great curveball, and it was great just to see him in that kind of command and not getting and elevating that pitch count in the first couple of innings. It was exactly what the team needed.
Yeah, and command was key for him yesterday. Like you said, he struggled with it a little bit in his last 2 outings. Good to see him find that. Their road trip will continue as they start a 3-game series with the Phillies, and it is possible that Ketel Marte could return in this series, and bringing him back at a time where, frankly, the lineup needs just a little extra boost. Corbin Carroll's hot start is simmering a little bit, but do you expect this team maybe to find some more consistency when Ketel comes back?
Yeah, I think that Corbin Carroll. This is the problem when you get off to a start like Corbin Carroll does. Now pitchers are and opposing pitching coaches are hyper focused on detonating you, on slowing you down, and you've constantly got to evolve. Without Ketel Marte in the lineup, he's facing a lot of left-handed pitching, and he doesn't have the protection that Ketel Marte usually gives him.
Yeah,
so I think it's gonna. No, I just think it's gonna. I think Ketel is really gonna help Corbin in terms of just pitch selection and what he's going to be dealing with on the daily.
Yeah, our boy Geraldo Perdomo's been doing everything he can to provide some more thump to the top of the order. Again, he was great yesterday and was great the game before that as well. But to your point, there just needs to be a certain level of respect that pitchers have for guys at the top of the order in order for everyone to get the sort of selection that they would be looking for. And the sooner Ketel is back, the better, especially with how they've been struggling against lefties. Jesus Luzardo is on the mound today, one of the best lefties in baseball when he's healthy, and he looks pretty darn healthy right now.
Yeah, and then we can move the MLB's best 9-hole hitter back to the 9-hole in Geraldo Perdomo. Exactly. So front office changes for the Suns came yesterday, and Brian Gregory is your new general manager. James Jones will be moving to a senior advisor role with the team. So what exactly does that mean when it comes to finding the next head coach? Here was Gambo yesterday.
At that time, Bernsey, and only at that time, will they then begin a coaching search. There is currently not a coaching search going on, contrary to the reports, and this guy's leading the search, and James is leading the search, and there is no search. They're not interviewing coaches right now. They're going to make their front office changes, and then after the front office changes are made, they will then start to look for a head coach.
So the front office changes have now been made, and so now they can start the coaching search. So where should the Suns begin with this search?
I think it's about experience, first and foremost, someone who has been around. Now, again, with what Gambo is reporting, he's saying that they're looking for someone who might be younger, might be a first-time NBA head coach, but I'm talking experience just in terms of they know what it means to build a foundation and build something stable. That experience could come from a long tenured assistant who is part of that. Like Chris Quinn in Miami, for example, is a guy that comes to mind as someone who has seen what it means to build a program, because that is what they need. They need to strike gold twice. They did it with Monty Williams. They need to do it again in terms of someone who can build them back up from the low point they're at right now.
Yeah, listen, the idea of bringing in a head coach with no experience, with a GM who's got very, very little experience, with an owner who apparently wants to be involved at a heavy level but has not produced any good results, what could possibly go wrong?
Agree.
Exactly.
What the GM will have more head coaching experience than the coach.
Oh boy. But if the inexperienced head coach is somebody like Chris Paul, I would vibe on that, because I know what Chris Paul brings to the table.
Yeah. So we're heading into the weekend we have Game 7s. We have Rockets-Warriors Game 6 tonight. The run for the Roses on Saturday. And we were really bad in our first bingo card. So we're going to bring it back. What are two things that'll happen in the sports world this weekend? Kellen, start with you.
Two things that'll happen in the sports world. We will get a masterful individual performance in Game 7 between the Nuggets and the Clippers. I'm not going to say who it will be necessarily, but the winner of that game, Denver's either going to win it because Nikola Jokic is absolutely amazing, or the Clippers will win it because one of, if not both, Harden and Leonard rise to that sort of potential. More often than not in Game 7, greatness rises to the standard and the occasion. I think we'll see that for sure.
Yeah, I'm going to take the Clippers to upset the Nuggets in Denver. And I'm going to take my horse, journalism, to win the Kentucky Derby. Wouldn't it be funny if there was a horse opposite journalism in the Kentucky Derby named Fake News?
Yeah, I saw that.
Or aggregation.
Darn it, I thought that was my line.
No.
Darn it.
Well, the written aspect of the Kentucky Derby seems to be trending a little bit. You have journalism and another horse called Publisher in the race as well. My two things on the bingo card, I think we'll return Monday, and the Rockets will have won 2 games and beaten the Golden State Warriors in the series. I think... Now, my Kentucky Derby pick. So
okay, here we go.
There's a couple things.
Cook,
Sammy, cook. Let's go.
Your breakfast Sammy of the day.
Yes, so there's a couple things to really back journalism here. So 58 out of the 61 winners have been leading with 2 furlongs or less in the race. So it's really hard to kick late and win. You've had to have won a graded race. This is not a race where your horse levels up, okay? You've had to have won a graded race. And you have to be a closer from the front. Normally, making the first 2 turns, you need to be in the middle of the pack, and you need to be near the top when you kick late. And this is also not a place to level up in distance. You've had to have run at least 1 mile and 1/8 heading into the Kentucky Derby, which is 1 mile and 1/4, a very long race for most of these horses. And you can't mess with your horse. You can't put on blinkers. You can't take them off. No horse since 1973 has added or changed any equipment. So those numbers and those trends, they do back the 3-1 journalism. But my pick is the specimen that is American Promise. He's 12-1. He is Justify's son. Justify is a Triple Crown winner. He's won all 3 majors in the horse racing world. And America Promise, if every horse runs their best race, he is the best horse at 12-1. He started at 30-1. The number's gone down. Maybe that's a trend. American Promise is your Kentucky Derby winner.
Where were you giving us this info when he was 30-1? That's when you needed to give it to us, not when he's 12.
Hey, but okay, to be fair, numbers come and go. Like Citizen Bull, for example, the only Bob Baffert horse in this race. Bob Baffert is back in the Kentucky Derby. Bear down, go Cats.
Isn't he a cheater?
No.
Allegedly.
It was an assistant.
Allegedly.
It was a rogue assistant coach.
That was allegations that were later proven to be true. Allegations.
Let's just say he found a loophole that the horse racing community didn't really appreciate.
Right.
But nonetheless, he has 1 horse in this race, started at 30-1. It's now 14-1. The odds will come and go, and by post time, I think American Promise's number will have even gone down from 12-1 to maybe about 9 to 10-1 because of his pedigree.
So
boy, you really did do a deep dive.
that was the bacon, egg, and cheese right there. I loved it. I loved it.
Breakfast Sammy.
Jared, yeah. We might have to revisit this. Join Kyler Murray and friends for the first annual Kyler Murray Foundation Celebrity Softball Game happening May 17th at Salt River Fields. If you want to be there, register now for your chance to win a family 4-pack of tickets. Just head to the contest page at arizonasports.com for all the details and your shot at winning. All right, coming up on the other side, the Lakers, the end of their season, their head coach. There's a lot to discuss. Stick around. We're back right after this.
Dbacks at the Mets.
Swinging a jam shot grounder to short. Perdomo charging, has it, throws to first. In time, got him, and that's your ball game. Dbacks win it by a final score of 4-2. And they come into Queens and they take 2 of 3 from baseball's best in the New York Mets.
A D-backs series win at the Mets. Now to Philly for 3 games at the Phillies. Coverage of Game 1 of the Phillies series this afternoon at 3 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Been telling you for years, I'm a huge believer in your body's natural ability to heal itself. I'm a huge believer in what QC Kinetics can do for you if you're dealing with any kind of joint pain. And that's because they helped me avoid knee surgery when I tore my meniscus about 5 years ago. And I am not alone. For over 8 years, QC Kinetics has been the nation's leader in non-surgical relief for joint pain with over 50,000 satisfied patients. These are people with knee and back pain, now living pain-free, shoulder and hip pain, gone. What QC Kinetics is doing is nothing short of remarkable. They're using regenerative cell therapy to restore the tissue in your aching joints. And I'm talking about biologic growth factors with robust healing properties, carefully and strategically placed in your joints. And the best part is, with QC Kinetics, there are no drugs, no surgeries involved, and there is no downtime. This is an all-natural option with lasting relief. Call QC Kinetics for a free consultation. Learn about what these cutting-edge treatments can do for you. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler, and you can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Is thinning hair or receding hairline making you self-conscious? Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS.
Need inspiration? Shop Fry's. For mouth-watering meals and appetizing ingredients, our low prices add up to big savings. Plus, over $600 in digital coupons each week, and up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. At Fry's, you always get big flavors and big savings. Fry's, fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
Right now, you can save on fresh medium avocados or delicious honey mangoes. They're 3 for just $2 with your card. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
At Shane Company, we know getting engaged is a big decision. But once you know, you know. That's the way our customers feel when they choose a Shane Company engagement ring. They walk into a warm welcome and walk out with their dream ring, knowing they got it right. For almost 100 years, we've been offering personalized shopping experiences. And we're in it way past the honeymoon, with a free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, cleanings, repairs, and resizing for life. Shop with us at shaneco.com or at your neighborhood store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
What's better than the thrill of reeling in your next trophy catch? Saving big while gearing up for it. The Shields Fishing Sale event is on now through May 4th. Save 20% on Shields Outfitters rods and 20% on baits, lures, and plastics from Berkeley, Rapala, BMC, Acme, and more. And don't miss out on over $1,000 in savings on Garmin Ultra 2 Live Scope bundles. Our Shields fishing experts are ready to prepare you for unforgettable fishing memories. Only at Shields and Shields.com.
Progressive knows you've got enough to worry about in life.
Hi, it's your life again. Feel like another year is just slipping away? Yeah, remember all those New Year's resolutions you made? You still haven't finished the first book. Just 19 more to go. I mean, if we're being honest, it wasn't a very realistic goal. Have you ever considered that you intentionally self-sabotage? So what's that about?
So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Celebrate the baseball season with Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing, the official beer partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for a shot at 4 tickets to the May 9th Dbacks game against the Dodgers, courtesy of Four Peaks Brewing.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Wolf. The Phoenix Suns have their general manager, so when should we expect them to hire their next head coach? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
All right, in the aftermath of the Lakers' quick, hasty playoff exit to the Minnesota Timberwolves, people have one question. Did J.J. Redick just call Luka Doncic fat?
The work that's required in an offseason to be in championship shape. And, you know, we have a ways to go as a roster. And certainly there are individuals that were in phenomenal shape. There's certainly other ones that could have been in better shape. That's where my mind goes immediately is you know, we have to get in championship shape.
No doubts who he's talking about, right?
None at all, and it also raises eyebrows in terms of who else he is talking about, because I don't think he is saying that just to singularly pick on Luka Doncic and point out him alone. He's certainly mentioning other people, but at the top of the list is Luka, and I think that is going to be what defines Luka for the foreseeable future, or at least to this point in his career. Again, we have to say this, like, you do the trade a million times out of a million, even if it would have been for a million first-round picks, you always get a player like Luka Doncic, a talent like Luka Doncic, one of the best players in the world in his prime. You're the Lakers. You'll build a win around him, no problem. But it is going to be, I think so. The thing for me with Luka about 3 years ago that I arrived at, is he going to be more LeBron or is he going to be more Harden? Is he going to be someone who fully maximizes everything that he can be as a basketball player like LeBron James has over the entirety of his career? Or is it going to be more of a James Harden situation where there is an immensely talented, once-in-a-generation player that you're watching, and yet you just crave for more out of them every time that you watch them? And the latter is certainly what we've been getting so far.
What's amazing to me is how fast this story has turned, and for J.J. Redick to go there, to bring up some guys are in championship shape, some guys aren't, it has really taken this Nico Harrison is the devil narrative in Dallas and kind of muted it just a little bit, because now people are saying, oh, maybe he's ahead of the curve. Maybe he knows what he's talking about. That's a little silly to me, because we are talking about Luka Doncic, but I do agree with you that what he does this point forward is going to define his NBA career. Because if Luka doesn't go and get into elite basketball shape this offseason, it's never going to happen.
And the thing is, we've seen it already. Like, watching the kid at Real Madrid before the draft got underway, like the explosiveness that he had to some extent. Now, there were always athleticism concerns with him for sure, but he's even more slow-footed than he should be. And I think that there's a potential there for him for sure to unlock more of his game that we haven't seen from him since his rookie year, since his second year, when his weight and things like that were in a great spot and he was able to maximize everything he was getting. And you can imagine since that time in his career how much he's learned, how much he's adapted to the league, and how much more he could get out of himself. But that is going to be one of the top, not off-season storylines, but training camp storylines in the league. Everyone's going to see Luka. They're going to see him at media day, and every single photo, they're going to be like, oh, he looks fat in this one. Then they're going to see another photo and be like, oh, look at what great shape he looks in. It's the Zion Williamson game all over again that we're going to be playing with him. But I think that is ultimately the question, because when this trade happened, I think it was very easy to be like, oh, they just pissed off Luka Doncic. Watch out. He's going to dominate the rest of the league. It's like, okay, we'll believe it when we see it in terms of the dedication that is there. We just haven't seen it yet. Maybe we'll see it this summer, but I'm going to keep using the word maybe for a reason.
But he's still really, really, really great, even if he's tubby, isn't he? Like, if he never gets it, I mean, well, yeah, but he wasn't good on offense last year when he got to the finals. He wasn't, I mean, defense. He wasn't good on defense, you know, when he finishes in the top 3 in MVP every year.
And you're right, and it's not a deal breaker. You just have to, as a Lakers team, you got to get somebody behind him.
Yes, you'd have to build the team around him.
Defense. You can't have two porous defensive players in a starting lineup. And the Lakers suffered from that. Go ahead.
What I was going to say is the other thing that comment, the Redick comment did, is it sort of took the blame away from him, which is what a lot of people are giving it.
There. Okay, so J.J. Redick is also receiving a lot of criticism for a lot of different reasons. Number one, he's the guy that chose the unprecedented move in a playoff game of never substituting in the second half of a playoff game. He did that. And if LeBron James was out of gas by the end of Game 5, which he was, and if Luka was looking slow and laboring after falling awkwardly, he was. But this is also a guy that didn't think once to substitute. Now, you can argue, is it really a big deal? Is it not a big deal? It just speaks to a head coach who was really, really starting to lose it at the end of that series. We've already talked about and played you the audio of the pregame media availability with J.J. Redick before Game 5, when a reporter asked him, hey, you got anybody over there to help you and maybe offer some substitution suggestions? And he's like, you saying that because I'm inexperienced? And then he stormed out the room. Well, apparently his petulance was only beginning. Apparently he had a pre-game interview with the television network broadcasting the game, and he was out of his mind. Reggie Miller said during the broadcast last night that he literally had to go to J.J. Redick before the game and tell him to calm down. Dude, you got to get your stuff together. And here's what Brian Windhorst had to say.
J.J. Redick coached very immaturely in this series. He was still seething and upset about the previous games, to the point where Reggie Miller said on the broadcast last night he had to try to calm him down in the pregame meeting because JJ was acting, frankly childishly. He walked off and stormed off in the pregame session with reporters. Regardless of the question, it's not the way to start. And then he, not only did he double down on his, frankly irrational decision not to substitute for an entire half in a playoff game, he doubled down on that. And then in this game, he played a guy who hadn't played in 3 months ahead of centers that he had on his roster. He played Maxi Kleber. He had never even practiced with the Lakers. Maxi Kleber's on the court with 5 minutes to go in like a 2-possession game. That is not a rational decision. I'm sorry. I mean, I don't even know if Mark Williams was on this team, whether JJ would have played him. I suspect, in retrospect, JJ will realize he didn't put the Lakers in the best position to win.
That's interesting. In watching that game, I literally thought to myself, what is Maxi Kleber doing on the court? He has not played since January 25th, and you're putting into the game now?
Yeah, it was sort of the discard move we see from even the most veteran head coaches, where it's like, I've seen enough Jackson Hayes this year. I know exactly what he is capable of, exactly what he will give us in these minutes, and that's not going to change if I put him on the floor. So I would rather try this out or that out. But just what we're getting to here, and like Wendy mentioning the immaturity, goes back to something you asked me 2 days ago about Chris Paul as a head coach. And the thing I told you is, like, it would just drive him too crazy. I think he would go insane with how competitive of a guy he is.
I know.
And by all accounts, J.J. Redick is just as competitive as a guy like Chris Paul. And it clearly drove him nuts this year, and that's something that he's going to have to get better at, or it'll continue to affect his ability to coach like it did in this series.
All right, we're halfway through today's show. Stick around. The Bickley Blast is next. Kellen Olson in for Vinny. I am Dan Bickley. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. I'm Tyler Drake. Governor Hobbs and Supervisor Galvin hopeful on Chase Field deal as talks progress. Random things to know about the Cardinals 2025 NFL draft class. And Diamondbacks Shelby Miller earns save after Justin Martinez lands on the IL. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, homeowners, discount agents might save you a little on commission, but if your home doesn't sell or sells for far less, you'll pay a big price. Avoid this mistake and have Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, show you how to price right and attract serious buyers. Carol will even guarantee to sell your home for 100% of market value, or she'll pay the difference. Don't wait. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Hey, Wolf here from my brothers and sisters at Santan Ford. That's right, you've heard me talking about my Santan Ford F-150 and the Warrior Queens Expedition and how we are Santan Ford. Well, if you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go check out the hundreds of new and used vehicles at Santan Ford. Located at the Santan 202 in Val Vista in Gilbert, Tim Hovick and the great team at Santan Ford will take care of you. Go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 22 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Secret Clinical dominating extra stinky stress sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT. Because nothing fights sweat better. Stay fresher under pressure.
Hey, Gambo here with Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, the market's been crazy. The highs, the lows, the ups, the downs. How do investors navigate today's volatile market?
Well, obviously, we've been feeling tremendous volatility because of that word tariff. But here's what people need to do. They need to set their politics aside and don't let that add more fear to your long-term investment strategy.
Sounds reassuring, but how do you achieve that? Some people want to retire within the next year or two, and some are 15 to 20 years out.
Gambo, we're not like most other financial advisors who pick their own stocks in-house. We use multiple money managers that all see the world differently, and this will help achieve our goal of providing stability and growth to our portfolios.
So for many investors out there that are concerned, does that help limit the risk?
Well, it'll help reduce the risk. More importantly, it reduces the risk of one person, your financial advisor, messing up your whole retirement for you.
Is your portfolio in line with your personal risk tolerance? Go to AssetPreservationWealth.com for a free portfolio review.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Dbacks got it done in New York yesterday. They beat the Mets 4-2, in large part due to Zach Gallen's masterclass. 6 innings, 2 hits, 1 earned, and 8 strikeouts in the win. And Shelby Miller came in the 9th and got his first save of the season. And here was Miller on if he was ready to go in and close it down.
Wasn't told, but I had a good idea that if we were ahead, I could possibly be in there. So down in the bullpen, you always just got to be ready when your name's called, and it's kind of how I handle it today.
The Snakes will start a 3-game series with the Phillies today with Merrill Kelly on the bump, but they'll be without Justin Martinez, who was placed on the 15-day IL, and AJ Puck going on the 60-day IL. First pitch in Philly will be at 3:45 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. The Phoenix Suns front office underwent changes yesterday. The Suns have named current Vice President of Player Programming Brian Gregory the new general manager, while James Jones will shift titles to senior advisor. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
Bickley and Marotta mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
After Baxter Holmes and ESPN's investigative team swooped into Phoenix, after Robert Sarver relented and sold the team and exited stage left, I truly believed we were gifted one of the greatest reprieves in basketball history. Today, it feels just a bit different. Matt Ishbia has promoted Brian Gregory to be his next GM, a college lifer, and an assistant coach on that Michigan State team Ishbia played for, and it feels like something straight out of the Jerry Jones playbook. Hire an underqualified candidate who will be beaming with gratitude and easily controllable. It's the kind of hire that allows an owner the freedom to pull strings whenever he wants, and the kind of hire that feels like cronyism. So much wrong with this on the surface. You cannot hire from the same pool responsible for a train wreck basketball season we endured last year. You cannot task somebody with so little NBA experience with the trading of Kevin Durant. Ishbia said in a press release that Gregory has a brilliant basketball mind, but where is the evidence? What about last season screams brilliant to anybody? Because he helped draft a couple of decent rookies? Please. This is incredibly disappointing and alarming on a lot of levels because unlike Sarver, we know Ishbia will pay the cost necessary to win. We know how badly he wants to win. But the Suns are a national punchline once again, just like they were under Sarver, and the new guy still cannot see the path that leads out of darkness, hiring a proven GM and getting out of the way. Instead, Ishbia is doing exactly the opposite. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com. All right, away we go with the second half of the show. The news of the week, the news of the day. Obviously, the rumors and the speculation that became official yesterday with the promotion of Brian Gregory. We've talked about it a few different times this morning. We're both trying to wrap our heads around how this is going to work and where the brilliant is in Brian Gregory's resume.
Yeah, in the weird sort of needle in the haystack, like hitting the bullseye moment here for me is I'm never someone normally, Dan, who is going to be overly critical of a front office hire or a head coaching hire, because ultimately all of the factors that go into that, a lot of them are so far beyond their control, and you can bring in a GM who, like, let's say was an assistant GM in this place for 6 years and then was like the vice president of basketball operations over here for 5 years. That's even the type of thing where it's like, okay, what did they really do? What trades were theirs? What signings were theirs? That sort of difficulty in getting that done. Head coaching hires, similar kind of thing, where the dynamics that are out of their control don't necessarily get attributed. Like, guess what? Mike Budenholzer is a very good basketball coach. Frank Vogel is a very good basketball coach. Those are two sort of recent examples right there. But this is one that we undeniably just have to be harsh on because there are the two separate factors here that we're going to continue to bring up. One of them is that just there is no way that you can look at what Brian Gregory has done and believe that he is qualified for this job. And secondly, it is impossible to ignore the Michigan State and Matt Ishbia thing. But to start on the first point again, if the core part of his resume that we're building on that makes him qualified for this job is what he has done over the last 9 months or so. One of them at the top, even in the press release, is getting attributed to some of the drafting and the scouting they've done, namely Ryan Dunn, namely Oso Guidara. I'm going to keep bringing it up because I can't freaking believe it, is that he gets hired in June as vice president of player programming, and apparently this is the guy who led the charge, was one of the guys leading the charge in drafting Ryan Dunn, drafting Oso Guidara, within less than a month of being permanently in the front office. I'm sure that he was part of conversations before that, part of scouting before that in his consultant role that Gerald Bourguet on PHNX Sports pointed out. But all of this just produces an extreme amount of skepticism where it feels like I'm about to overdose and pass out on my skepticism that I have about the Suns right now. It's like it's overbearing at times. It really
I totally agree. I totally agree with you, and it's hard because as we have all experienced being a Suns fan over the past couple of decades, there's been a lot of trauma. There's been a lot of embarrassment. There's been a couple of teams that had a real shot at it, and we're still searching for that elusive championship. And we become quite a civic study in how in affinity to our favorite sports team in the market and getting no results, what it does to the fan base, what it does to the temperature online, how divided some of this fan base has gotten. We saw it last year when fans of Devin Booker and fans of KD would go back and forth at one another, and all of it kind of flows from the same place. What bothers me really is that Matt Ishbia wants a championship so bad that he promises multiple championships, and yet he can't bring himself to relinquish control to people who actually know how to get it done. And that's my only issue. When Joe Lacob, the owner of the Golden State Warriors, came out and said we are light years ahead of the competition, Joe Lacob got raked over the coals for saying something that arrogant, even though he had rings. And this is what I think Matt Ishbia probably doesn't fully see, is that how preposterous some of this stuff sounds with the results he's produced so far.
Another part of some worry that I have here, it's not major, to be clear. I don't necessarily believe this to be fully the case, but I have to bring it up and wonder a little bit was this necessary? And what I mean by that was, did the Suns go out and talk to Bob Myers? Did they go out and talk to some of the leading candidates for open GM jobs, and they got skepticism back in their own regard because candidates were unsure of how much control they would have in the front office? Like, that sort of thing has to come up when you have someone as underqualified as Brian Gregory is for this position to ultimately get this job. You wonder how the search went. Who did they interview? Who did they talk to? How did those guys? Because you'll remember Mike Budenholzer initially did interview for the Suns job way back in 2019 or 2018, excuse me, before Monty Williams sort of started to come in. That was Igor Kokoshkov year. He looked at the rebuild that was sort of coming and instead went to Milwaukee. But that was the thing where I believe it was Sarver who traveled to go speak with Budenholzer as well. And you wonder how much that interaction just demotivated him from being interested in the job. And that's a type of similar thing here that you have concerns about. This is just one of those things, Dan, where I can't wait to be wrong if I'm wrong about it. I hope to everything that I can hope to that we are wrong about this.
We don't know this guy. We don't know him. All we're basing this on is his resume.
That's all we can do.
Yeah. So
if it sounds like we're being unfair to him, we're trying to be as fair as we possibly can. There's just nothing for us to really go off of that would produce any sort of optimism at all in him being qualified for this job and doing a good job. So again, I want to preface, with all due respect, with everything that we are saying, we're not trying to bash this dude before we even see what he is doing. But again, with everything that he is going to be doing, we wonder if he is really the guy ultimately making those decisions because of the extra layers.
And on who did they talk to kind of thing, Gambo yesterday tweeted, yes, there were other candidates. My understanding is that 5 were considered, not all formal. Player development was the most important aspect in making the hire.
Player development at a GM position?
Yeah, I think it makes sense to some extent to target that skill set, especially with what the Suns are going to need. But something Gerald pointed out in his story as well is that this is not necessarily the team we're expecting to be building through the draft over the next couple of years. The return for Kevin Durant is going to include some level of draft picks, but from everything that we've heard and everything that's been reported, the whole pivot and reload thing, the whole draft pick quotes that Matt Ishbia had to ESPN's Tim McMahon back in March, we're not expecting this to be a situation where they're building up all of this young talent, but you hired a guy to do exactly that. And I think that's the right move, to be clear. But this has to match what they do. If they trade for Kevin Durant and they don't even get a first-round pick back, it's why did you hire the player development guy when you didn't even get more draft pick capital back? They still have some left, to be clear. But what they do this offseason and acquiring, again, let's say it's the Knicks trade that you do, and you get OG Anunoby, Mitchell Robinson, Deuce McBride, whatever. All of those are players that are already far established in the league right now. But if you do the Rockets trade and you get Reed Shepherd or you get Tari Eason or you get Jalen Green, those are guys that you can develop. And again, we're going to have to see the moves match sort of what they've been looking for. And if you go back, again, just a couple of weeks ago to the press conference and what we were told, the massive changes that were coming and what was going to be in store. This just doesn't feel like much of a change.
All right, it is National Water Safety Month. Arizona Sports and Fulton Homes reminding you that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids around water. For life-saving water safety tips and to enter to win swim lessons from the YMCA and a pool alarm from Lifebuoy, text SWIM, SWIM, to 620-620. When we come back, we'll stick around on the Suns, the legacy of James Jones. What will it be? Kellen Olson, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for Dbacks Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, how about another reason to want a Ford Bronco? Yep, Paul Calvese here for our Arizona Ford dealers. It is Bronco Wild Fun Days in Flagstaff at Overland Expo West, Fort Tuttle County Park, May 16th through the 18th. Brought to us by our Arizona Ford dealers. They'll be sponsoring the Kids Adventure Area, featuring Bronco Base Camp, action-packed fun with activities, games, and a chance to win a 2025 Ford Bronco Big Bend Ding. Make it a double ding, because we've talked about how committed they are to the preservation of the environment and what they call treading lightly, that they've created the Bronco Wild Fund, a chance to make a positive impact on Mother Nature, and, by the way, celebrate the 60th anniversary of the Ford Bronco. The Bronco Wild Fund is supporting 60 community cleanups in 2025 to help leave no trace. Get more info at Bronco Base Camp. Again, all the adventure starts with Bronco Wild Fun Days, Overland Expo West in Flagstaff, May 16th through the 18th, and it's brought to us by our Arizona Ford dealers.
Starting on May 9th, celebrate Mexican Heritage Weekend presented by Coors Light. Get your tickets now at dbacks.com/Mex.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
That pause was 2 seconds. Far too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
Hi, I'm Jay Arthur, the current president of Drowning Prevention Coalition of Arizona and a retired captain with the Phoenix Fire Department. We had a devastating 2024 with 19 children under the age of 5 die in water-related incidents. It was the most in the last 10 years. The majority of these children at the time were not involved in swimming-related activity, but still made it to an unsecured body of water from inside the home in just seconds. One way to keep our children alive in 2025 is to install high, hard-to-reach approved locks and audible alarms on doors and windows that lead to the pool and spa area. It's a very inexpensive way to protect your most prized possession, your child.
KTAR News. Arizona Sports and Fulton Homes want to remind you that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off of kids near water. To learn more, visit Fulton2seconds.com.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. What can we expect from the Phoenix Suns in the Brian Gregory era? The Burns and Gambo Show, and it starts at straight up 2 o'clock.
All right, before we move on to James Jones, here's a headline, interesting headline out of Yahoo Sports. Bob Myers hints at being unable to work with Matt Ishbia as possible Phoenix Suns general manager. I've read through the story, and what it's pivoting on is a quote where he told Frank Isola on his NBA podcast that, quote, "I can only do it my way, and if I can't do it that way, I couldn't do it," end quote. So they're building that off of a single quote. For what it's worth, I bring it up because you mentioned something that, in fairness to Matt Ishbia, I need to say right now.
Go ahead.
And that is, it's very, very possible that he did go search for an established general manager and maybe found people who said, no, not interested, maybe not interested because of the lack of flexibility, the lack of assets, the short-term outlook, whatever. So that is a possibility.
And the do it my way thing of Bob Myers, which we also touched on, might be like, well, I want to live in Los Angeles and do this remotely kind of thing. And then said, all right, well, that's not going to work.
And Ishbia has proven in the last 2 years that he is able to get some of these more high-profile names, Frank Vogel, Mike Budenholzer being them and the head coaches. But you do wonder, again, if we're spiraling towards that situation where, like, remember how big of a deal it was when the Suns hired Monty Williams, because we're like, wow, they got like a top-of-the-line sort of candidate here. They paid him all the money that a guy like this sort of needs. And we're wondering sort of where that balancing act sort of lies, but it's no surprise to hear him that because he's been too successful with what he did in Golden State to listen to anyone else but himself with the major decisions.
Without a doubt. And that is why I was a big advocate of him, because that would be proof that Matt Ishbia isn't about the control, that if he's got the right candidate, here you go, make it happen.
It's like Jerry Jones when he brought in Bill Parcells, or if he would have brought in Bill Belichick.
Yeah, it's right. It's right.
It's finally like saying, like, okay, you can have it, you could do it, you're worthy of it.
Do it your way, but even that didn't last very long.
Right.
So
it might not have worked anyway.
And that's just the fundamental issue that we're kind of hovering around. All right. So the legacy of James Jones, because you said something very interesting earlier today. James Jones is being moved to a senior advisory role. Whether he stays in that job, I'm assuming he is.
That's what I was going to just, before we started in the legacy, is it surprising that he's not going, like, why does he keep staying with this organization?
It'll be a matter of time.
You think so?
He's too successful and too well like not to go somewhere else.
Because that's what it's lesser and lesser roles each year. It feels like they're taking power slowly away from him. You would think he would have a shot at a real GM role or something with another team, with his reputation and with his relationship with players still in front office and stuff.
Okay, yes. The fact that he's been just kind of moved along to a senior advisory role, I don't know whether it's out of respect or it's an admission that you didn't really screw this up. James Jones, if he did anything poorly in the last couple of years, it would be being too collaborative, working too much with the owner rather than trying to establish guardrails. Again, this is my opinion. I'm not stating this as fact. But as Kellen pointed out, there was a time during Robert Sarver's tenure where the Suns had bottomed out. They truly had become the laughingstock of the NBA.
Goat feces.
Oh, exactly. The goat feces, the selling off draft picks, the Kurt Thomas thing.
Firing Earl Watson.
Exactly. All of
There's nothing worse than goat defecation.
Exactly.
There it is.
But James Jones was the guy who came into the breach, earned enough trust with Robert Sarver to get him to relent and hire a real coach with a real 5-year contract, and that was Monty Williams, and that led to the regeneration of our basketball team.
Yeah, where I'll start with James is just what he did when he got in here and how we're going to inevitably compare that to what Brian Gregory does. And here's what I mean. At the time, I myself was very critical of what the Phoenix Suns were doing, and my antennas, as I said earlier, perked up, and I started to be very concerned because what James Jones did is he showed a clear disinterest in what was proper value for what he wanted to get done. Because you'll remember he traded TJ Warren for basically nothing. He traded Josh Jackson, attached to him DeAnthony Melton, who at the time was clearly going to be like a good rotation player in the league, but attached Melton and more to Josh Jackson just to get rid of him. He traded down from 6 to 11, but still took Cam Johnson way too high. But by trading down, got Dario Saric, and he was right on all of those moves because the guys that he cleared out, the guys that he brought in, were his types of players and sort of helped build up that foundation. That's where you look at like the Ricky Rubios of the world, the Aaron Baineses of the world, where they got their types of guys, their types of professionals in to sort of reset and, again, just give them some stabilization and have them sort of operating like a real, true franchise with what they were doing on the floor. And that's where I think James's legacy should ultimately land. You can point at all the moves they've done over the last couple of years. You can look at some of the whiff draft picks, for example. There's only really one, but Jalen Smith was a really big one. And then at the time we were talking about Tyrese Halliburton there, we were talking about Desmond Bane. There is real possibilities. You can look through some of the other trades that didn't work out. I think that ultimately the way that the DeAndre Ayton entire thing panned out, not only drafting him over Luka Doncic, but also going as far as messing up his contract negotiations in a way where you set yourself up in this volatile position where you lost a year of his value and then you waited a year too long to trade him because you waited that extra year, and then you do the Yusuf Nurkic trade, which was just sort of like a more to get rid of DeAndre and then to acquire Yusuf Nurkic, but then Nurkic turns into his own albatross where you have to get rid of him and attach a first-round pick to him. So there's plenty of reasons to be critical of him, don't get me wrong, but what he did in the first 2-3 years, even taking the finals out of it, just getting them back on track as they needed to be as an organization should ultimately be where his legacy lies, in my opinion.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. James Jones, I've said this repeatedly, and part of me feels bad for him because when this team was up 2-0 on the Bucks in the NBA Finals, and it looked like they had that series and the Bucks team in a stranglehold, he was 2 games away from doing the impossible, coming into Phoenix with a tight-fisted owner on a strict budget, playing by those parameters, yet still nearly building mostly a homegrown championship in Phoenix, Arizona. And convincing Monty Williams was step 1, and then bringing Chris Paul was step 2, and then everything, the growth of the Twins and the fun, the joyousness, how the community related to that team. That would have been the perfect team to have ended our collective misery. You know what I mean? Someday I believe an NBA championship will come to Phoenix. I don't know when that will be. I hope AI was wrong when they predicted it was 2078?
Yeah, something like that.
Right? That team would have been the perfect team for us to celebrate. That would have been like the lifetime championship.
Remember the feeling of that finals run and then all the next season when they had 60, like every game became an event again.
Yeah.
When they were in 64 games and you did blast about how you never saw a connection between the players and the community. The feeling we had then that went away so quickly in the next couple of years.
It was insane, and I still haven't reconciled that. It quite literally was the most connected basketball team I have ever seen in my life. And again, not to flex here, but I covered Michael Jordan in Chicago. I have never seen a team vibe around each other the way that team did for a while, and then it all went away.
Yeah, and that's because of the guys that James targeted. He found like similar-minded sort of individuals. Yeah. He found the right veterans to bring in. I think like the way Jay Crowder went out, there's still like explanation there left to be done in terms of what happened with him and him sitting out. But he was the perfect guy. He might be my favorite player I've ever covered. Just watching him play because the details and the little things he was the best at. Like he was the best guy I've ever seen at like off-ball defense. All these like really particular things that clearly rubbed off on Devin Booker and Mikal Bridges and Cam Johnson. And Mikal and Cam were guys who came into the league with an incredible amount of maturity that James was able to identify in those kids as well, that he was able to identify that Chris Paul at the time, remember when that trade went down, we were like, yeah, this kind of makes sense for the Suns, but remember who Chris Paul was before that. He was seen as an albatross in Houston and was seen as a guy where he's going to blow up your locker room. Everything is going to go incredibly wrong. And that's not really how things ended in Phoenix, to be clear. And James knew that him and Book were similarly minded individuals and that Chris would bring the best out of Book, which he did. And vice versa. Book got Chris some of the best years of his career once New Orleans and the Clippers sort of faded away. So he, again, I think deserves a ton of credit. We can sit here and quibble about how the last couple of years went, how much of that was really him, how much of it wasn't. Even if you want to put it all directly on him, everything that went wrong,
no, you
the
can't.
last 3 years, even if you want to do that, he still deserves more credit for how the first couple of years went, especially with the job that he was taking over.
There's no doubt about it. He was the lynch. He was the one that laid the whole foundation for that great run we had, and unfortunately seems like a million miles away at this point in time. All right, do you feel better about the Diamondbacks as they head into Philly? We do. We'll explain next. Kellen Olson in for Vinny. I'm Dan Bickley. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Suns make some front office changes.
Brian Gregory has been named general manager, and James Jones will transition to the role of senior advisor for the Suns. Brian Gregory has ties to Michigan State and Matt Ishbia, but he also has a lot of experience as a head coach. He was the head coach at Dayton. He was the head coach at Georgia Tech. He was the head coach at South Florida.
We talk Suns front office changes on the home of the Suns. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW and Trust Matters. This is especially true when making a big purchase. Reputation matters. That's especially true when you are buying a new car. Trust and reputation, two pillar-like reasons why you should shop at Chapman BMW if you're in the market for a new ride. Make it the ride of your life. That's what you'll get from my friends at Chapman BMW. This is a family-owned business since 1958. It's a rarity in today's corporate automotive world, and they do things different in all the best ways. Go to either of their two locations. You'll feel it the minute you walk into both locations. As one of their young techs once told me, there's greatness in the DNA of every car they sell at Chapman BMW. They've got a great reputation for making luxury attainable, which means driving off in a new BMW not as out of reach as you might think. Great reputation for elite customer service, elite handling and service that you are going to receive. You become part of the Chapman family when you buy from Chapman BMW. You also have a friend in the business, and you should take advantage of this. Go take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations. He ensures that every listener of Arizona Sports is going to get the very best price, the very best deal you are going to find in the state of Arizona. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. Two great locations, one great experience.
Every day, helping, caring, supporting. Every day at APS, we're here to provide payment assistance programs to customers in need. We recognize how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. Our energy support program offers eligible customers discounts of up to 25 or 60% every month. Pay down your bill with crisis bill assistance and other programs and resources. Learn how you can get help with your bill at aps.com/brighter.
Tim Lee, founder of Moving Team 6.
And we're in the people business, right? I mean, a service business is a people business. So it's all about relationships. It's the relationships from our customers, and it's the relationships from our staff and our team that cares about those customers. My business model has always been give the customer more than what they pay for. And if you can do that, you'll never fail.
Built on ethics and service. MovingTeam6.com. Your move is our mission.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. If you're having plumbing problems, we've got you covered. My plumbing technicians are the best in the business. That's why we've been voted Arizona's #1 ranked company for more than a decade. Whether you've got clogged drains, drippy faucets, need a new water heater, or even a full house repipe, Precision does it all. So make the Precision decision today and call us at 602-765-PIPE.
Precision decision with Precision Air.
At Rocket, we believe everyone deserves their shot at the American dream. So if you're feeling locked out of home ownership, we're here to give you back the keys. We're opening doors, breaking down walls, and doing everything we can to turn renters into owners. And we're not going to stop until we help everyone home. To find out more, visit rocket.com. Rocket, own the dream.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-837-5050. That's 800-837-5050. 800-837-5050.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs beat the Mets 4-2 and won the series yesterday thanks to a Zach Gallen dominant performance. 6 innings, 2 hits, 1 earned, and 8 strikeouts in the win. And Shelby Miller came in the 9th and got his first save of the season. The Snakes will start a 3-game series with the Phillies today with Merrill Kelly on the mound, but without both Justin Martinez, who's placed on the 15-day IL, and AJ Puck on the 60-day IL. First pitch in Philly will be at 3:45 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. The Phoenix Suns front office underwent changes yesterday. The Suns have named current Vice President of Player Programming Brian Gregory the new general manager, while James Jones will shift titles to senior advisor. And around the association, Jalen Brunson broke the hearts of Piston fans last night with a dagger 3 to help the Knicks advance to round 2. And James Harden and the Clippers forced a Game 7 after a 111-105 win in LA. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. Was the Arizona Diamondbacks series win over the New York Mets a turning point for the Snakes? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Swinging a jam shot grounder to short. Perdomo charging, has it, throws to first. In time, got him, and that's your ball game. D-backs win it by a final score of 4-2. And they come into Queens and they take 2 of 3 from baseball's best in the New York Mets.
Said coming into the segment, you feel a little better about this baseball team, because I do. Yesterday's game, the last 2 games in particular, coming on the heels of that first game in New York when the Mets just pummeled the Diamondbacks and Eduardo Rodriguez. I was a little bit worried about where the season was going. I feel a little bit better about things now because yesterday's game kind of felt gritty. It marked the first time in 8 years that the Diamondbacks have won a series in that stadium, a place Zach Gallen had called a house of horrors for us. And more profoundly and much more importantly, it was day 1 of their new bullpen reality. Life without AJ Puck, who won't be back until July. Life without Justin Martinez, who reportedly underwent his MRI yesterday. And as the Diamondbacks try to find out and investigate the root of this mysterious drop in velocity. So because of all those factors, because of Zach Gallen stepping up and giving the team 6 really good innings, because the bullpen got through 7, 8, and 9 without coughing up the lead, even though Jared's guy, the Gink, made it a little bit interesting. And then for Shelby Miller to come in and look as good as he did as a closer, good stuff, I thought, all the way around.
Especially with the start of this stretch that this is going to be. Tuesday began basically 2 straight weeks of baseball that the Diamondbacks are going to be playing against the best teams in their league. This 3-game series in Queens against the Mets. Then you've got the 3-game series beginning today that is in Philly against the Phillies. 3 more at home against the Mets before 4 at home against the Dodgers, and then 3 in the Bay against the surging San Francisco Giants. So this was a period where we're about a month into the season, a little after a month into the season, and we're going to get a true indication of sort of where this baseball team sort of stands. The big boost coming this weekend we're expecting is at some point Ketel Marte is going to return. He posted on social media yesterday that he is indeed in Philly. That was sort of indicated to Sports Illustrated's Jack Summers. He was told by Ketel, just basically confirming that he was going to be there. Is he going to play? When's he going to be activated? Don't know, but that is sort of the surge that this team needs as their starting pitching is starting to come together rather nicely. I did not think Corbin Burns still looked like Corbin Burns on Wednesday, but hey, he gave up 1 earned run. I'm complaining far too much if I'm making that the big deal as opposed to the actual production. Zach Gallen looked like Zach Gallen yesterday. Erod has really been the only serious bump in the road over the last couple of weeks. And then you've got Merrill Kelly going today, who has been great this year, even though when you're watching him on an inning-to-inning at-bat basis, there's a little bit of slippage there that you're seeing, but he's pitched 6 innings or more in 3 of his last 4 over his last 4 starts in general, 6 earned runs in 23 and 2/3 innings. His ERA sits mid-4s, but that's because of the 9 earned runs he gave up in his second start. In his first start, he only gave up an earned run as well. So he's been pretty darn good this year, and the rotation might start turning into what we expect it to be.
Yeah, exactly. Zach Gallen called yesterday's outing, I think, the second best of the season. His second start of the season was terrific. He was very much in control yesterday. Great mix of fastball, curveball. Great job of attacking hitters and getting ahead in the count. Great job of limiting his pitch count so he could get through 6 innings fairly easily. The bullpen, if this was a preview of what's to come, Shelby Miller as a potential closer. He was asked what it felt like to pitch that 9th inning.
I think anything like kind of high leverage, when we're ahead, big innings, there's more adrenaline definitely than when you're like behind. So, like 7th, 8th ahead, that's some adrenaline, but I think closing games is probably the most for sure.
Shelby Miller, by the way, is going to join us today at 9:15 live from Philadelphia.
Oh.
So, yeah, they surprised you, huh?
You surprised me. I'm excited to talk to
yeah,
Shelby
so
Miller, see how he's doing. Can I get a request from everyone on the show right
Sure,
now?
absolutely.
Jarrett, Sammy,
Yeah.
Dan, can everyone just brace for impact? Everyone grab something here really quick.
All
Ready?
right.
Jarrett, you over there? You settled? You good? Locked in? You don't really look like you're into this bit, but I'm going to keep doing it.
I don't know
anyway.
where
I
you're
might
going
even
with this,
prolong
but
it now.
go.
Yeah.
Scott McGuff might pitch today.
Oh.
All right, everyone just
Okay. Could be rough McGuff, could be tough McGuff.
Everything's going to be okay. Your pal Kel's telling you that. He wouldn't lie to you. Shelby
pal
Miller's
Kel.
pitched back-to-back days.
Uh-huh.
So is the Gink. So is Ryan Thompson. Jalen Beeks also pitched on Wednesday. You've got a fresh Juan Murillo. You've got a fresh Jose Castillo, who was the lefty recently called up. A fresh Ryan Nelson. And you've got a fresh Scott McGuff.
What's Merrill Kelly's pitch count today? His arm better get loose
this
now.
Would be a great time for him to go 7 innings.
Maybe it'll be a blowout.
Yeah,
It won't matter.
No cramping today. How about that?
Since when you brought up the Gink,
Yeah.
we posted the video yesterday, Bickley_Murata, of me doing my ginky thing.
Don't refer to it as that ever again, please.
But it is a video. It is of only me. You could see it right now, just going crazy doing the Gink. Okay. So lots of response, lots of retweets and likes and everything. But one of the persons, whose name is Murray Kyler, said, Grok, which is the AI for X. Grok, please explain what the hell this is. This is what the brilliant Elon Musk's AI said. Said, hey, Murray Kyler, that video from Bickley Murata features Kevin Ginkel, a relief pitcher from the Arizona Diamondbacks. He's in a radio studio, likely discussing his return from a shoulder injury. Fun fact, Ginkel's known for his wild shirts, like the colorful one in this video. And he's a University of Arizona alum, a local favorite. Hope that clears things up.
It's just great branding by you, that the robots can pick up on what you're about.
Kevin Ginkel.
Oh, sorry.
So
Excuse me.
Yeah,
It like mishmashed me for Kevin Ginkel.
Wow.
So
Kevin
there you go.
Ginkel's day just got even worse.
AI, well, yeah.
If you
AI
could
really.
dislike this bit anymore, you just
Yeah.
made that possible somehow. There you go.
So Kevin Ginkel, even though Kevin Ginkel made things a little too interesting yesterday, the fact that he was able to rally and strike out Mark Vientos and Brandon Nimmo to escape that inning, and he was jacked.
That energy is undeniable. You
Yeah,
need that
that's
energy
it.
somewhere on any team, and he's the guy
That's
who
it.
brings that energy for sure. Shelby, much more like calm demeanor that we're going to
Mhm.
be speaking with later in the program. Ryan Thompson sort of more to himself in that own regard, but you need that fire every now and then, and the Gink brings it as much as possible.
Yeah, no doubt about it. So yeah, the schedule does get tougher, but maybe sometimes this is what a baseball team needs to kind of lock in. And what we've seen the last couple of games kind of, as you said earlier, kind of resembles the methodology that we have been sold, that they want to employ to win baseball games.
Yeah, and this is a Phillies team that isn't necessarily found its own stabilizing thing that you would expect from a team that didn't really do much this offseason except bring in Jesus Luzardo. They just pretty much brought back their excellent baseball team for the last couple of years and brought it in. They're on a current run right now where they won 4 out of 5, lost 5 straight, and then have now won 4 of their last 5. Again, they're 17th in ERA, 12th in OPS this year, so they haven't been dominant as a pitching staff, dominant with their bats as well. But I will say with that ERA, 5th in starter ERA, as we expect, one of the best rotations in baseball, but they're 26th in bullpen ERA. So keep an eye on the bullpens today. specifically because we know Arizona is not going to have their number 1, number 2, or number 3 option pitching, I would expect. And there is no number 1, number 2, or number 3 option for the Phillies right now.
I wonder if the Phillies are still stung by what the D-backs did to them in the NLCS a couple years ago, winning games 6 and 7 there. I wonder if that manifests itself in any way in this series.
I think it has to have some like residual effect always, right? Like when you watch Luka play the Suns, it's like obviously you remember not getting picked by these guys. Obviously you remember what he believed to be like front running when he was talked and everything. And we do sort of see that layer there. I would even go as far as like you remember when the Suns swept the Nuggets and swept Nikola Jokic when he was there. You can tell that he still takes a little bit of that to heart, which he should.
Right, exactly. All right, coming up on the other side, another big night in the association tonight. Game 6, Rockets-Warriors. We'll tell you about that and other NBA happenings on the other side. Kellen Olson in for Vinny. I'm Dan Bickley. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to Dbacks play-by-play.
3-2 swung on. That's it high. Deep to left.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay, things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
May 5th through the 11th. Get close to the future legends in women's golf. The Carlisle, Arizona Women's Golf Classic returns to TPC Scottsdale's Champions Course. Brought to you by Carlisle Companies. The biggest purse on the Epson Tour means the best in women's golf will be here. May 5th through the 11th at TPC Scottsdale's Champions Course. Go to CarlisleLPGA.com for tickets. Be there for the best.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Something new is happening at Cox.
Now the price of your Cox Internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want, like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
Come on. I'm burning. Come on. Come on.
Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
Why'd you dunk it? Right in his face.
Another night, another playoff game. You gotta love the NBA playoffs, right, Jarrett? Right, Jarrett? Are you complaining that these things are taking too long?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, of course.
I'm so happy that Cleveland-Miami was a best-of-7 series.
Okay, you use that as an example, but it's the 1-8 series have never been amazing.
Correct. So let's make sure we get 20 teams in the playoffs then, because the 1-8s are not even good. Let's make sure we get 9 and 10.
You're such a hater, Jarrett.
I am.
This is very curmudgeon activity. The first round has been incredible.
It has been
I love
amazing.
it. I absolutely love it. So tonight you've got a Rockets-Warriors game. The Rockets, obviously, a team that we have been talking about in the context of a possible Kevin Durant trade. In Game 5 of that series, Steve Kerr pulled his starters with about 5 minutes to go in the third quarter. They had been down by as many as 29 points, and the Warriors bench came in, made the game relatively respectable to the point where the national broadcasters were kind of imploring Steve Kerr to get his starters back in the game. Steve Kerr didn't do that. Now, you roll the dice on that, but the outcome of that is you got to win tonight.
There's an interesting, within inside baseball, sort of within basketball thing that developed over the course of this game that became the spotlight of the post-game press conferences afterwards. And essentially what was happening was legally, according to the rules of defense and playing defense in the NBA, when you are defending a shooter, you are allowed to make contact with their hand at a certain point. Steph Curry, since January, has been laboring somewhat, getting better some nights, then not getting better other nights with a right thumb injury. It appears that Houston is very intentionally making contact with that thumb as much as they possibly can. And this is something where within the rules it's right, but it's clearly something going on. So we've got example number 3,475,645 of the Warriors complaining about something during their playoff run. I agree with it somewhat, to be clear, but it's ridiculous how this always finds a way to happen. Here is Steve Kerr on the dumb loophole, as he called it.
You know, the rule, the NBA, is once the shot has been released, you're allowed to hit the guy's arm. And so what's happened in the league this year is players always they're going to outsmart, the rules. They know what they're doing. So players all over the league are just taking shots at guys' shooting hands after release because they know it's not going to be a foul. And I'm very confident that next year the league will fix it because it's only a matter of time before somebody, breaks a thumb or breaks a hand or whatever. But these are the rules. I do believe they're allowed to call a flagrant if they want. The refs could call a flagrant if the guy winds up and takes a shot. But no, it's been happening across the league all year long. It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. But we have to take it through the league process to get that changed, and that'll probably happen this summer, I would guess.
It's just always that last bit there, Dan,
Yeah,
and just
yeah,
the
right,
extra
right.
fire that Steve Kerr provides. Before we get to this, I wanted to include this because it's just great. What do you expect Dylan Brooks to say when he's asked about this? Dylan Brooks. Think about Dylan Brooks as a basketball player. So, hey, Dylan, are you purposefully trying to re-injure Steph Curry's thumb?
No, I've been playing the game. Shoot. If you're going to come play the game injured or whatever you got, it's all about the game. If I had an injured ankle, I would attack that ankle every single time. So, whatever they're saying on the broadcast, they can keep saying it.
Interesting. He certainly didn't run away from that. And Steve Kerr said the whole thing is called high-fiving. The action of hitting a shooter's hand after he releases the ball, which, as Steve Kerr said, is somehow allowed in the NBA. Dylan Brooks making it clear that, yeah, maybe I am doing that. You're just going to have to find out. Hey,
You're just going to have to keep watching. Here's Steph on the status of his thumb.
Cold. It's just something you're dealing with, and you keep it moving. As long as I can play. You got to rap for a reason, but that's it.
So this is going to be a big night. This is going to be a big test for the Houston Rockets if they can win in a building like Golden State's home arena.
Let's go Warriors, right? Is that what we're thinking still?
I'm thinking still.
As Suns fans, that's what you should be rooting for. Yes, 100%. Because I think that the further the Rockets make it, the more they believe that they won't need to make any major changes. But if you come up short this early, again, after being the 2 seed, after clearly being the second best regular season team in the Western Conference, that you need more of a push. And I think it's incredibly easy to look at a very young core and think, oh, we have our best years ahead of us. We can look at this 3 years in the future, 5 years in the future, and we're going to be set. These guys are all going to get better. We've seen how many times teams have done that, and little has materialized. For example, the Memphis Grizzlies 5 years ago were the talk of the league. It's like, look at what they're doing. They nailed this draft pick. They nailed that draft pick. They nailed the draft pick. They did, and then they went on to win one playoff series over 5 years.
But don't we do want the Rockets, though, to think that they are good enough that they are Kevin Durant away from a championship.
Winning 50-plus games should do
That's
that,
good
right?
enough.
Yeah.
So even losing 6 games in the first round is still fine.
You lose to the Warriors. It's not like you're losing to every other kind of team. You're losing to a team with like a lot of pedigree, a lot of they are on the rise, because if you were to reseed these teams based on how they finished after the trade deadline with where Jimmy Butler has sort of inserted himself into this series. But it's going to be interesting to see if the script continues. What I mean by that, to bring up Memphis, you guys might remember a couple of years ago when the Warriors won a championship, they lost by 55 in Memphis. They played whoop that trick. They did all this kind of stuff in Memphis. And then Golden State did what we expected, which is they handled business in Game 6. It was all a mirage. The game that you were referring to and the situation you were referring to and not bringing in the starters, it was very reminiscent of that time, mostly the same team or mostly the same identity, I should put it as. So I'm curious to see if that follows the script. I hope it doesn't. I want to see another Game 7, baby.
Some breaking NBA news. I don't know if you saw.
I did see this.
Okay.
Are you playing a sounder?
No, it's not that big, but because it was sort of a slow.
Popovich is stepping down as head coach of the San Antonio Spurs. He is going to become the team president on a full-time basis.
And he didn't really coach this year that much because of health reasons.
And he's 76. It's about time.
Right.
Yeah.
But it is a start of a new era in San Antonio. Another team potentially to look at it, Kevin Durant, especially if Giannis becomes available and takes up some of the.
How about another team hiring a new head coach? And how do you look past, if you're trying to offer what you're trying to offer to Suns in terms of the hot new young assistants on the rise or whoever exactly they're looking to target? How do you overcome what Denver can offer in getting to coach Nikola Jokic and what the Spurs more so can offer in the start of the Victor Wembanyama era, really? Because
unless you just think they're going to keep the guy they had as the interim coach this year.
Did they say that with the report?
No.
Yet? Okay. Interim basis, so we'll see what they do. That guy's certainly going to be under consideration. I say that guy, by the way, disrespectfully doing so. I apologize for that, but unfamiliar. Oh, what's his name exactly?
Mitch Johnson.
Mitch Johnson. Okay, I was mixing him up and Johnny Bryan in my head. I couldn't put it together. The old 50-50 lost it there. But I'm curious to see if Johnson is prominently involved in their search, if they just give him the job. He did a decent job. The Spurs were very close to being in the range of where we expected them to be before injuries really mounted up. But that's another position to keep in mind in terms of the open head coaching positions around the league.
All right, so Colin, I want to ask you this. So we've got Oklahoma City awaiting the winner of Denver and the Clippers.
They finished on Saturday. They've been waiting for quite a while.
But that's the way you do it. You four and done is what you do in the first round. If you're interested in winning a championship, then you're going to have what we think will be the Warriors and the Timberwolves. What is the best scenario for the NBA playoffs in terms of matchups going forward? The East is pretty much where everyone thought it was going to be. Cavs and Pacers, Celtics, Knicks. Celtics, Knicks obviously is going to be a ratings bonanza. There's a lot of people who don't think the Knicks can hang with the Celtics. And every game they've played up to this point would suggest they cannot hang with the Celtics.
Yeah, I think the money matchup that they were looking for, not just for nostalgia, but just for the basketball series as well, and the teams matching up, was Lakers-Warriors. That's obviously what they were rooting for in the second round, what anyone would be rooting for in their position where you're trying to make as much money as you possibly can off this playoff run. It's instead the Timberwolves who will likely face the Warriors. I don't really see a marquee sort of matchup after that. I think you can talk yourself into some narratives with the Thunder and the Warriors matching up for sure. You can do Ant versus Shai Gilgeous-Alexander to see who comes out over there. Nuggets, Clippers, I don't really see anything producing headlines from that. I think ultimately you just wish the Knicks were more competitive, and the reason why they're severely looked at as underdogs in this series is because they have not beat marquee competition all year. I believe the stat was like they did not beat the Cavs in the regular season. They did not beat the Celtics in the regular season. I want to say OKC was the third team as well that they struggled against. Cavs aren't really going to bring the headlines, nor the Pacers. So it's one of those where we're getting fantastic basketball, but in terms of the marquee sort of headlining stuff, again, I wish Knicks Celtics was going to be as competitive as Knicks Pistons, but I don't think it's going to be that way.
But what we are getting in the East, Jarrett, John Halliburton will not be at the Pacers games.
I saw that.
Yeah, how about that?
Smart. Why? What happened?
By him. Smart move.
Why? What happened?
What happened?
I'm just kidding.
Okay. All right.
Obviously, we know why.
Yeah, of course. I wasn't sure what you were getting at there, Jarrett. Yeah, no, listen, I think the Anthony Edwards emerging as the face of the NBA. I heard a stat yesterday from our guy Frank Isola that in the past 10 years, Rudy Gobert ranks fourth in the NBA in most wins. He has more wins in the last 10 years than LeBron James.
Wow.
Yeah.
Rudy Gobert's legacy.
You forget Utah was like a number 1 seed one of those years.
Yeah. That's so. I would have never ever thought that. Interesting.
See, you can win with Rudy Gobert.
All right, Sammy, it's the 9 o'clock hour on a Friday. You psyched? You're almost done, bro. Social studies coming up on the other side. Shelby Miller to join us in the 9 o'clock hour. Don't miss a minute. Kellen Olson, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I don't think the playoffs were a realistic goal in 2023.
Yeah.
The thing that's different now is the schedule, if you keep on that current trajectory, is you're a playoff team in 2025. And that's a barrier. You got to break in and be one of the top teams in your conference and actually make the playoffs. And we're not going to know if they can do it until they do it.
This is the year. This is it. They've been building for this year. Year 1, year 2, and here it is, year 3. This is a playoff season for the Arizona Cardinals. This is a playoff season or bust.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation. That's why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. When one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from an insurance company. He called Sweet James. The attorneys at Sweet James helped him get the medical care he needed so he can recover as quickly as possible and get on that bike again. They then fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. If you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, skill, and resources to win the most for you. The compensation is a huge part of that, but it's also about compassion, care, and justice. Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small. That's why they win 98% of the time. They can win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-million. They can't guarantee the outcome, but make sure to have them on your side. 800-9-million, 800-900-0000, or sweetjames.com.
Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that.
Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Worried about your battery and the heat? We get it. You don't want to get stranded somewhere with a car that feels like an oven. We've got you covered at AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination. Our free battery testing and charging service can help. And if you need a battery, we'll help you find a new one, no problem. Power through with free battery testing and charging at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Dbacks beat the Mets yesterday in the Big Apple 4-2 and won the series, thanks to Zach Gallen's masterclass of a performance. 6 innings, 2 hits, 1 earned, and 8 strikeouts in the win. And Shelby Miller came in the 9th and got his first save of the season. The Diamondbacks will start a 3-game series with the Phillies today, with Merrill Kelly on the mound, but without both Justin Martinez, who is placed on the 15-day IL, and A.J. Puck on the 60-day IL. First pitch in Philly will be at 3:45 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. The Phoenix Suns front office underwent some changes yesterday. The Suns have named current Vice President of Player Programming Brian Gregory the new general manager, while James Jones will shift titles to senior advisor. Elsewhere around the association, Jalen Brunson broke the hearts of Piston fans last night with a dagger 3 to help the Knicks advance to round 2, and James Harden and the Clippers forced a Game 7 after a 111-105 win in Los Angeles. This report is brought to you by Waste Connections of Arizona. Waste Connections of Arizona wants to take time to thank our veterans. Waste Connections of Arizona, proud to serve you and proud of the people that have served us. Online at wasteconnections.com/Arizona.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
9 o'clock, we bring you Social Studies. It's sort of a sampling of social media. I wonder what kind of questions Jared Carlin has prepared today. Take it away, Sammy.
Yeah, we've got some actually pretty good thought-provoking ones, but if you want to get in on the action, be sure to follow us at Bickley_Murata on X, at Bickley and Murata on Blue Sky, Facebook, and Instagram, and we are live on YouTube at Arizona Sports if you want to see the beautiful faces behind the microphones. And so we start with the Phoenix Suns. They announced yesterday that they are promoting Brian Gregory to GM and keeping Josh Bartelstein in his current position and reassigning James Jones to a senior advisor. So we asked, fill in the blank. The Suns promoting Gregory to GM, keeping Bartelstein in his position, and reassigning James Jones made me think what?
Made me think of Robert Sarver, unfortunately.
Wow.
Yeah, and again, this is, as I said in the blast, I, more than anybody, with the battles I fought with the previous owner as by far his most consistent critic, I thought that this sports town, because as I've said many, many times, a bad owner can sink a sports town for eternity. And I thought that's what we had in Phoenix. And for him to be forced to leave the premises and sell the team. I thought it was the greatest break we have ever had. And then when I met Matt Ishbia, and I'm like, oh my goodness, a billionaire who wants to spend and spend and spend, a guy that's been part of a championship team, I couldn't have been more excited. This kind of a hire is exactly what Robert Sarver would have done. I'm hoping Brian Gregory works out. As I said in my column today, I am going to give him the grace and the space to prove me wrong. But this is exactly from the playbook of what a meddling owner does, and that's what's got me scared.
Just made me immediately skeptical because of the plan that Matt Ishbia kind of took us through a couple weeks ago and the change that he was talking about making. This is a change. It's going to change the way the dynamics work to some degree and who is inside of those dynamics, but an internal hire and one that just does not have a resume to be an NBA general manager that would be pointed out without the Michigan State links as well. So it just made me skeptical of something that I was open to seeing, like, okay, how's this offseason going to go? How is all this change going to go? Not a great start.
Yeah, it made Justin Prestegard, he said, this feels like a new season of the show Succession. I don't know if you've seen that show. Great show.
Yep.
It made Jay Hastings think of Jerry Jones. I don't know if you want to be in the same sentence as that. And it made Brandon Riviera, it made him think that the homie got a hookup somewhere. Which, hey, you never know. Our next question is in regards to the Suns' offseason. So which offseason move is more critical and important to get perfectly right? Is it the Kevin Durant trade, or is it the next head coach hiring?
To me, there's no question. It's nailing the Kevin Durant trade. As Kellen has pointed out very well the last couple of days, this is going to determine what the next 5 to 10 years are going to look like. It all starts with what you get back from the Kevin Durant trade, and they got to nail it.
I'll really focus on the wording of the question and go with perfectly right, and I think I'll go head coaching hire because with the Kevin Durant trade, if you get like 90% of what you're supposed to get in a Kevin Durant trade from a value perspective, that's fine. But if there's something to absolutely nail, it's the head coaching hire. So to to the wording, get perfectly right. If they hire like the next great young head coach, I would take that over getting an extra first-round pick for Kevin Durant.
I didn't think of it like that, but when you actually go underneath the surface, that makes a lot of sense.
There you go.
57% of voters say perfectly right, they need to get the Kevin Durant trade. 42.8 say the head coaching hire. And there has been a little bit of back and forth in the comments. Tom Foss says getting rid of KD should be super high on the priority list. If he's on this team next year and we can't actually get rid of him, we're going to have a worse season than we did last year. Hopefully we can get some good return for him. Jarrett's Chicken Parm Sandwich. I love that handle name, by the way. He said it has to...
I love that handle.
Goodness. He said it has to be the head coach. We can't go another year with what is alike what we were doing with this 1-year head coaching rental. And Bordertown Kid kind of put it perfectly, too. One is peanut butter, the other is jelly. Both are necessary to get right. I like that analogy as well. We opened the show a little bit talking about the Kentucky Derby. And so we asked, what is a non-mainstream or slightly obscure sport that you enjoy watching or playing?
Yeah, for me, that is the world of professional tennis. I'm one of these dorks that when Wimbledon is going on, I will get up at 5 in the morning to watch matches.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, I'm that dork.
French Open coming soon, right?
Yeah, the Clay's coming up soon,
The Clay's
right?
coming up. Now, I'll also admit that professional tennis is in real bad shape right now in terms of not having compelling players and compelling rivalries, and that's...
Men and women. It's very rare where it overlaps like that there's not big stars on.
And it's because we're coming out of basically 2 decades of incredible tennis at the top with Djokovic and Nadal and Federer.
And then Serena on the other side.
Yep.
Yeah, they're in a position right now in the tennis world where, like, over the next year or two, like, can Carlos Alcaraz, can Coco Gauff, like, those types of bigger personalities, more just like the fire that they bring on the I was going to say pitch field, like, what do they call it? The court, excuse me, that they bring over there. Mine's F1.
Really?
Yeah,
Who's your team?
Ferrari.
I have a team. Oh, see, I'm a Ferrari guy too.
Picking up Lewis, not a bad look, but it's been a tortured past for them over the last couple of years. I was one of the many who the Netflix Drive to Survive program, the first year that it came out, the Netflix docuseries, it kind of covered everything. It got me into the sport. It's just a really easy watch. Like, you're 90 minutes a race typically. Qualifying lasts like a half hour, so it's like a nice little... It's not a time sink, and it's easy to watch as well. It's just very easy to watch casually, where you can just kind of watch it and have the announcer sort of tell you what's going on. But Sammy, like, you can get into like the strategies and like the pit stops and when they're happening. There's like some nuts and bolts stuff there that's pretty.
What is it you like more about that than like IndyCar or NASCAR?
NASCAR, yeah.
The personalities, for sure, and that's where the Netflix docuseries really pushed forward. Just like the competitiveness that is there, because, like, for example, Oscar Piastri and Lando Norris on McLaren are teammates, but their biggest rival is each other, because they are competing. While they are competing for the same team, they're trying to beat each other. There's like favoritism where Lando Norris is their number one driver, so he gets the better parts in his car. But Oscar Piastri started to come on the last couple of... Jared gives me the motion to stop talking. You guys asked me what the obscure sport
I'm really
is
glad
I'm
we
into.
touched on.
How can you
So
ask
I'm
him a
going to
question
go on
and
this
then
random tangent about F1. That is what the question is that you asked, Jared.
You asked the question
Come
that
on.
you're telling him to break.
I'm glad we've touched on horse racing and F1
I'm turning
today.
off my mic for the rest of the segment. There we go.
Two things I really like: horse
That's
racing and
amazing.
F1.
Wow, that's amazing.
I don't know. Crazy.
And F1 is way better than any IndyCar thing we have going on.
That's interesting. We might revisit this as well, but not now, because on the other side, Shelby Miller from the Diamondbacks, scheduled to join us live from Philadelphia. Stick around. Don't miss it. We're back right after this.
Dbacks at the Mets.
Swinging a jam shot grounder to short. Perdomo charging, has it, throws to first. In time, got him, and that's your ball game. Dbacks win it by a final score of 4-2. And they come into Queens and they take 2 of 3 from baseball's best in the New York Mets.
A D-backs series win at the Mets. Now to Philly for 3 games at the Phillies. Coverage of Game 1 of the Phillies series this afternoon at 3 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. First time I visited New Life Dental Implant Center, I was blown away by how many people were getting fitted for a new smile, how many people were getting fitted for new dental implants, and that is because New Life Dental Implant Center, they are revolutionizing the industry. They're making it easier, faster, and more affordable than ever. At New Life Dental Implant Center, you get everything done in one location. No bouncing around to different offices. Everything you need, including surgery, lab work, and follow-ups, is right there in one place. And get this, currently offering all-on-4 dental implants for just $99.90 per arch. If you've shopped, if you've been in the market, you know that is an incredible price. Comes with no hidden fees, no surprise costs, just one price from start to finish, 0% financing available. New Life Dental Implant Center, committed to being the most affordable option out there. They want their implants available for everybody, even people of limited means with limited insurance. They even have an in-house laboratory, which means faster turnarounds, higher quality control. You're not waiting weeks for some outsourced lab to finish your new teeth. It's all happening in real time, under one roof at New Life Dental Implant Center. That new smile, that new you, one phone call away. 602-855-0000, or find them online at newsmilearizona.com.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Life can be stressful, but selling your home doesn't have to be. I'm Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty, and I make home selling easy by properly pricing your home and getting it in front of thousands of my exclusive qualified buyers. Do what Jackie and Mark did, selling in just 5 days for full market value. Call me, Carol Royce, and ask about my 100% of market value or I'll pay the difference guarantee. Or visit carolhasthebuyers.com.
Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Hey, how about another reason to want a Ford Bronco? Yep, Paul Calvi's here for our Arizona Ford dealers. It is Bronco Wild Fun Days in Flagstaff at Overland Expo West, Fort Tuttle County Park, May 16th through the 18th, brought to us by our Arizona Ford dealers. They'll be sponsoring the Kids Adventure Area, featuring Bronco Base Camp, action-packed fun with activities, games, and a chance to win a 2025 Ford Bronco Big Ben. Ding! Make it a double ding, because we've talked about how committed they are regard to the preservation of the environment and what they call treading lightly, that they've created the Bronco Wild Fund, a chance to make a positive impact on Mother Nature and, by the way, celebrate the 60th anniversary of the Ford Bronco. The Bronco Wild Fund is supporting 60 community cleanups in 2025 to help leave no trace. Get more info at Bronco Base Camp. Again, all the adventure starts with Bronco Wild Fund Days, Overland Expo West in Flagstaff, May 16th through the 18th, and it's brought to us by our Arizona Ford dealers.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. The Phoenix Suns have their general manager, so when should we expect them to hire their next head coach? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
One of the really cool stories with the Arizona Diamondbacks after 1 month of the baseball season is the return of Shelby Miller, who earned his first save for the Diamondbacks nearly a decade after first being traded to the Diamondbacks, and he joins us now live from Philadelphia. Hello, Shelby. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
Great to have you this morning. How did it feel to get through that ninth inning and notch that save? It's always anybody who gets a save in Major League Baseball talks about how precarious it can feel sometimes. How did it feel for you? How did it land?
I mean, it was great. I mean, that was a big series win, obviously, for us, and against the Mets, who have been a hot team as of late, and just to secure the W and get out of there winning 2 games is, means a lot more to me than any kind of accolade for myself. So just a big series win for us, and got another one ahead of us tonight.
Shelby, it's been a tremendous start to the season for you, having allowed a run in 13 2/3 innings. What do you attribute that to the most right now?
I think I just got, my stuff's playing well right now. The delivery and everything's synced up. A lot of the credit, goes to Dew and Cap and Beef down in the bullpen, just kind of getting us prepared every day for, what our strengths are going against these hitters that we're facing, and just a good recipe and mixture of a lot of things that are, going right now.
And yesterday was important because it was kind of the first day in the first game for the Diamondbacks after the new reality of the bullpen with the news that A.J. Puck's going to be out for quite some time and J. Mart trying to get to the bottom of his shoulder situation. How big did it feel from a team standpoint to get out of New York with that series victory?
I mean, it was huge. I mean, obviously our bullpen's in a little bit of a bind losing those 2 right now. Those guys, we need them healthy and back as soon as possible. But, who knows how long that'll be and what that kind of looks like. So it's, the guys down in the pen right now, the guys that we have on the roster's job to, kind of fill that void right now and, whatever roles we're thrown our way, and just being prepared for each and every day game wise. And there's no doubt that we're going to need J. Martin Puck down at some point this year when they get back, and big blow to the bullpen, especially losing those 2. But they'll be back. We have a great training staff. They're smart, some of the best in the league, and hopefully we'll get them back sooner than later.
I was curious with the way the season started for you and going through spring training at trying to earn a spot in this bullpen, pitching how excellently you did in the spring, and that carrying over, just what you were able to sort of piece together early and build some momentum towards being in the position you're at right now with the ball club.
Yeah, I mean, sending an NRI coming into camp was, something I knew was a possibility, but didn't know, that's the route I would have to take. But I just wanted to kind of go somewhere where, I had some familiar faces and kind of bouncing around these past 4 or 5 years from organization to organization, going somewhere that to a team that was near and dear to me, and the coaching staff and being back with this club has been a blessing. And throwing the ball well in camp. If I had it, threw well in camp, I had a chance of making the team. And like I said, the stuff's just playing right now. It's the splitter's been good, fastball's been good, and the sweeper. So, like I said, just all kind of clicking.
Shelby, I think it's super cool that you're vibing on this whole redemption tour. That I've heard you say that you kind of want to make up for the first time around with the organization. How deep does that feeling go, and what do you remember, or what do you hang on to from your first time around with the Diamondbacks?
Yeah, I mean, the first time it seems like it was so long ago, so it was kind of like just almost like a fresh start coming in and being like a bullpen guy. The injuries that I had back then, and just the poor performances those 3 years were tough. I mean, that was the first time I've struggled in my career, and it was just kind of a downward spiral, so to say, for myself, and just really couldn't get on track. So it's just nice to come back in a different with a different mindset, different stuff, and just be a reliever and contribute to this team the best I can. And like I said, I'm just stoked to be back, be a Diamondback, and hopefully we have a huge year this year.
Shelby, with the career trajectory that you went on initially beginning as a starter, moving into a relief role, I was wondering when that relief role really clicked into place for you amongst like the half dozen teams that you went through before returning to the Diamondbacks. When did that kind of click into place for you as a reliever?
I'd probably say probably 2023 with the Dodgers. It was like my first full year in the big leagues as a reliever, and first time I was kind of throwing different pitches. And I think in 22 I was spent most of the year in the minor leagues, but I was relieving that whole year as well. So haven't been relieving for a long amount of time, but obviously got it down now as far as preparation and what I need to do to be ready every single day as a reliever. And but 23 I would say is probably the first year it all kind of clicked for me and dialed in. Coming out of the bullpen.
After that first game in Citi Field, there were a lot of people thinking, wow, this baseball team just doesn't feel comfortable in New York. What was the vibe like leaving that stadium yesterday, knowing you had the series victory and knowing that you're right in the heart of a very difficult stretch of schedule for this baseball team?
Yeah, I mean, this whole road trip and the next homestand is going to be tough. I mean, it's really going to test what kind of team we are. This almost, I don't know how far it goes. Probably almost this whole month of May is going to be a pretty tough schedule. So I think it's just going to, test kind of where we're at. Obviously we got Patel back, I think today. And, that'd be a huge addition to this team. And I just think we just got to play good right now. This is a big stretch for us, and I think we're ready for the task, and like I said, we got that two game win in Mets was a great start, and now we got some more games that we need to win.
When you look at the starting rotation that you guys have, how much confidence does that give you guys as a bullpen, knowing that like Zach and Corbin, with what they were able to do the last couple of days, give you that type of confidence to know the position the game will be handed to you guys in the 7th, in the 8th, positions like that?
Yeah, I mean, I think. On paper, this is one of the best rotations in baseball. And ZG and Corbin had great starts, and we know exactly what they're capable of and what kind of pitchers they are. And, that goes for the whole entire staff. So, when all 5 of those guys are clicking, they're going to be going deep into ball games, covering innings and keeping the game close. And if not, putting up a bunch of zeros. So we have nothing but faith in all of them and our offense to, score runs. So like I said, this is going to be a big month for us, and all 5 of those guys clicking, we should be in good shape.
I saw after the game that you had mentioned that you were not told by Torrey that you were going to be closing out the baseball game, but you were certainly prepared to do so if you were asked, and that's exactly what you did. How about going forward? I'm guessing Torrey hasn't told you that you're the closer de facto for the moment, or maybe he has. Has he communicated any of that to you going forward?
No, I think it's going to be. I think he's just going to throw, which guys he thinks are probably play matchups, and and all of that. I think we have tons of guys down there who are capable of throwing leverage innings and closing out ball games. We got Ginks back, which is huge, and Beeks has been throwing the ball well, and RT and Nelly if he needs to come in. We have a bunch of weapons down there, so I think we're all prepared for any moments that's thrown at us. Obviously down there in the bullpen, you never know what you're going to get type situation. So you just kind of got to be ready for your name to be called. And we're always down there getting hot, and we kind of have an idea of what innings we might throw. But I don't know. I know Torrey and Hayes and all those guys will piece the puzzle together and, throw which guy gives us the best opportunity to win that night.
No doubt. All right, Shelby, thank you so much for your time this morning. Really appreciate it. Best of luck. It's been great watching you pitch so far this year. Keep it up.
I appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much.
You got it. Shelby Miller, Diamondbacks closer. He was yesterday, and he's been doing pretty darn good. All right, coming up on the other side, Jared, are you ready to do a sports kebab without the generous laugh track of Vince Marotta? The pressure is up.
The face that Jared made, he was like, oh, I didn't think about that.
Well, Vinny's very generous with his laughter.
Believe me, I did think about that.
I will fill in with such generosity rather admirably, Jared. I'm ready.
No, you guys are great, but he gets like the very old references I make sometimes. He gets those too. So
yes,
I tailored it. We'll be all right.
My vaunted record of mustache not a mustache speaks to the sort of generational divide that
we'll be
okay.
Exactly. So without further ado, the sports kebab on the other side. Stick around. We're back right after this.
The Suns have a new GM.
Brian Gregory has been named general manager, and James Jones will transition to the role of senior advisor for the Suns.
What about the search for a new Suns head coach?
The time frame to hire the next head coach of the Phoenix Suns will be in the next 2 to 3 weeks. Brian Gregory will lead the search. He will be in charge of the search. He will make his recommendation to the ownership group on who the head coach should be.
We talk Suns front office changes on the home of the Suns, Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. If you're bouncing around the valley this weekend, here's a great idea. Go stop by Walt's TV and Appliance and see how they can take your sports fandom to the very next level. Here are 3 reasons why you should do that. Number 1, expertise. Walt's has been around since 1957. They are a Valley institution, and their expertise is unparalleled. Their staff is very, very knowledgeable. They can give you the insight you will never get at the big box stores. Number 2, experience. When you shop at Walt's, you're going to find a great selection of big screen televisions all the way up to 115 inches in their theater room. Great selection of outdoor televisions, which is a great idea now that it's outdoor season in Arizona. Great selection of audio components from sound bars to speakers. And finally, price. If you believe that you're not going to get great prices at Walt's because of all that expertise, you are wrong. They are as competitive as those big box stores, and to prove it, they will price match. Bring them a price you like, they'll match that price, give you 30 days of price protection. And while you're there, make sure you drop my name. You're going to get an extra little bit of sugar. 10% off installation labor or a 3-year warranty for free. That is your choice just by dropping my name. You can find Walt's off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA, or you can just call them at 480-968-4999. Shop local, shop Walt's.
Hey there, I'm Jack.
And I'm Stag.
We're just 2 deer that want to make sure you know it's deer season at your authorized John Deere dealer. The deer season that saves bucks. You know, like us.
Yeah, you can get $3,000 off select John Deere machines. No early wake-up calls or tree stands required.
Just a trip to your authorized dealer before June 2nd.
If you ask us, it's the only deer season worth celebrating.
Visit johndeere.com/deer season to find an authorized dealer and for complete finance details.
Progressive knows when you're on your boat, you're already on vacation. And Vacation You forgets all your worries. Vacation You doesn't even keep track of time and knows that time is a meaningless construct designed to control us, man. But Regular You knows you don't want to be too far out in the water after the sun goes down because Vacation You doesn't know how to navigate in the dark yet. Vacation You and Regular You really need to get on the same page. So bundle your boat with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
May 5th through the 11th. Get close to the future legends in women's golf.
The Carlisle, Arizona Women's Golf Classic returns to TPC Scottsdale's Champions Course. Brought to you by Carlisle Companies. The biggest purse on the Epson Tour means the best in women's golf will be here. May 5th through the 11th at TPC Scottsdale's Champions Course. Go to CarlisleLPGA.com for tickets. Be there for the best.
Hey, it's Wolf. The Valley's heating up, and if you're tired of battling that Arizona sun, call my friends at All Pro Shade Concepts. Their roll-down patio shades and retractable awnings are the real deal. Cooler patios, no glare, and total privacy. Now through Memorial Day, for every shade order, All Pro Shade will donate a pair of running shoes to a service member through their partnership with Shoes for Soldiers. So cool down your patio and support our heroes. Go to allproshade.com.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Bankruptcy, foreclosure, bad divorce? Don't worry. Desert Wind Harley is now considering all credit applications. Couldn't get financed in the past? Don't worry. No perfect credit, no cash down, no problem. Get financed on a new Harley today. Visit DesertWindHarley.com.
On approved credit.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Dbacks beat the Mets yesterday 4-2 and won the series in large part to Zach Gallen's masterful performance. 6 innings, 2 hits, 1 earned, and 8 strikeouts in the win. And Shelby Miller closed it down in the 9th for his first save of the season. The Snakes will start a 3-game series with the Phillies today with Merrill Kelly on the mound, and first pitch will be at 3:45 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. The Suns front office underwent some changes yesterday. They have named current Vice President of Player Programming Brian Gregory the new general manager, while James Jones will shift titles to senior advisor. This report is brought to you by Waste Connections of Arizona. Waste Connections of Arizona wants to take time to thank our veterans. Waste Connections of Arizona, proud to serve you and proud of the people that have served us. Online at wasteconnections.com/Arizona.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports Poll Question brought to you by Sanderson Ford. We just had him on the show. It involves Shelby Miller, and our question is, with Justin Martinez and AJ Puck on the IL, who should get the bulk of save opportunities? Our 4 options: Shelby Miller, Kevin Ginkel, Ryan Thompson, or Jalen Beeks.
Ooh, I'm voting Shelby Miller. I liked his vibe yesterday. That's not an easy environment to go and do it, and his stuff, as he said in his interview with us, is it just playing really well right now.
Shelby's cooking.
Shelby. Yeah, he's cooking.
Shelby's cooking.
Yeah, why not stick with him while he's hot?
Yeah,
agreed.
He doesn't have the 100-mile-an-hour stuff that Justin Martinez does, but getting the job done.
Yeah.
He's been virtually unhittable.
And he's a great guy. You read about how much teammates love him. Just a super down-to-earth, friendly dude.
69% of the vote goes to Shelby Miller, 24% Kevin Ginkel, 5% Ryan Thompson, and 2% say Jalen Beeks. So the majority agree with us on the Sanderson Ford poll question of the day.
You can't use your only left-hander as your closer.
No. Sure,
stand-up comedy is a social bonding mechanism that relieves tension and connects people. Laughter is a universal response, and there are 4 different ways we can gain laughter from an audience: surprise, relief, absurdity, and
the Sports Kebab.
Oh, baby, here we go. This is the Sports Kebab. It is sports news skewered. But, you know, guys, I have to start by wishing my wife, Karen, a happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Karen.
It was
Happy birthday, Karen.
It was actually yesterday, but we had a great time. We celebrated, and it was just really nice to be with her on her birthday. And there was actually a special moment last night when I served the birthday cake, and she closed her eyes, and she blew out the candles, and she opened her eyes, and she looked me right in the face and said, "Well, I guess my wish didn't come true."
Wow.
Yeah. No. We do. We have fun together. We talk about all kinds of stuff. The amazing thing is she's really up on pop culture, even though she is not on social media at all. For example, despite not even seeing the trend on Twitter, just this week, she told me 3 times that she'd love to see a gorilla fight me. I said, you mean fight 100, right? She said, oh, that's even better. Yeah, you versus 100 gorillas. I'm sure she was kidding, though, because I know she still loves me. I know she still has lust for me. In fact, just last night, she compared me to a Kentucky Derby thoroughbred. A Kentucky Derby. Oh, well, technically her exact words were, well, that was the fastest 2 minutes in sports, but I knew what she meant. But she had a great birthday, and I won't say how old she turned, but I will say that she is a year and a half older than me. Yes. Now, that might not sound like a lot, but there are some things that really show our age difference and that I am the younger partner. For example, when I give pop culture references, when I talk about childhood memories, when I interrupt her during taped TV interviews. That's how she knows I'm younger. Good. Well, what I'm referencing, of course, is the now infamous Bill Belichick CBS interview where his 24-year-old girlfriend Jordan Hudson kept interrupting the questioning, seeming to control and micromanage Bill and the situation. Man, Belichick's life has really changed lately, right? Opposing coaches used to see him and say, "Oh no." Now they look at his girlfriend and they say, "Yoko, oh no." But they appear to have a great relationship. They seem to really have true love, you know? She has given him a will to live. He's given her a living will. That's good. But you can see the appeal they each have. I mean, he is a good person. She has a good personality. He has big influence. She is a big influencer. He has great assets. She has a great, that last got cut off there. I don't know. And look, I understand why she's controlling of her boyfriend. She wants what's best for Belichick. She doesn't like people that are critical of him, doesn't want naysayers, doesn't like haters. And in fact, I heard she is part of a website in which only fans can participate. Either way, there were tons of fallout from the interview with both CBS and Bill Belichick releasing statements, each claiming different accounts of what happened. I mean, the whole thing was a real he said, she said, he tried to say, but she said again situation. And that does lead me to this. Noon, Jarrett Karnak, the magnificent. It just won today, but Jordan Hudson and James Jones.
Jordan Hudson and James Jones.
Named 2 senior advisors. Yeah. Yes. Big Suns news as they announced Brian Gregory as the team's new GM and have moved James Jones to a new role as senior advisor. Now, Gregory has lots of experience as a college head coach, but perhaps his most relevant attribute is that he was an assistant coach for Michigan State while Matt Ishbia was a player. So here we go again, another Michigan State connection. I hope it works because so far the team has not had a lot of success. In fact, I haven't seen this many losing Spartans since the movie 300. And fun fact, if they trade Durant for smaller pieces, 300 is the projected Suns winning percentage next season as well. But I hope this move works. I really do. Despite his resume, Gregory might have been the perfect hire to bring the team back to glory. And I want to still trust Matt Ishbia because the guy wants to win, and he does face the music, to be fair. After the season, Ishbia held a press conference, and he gave a great 5-minute speech, and it only took him 1 minute to do so.
It's very true.
Yeah, he has a ton of energy, the guy, right?
he does.
He speaks really fast, crams a lot of information.
Yes,
into
he
things.
does.
So asking Matt Ishby a question about the Suns is like asking Kellen Olson a question about F1 racing.
A late edition there, buddy. Look at you in the same hour, no less. The ever-evolving act of the sports.
It is true.
Look at it.
Yeah, it is true. But in conclusion, I want... oh, boy.
Oh, what was that?
Sorry, but wait, hold on one second.
Okay.
This is
Who's calling?
embarrassing. Hold on one second. One second.
Yeah, answer that. Who is it?
Yeah, hello? What? Yeah, this is Jarrett. No. Really?
Hmm?
Oh, my goodness. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, take your time.
Seriously? All right, that's awesome. That's awesome. All right. You guys are not going to believe this.
What?
I just got drafted by the New Orleans Saints. Oh! That was Mickey Loomis on the phone.
That's Mickey Loomis.
I thought your car was getting towed.
That's because I'm such a brilliant actor.
Yeah, right.
Anyway, there you go.
Good close, Jared.
There you go. That's the sports kebab.
Good job.
Jarrett.
I like the Bill Belichick stuff. All right, catch the excitement of the Arizona Sports Half-Day Club on May 7th as the Diamondbacks take on the New York Mets rematch. Snag your lower-level tickets for just $9.87. You can do that by texting the word HALF, H-A-L-F, to 620-620. That's text HALF to 620-620 to secure your seats. We will come back and wrap up the week right after this. Kellen Olson in for Vinny. I'm Dan Bickley. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
So it's been 4.5 years, basically, since his last game. But I have never heard any sort of, hey, Larry Fitzgerald officially announces his retirement.
You give me 30 days and Larry Fitzgerald, and I think he could still play.
What he should do, and this is what I've always thought, his last game was during COVID. There was no fans in the stands. So, he should come back for one game with fans in the stands and give it everything he has.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a couple of real-life stories courtesy of Life Changer Loan. So, one of our listeners, self-employed single mom in the landscape business, far from wealthy but very responsible with her money, owed $490,000 on her home at 2.75%. Converted over to a Life Changer Loan, she's now paying off her home in just over 4 years. She's going to save $110,000 in interest. Another one of our listeners in the pool business, his wife stays at home with their young kids. Again, far from wealthy but very responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. Switched over to a Life Changer Loan. That home's getting paid off in 8 years. That couple's going to save $490,000 in interest. Truly a life-changing event for that couple. Life Changer Loan, an innovative program that combines your banking with your mortgage. You pay all principal first. You get 24/7 access to your equity, and you will not change a dime of your spending habits. This is not for everybody. You've got to have the right financials. You've got to be the right fit. You've got to have a great credit score. But if you are a good fit, I guarantee you're going to love the results. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love everything.
You guys, I love this song.
I love these nachos.
I love our kickball league. Ugh! I love this guy.
What's your name?
You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I love your car. Is this real leather?
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What's better than the thrill of reeling in your next trophy catch?
Saving big while gearing up for it. The Shields Fishing Sale event is on now through May 4th. Save 20% on Shields Outfitters rods and 20% on baits, lures, and plastics from Berkeley, Rapala, BMC, Acme, and more. And don't miss out on over $1,000 in savings on Garmin Ultra 2 Live Scope bundles. Our Shields fishing experts are ready to prepare you for unforgettable fishing memories. Only at Shields and Shields.com.
With Progressive Snapshot, you could save on auto insurance rates by driving safely, which is nice because you can just keep doing you. So keep on using that broken phone charger because it occasionally works. Keep quoting something you heard on a podcast as your own. Keep ignoring your sister's texts while you drive and after. And when baggage claim says, have a great trip, keep on saying, you too. And keep driving safely. And you could save with Snapshot from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents. Surcharge possible for unsafe driving.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27 and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hey, Wolf here from my brothers and sisters at Santan Ford. That's right, you've heard me talking about my Santan Ford F-150 and the Warrior Queens Expedition and how we are Santan Ford. Well, if you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go check out the hundreds of new and used vehicles at Santan Ford. Located at the Santan 202 in Val Vista in Gilbert, Tim Hovick and the great team at Santan Ford will take care of you. Go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the Day. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Reluctantly crouched at the starting line. Engines pumping and thumping in time. The green light flashes, the flags go up. Churning and burning, they yearn for the cup. They deftly maneuver and muscle for rank. Few burning fast on an empty tank.
All right, today's Song of the Day selected by Jared Carlin in honor of Kellen Olson and Sammy Cebulka's heretofore unknown love of F1 racing.
Now, I knew that Kellen liked soccer. I knew that he liked Japanese professional wrestling. So I knew he had some eclectic taste in entertainment and sports. But I did not know F1.
How about it? So there you go.
You're a big international sports fan.
Kellen, is Bournemouth your team there?
No, so this is just a Tyler Adams jersey, who is a member of the United States men's national team, our captain, my captain, the captain.
Do you have a Premier League team? Or
I
are you
used to have one. I used to support Newcastle United, and then there were just too many parallels between them and the Suns where I thought I would do irreparable damage to my psyche if I rooted on that team while covering the Suns. So then I bowed out, and then they had some sketchy ownership things happen that are not related to the Suns at all, but were enough to get me to bow out for sure. But, just supporting the Americans. That's what I'm doing.
Appreciate that.
Respect.
All right, this is Cake the Distance, your Song of the Day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
All right, two quick things we want to cover, so keep me on time here, Jared. There was an online thing that went viral yesterday, not like the 100 men versus one gorilla. But this was a picture, a basketball picture. You see that picture, Kellen Olson?
I see it.
That picture includes 7 basketball players, KD in a Brooklyn jersey, Steph Curry, LeBron in a Lakers jersey, Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, Larry Bird, and Shaquille O'Neal in a Lakers jersey. You got to cut 2 of them. Who are you cutting?
Bird and Kobe.
Ooh.
Am I building a team, or what am I doing?
Yeah, I would think.
Or are you just saying who doesn't belong among the all-time greats?
Space Jam situation. We're playing aliens for the fate of the universe.
There you go. So why Bird and Kobe?
I'm burning Kobe because of the similarities to MJ and the divisive sort of skill sets that I'm looking for. Larry Bird, an incredibly talented guy, one of the 5-6 best players to ever play. But what KD and LeBron do on both ends of the floor, the athleticism, the versatility, just the myriad of different roles that I think that they can play. Because, look, Michael Jordan's on your team. This is a Michael Jordan team.
Yeah.
You get Steph shooting. Shaq's got to be there with the power that he brings and that sort of extra layer of your team that he brings with his
and
presence
you can't have Shaq and Kobe on the same team because they don't like each other.
Oh.
I'm buying his answer. You?
I'm in. I get
I
get Steph, LeBron, KD, Jordan, Shaq.
Not bad.
Sure.
Those aliens are going to be pretty good.
Yeah.
And well done to pull it off on the fly. This is why I like you so much, Kellen. You're a smart dude. All right, so tell us about your soccer story.
Yeah, so there's a story that's kind of been going around. I'm sure you've loosely heard about it. Ryan Reynolds, Rob McElhenney from It's Always Sunny, Deadpool fame for Ryan Reynolds, of course. They bought a soccer club in the National League in England a few years ago, in the UK, a handful of years ago, and they were what's called the Nations League, is where they were. That is 4 or 5 levels below the Premier League. They were the first club in the history of English soccer to earn 3 straight promotions. So they went from the National League to League 2, League 2 to League 1, and now they're in the Championship, which is just on the doorstep of the Premier League. It's pretty much an unheard of thing. They bought the club for around £2 million. It's now worth £150 million.
No
they were
way.
able to take their influencing and their ability to get high expensive advertisements and revenue in that kind of way, put it back into the club. They have the docu-series that's still on Hulu, new season coming in about a month. It's a good docu-series
Welcome to
check
Wrexham.
out on Hulu, by the way. Welcome to Wrexham.
Yeah,
it's
Wrexham.
pretty
So
cool.
you've seen that too, Jared?
I know of it. I haven't seen it, but it's a multi-Emmy award-winning docu-series and stuff, so it's been very successful.
Yeah, and the lesson here is like no one else could have really done this because what Reynolds and McElhenney were able to bring in terms of the advertisers they were able to bring in, but them putting that money not only back into the team but back into the community as well, which the docu-series highlights. It's been a pretty cool sports story to watch.
That's pretty crazy. Yeah. So you're a big soccer fan as well, huh, Sammy?
I am.
Okay.
I'm a Man City supporter. Again, not the year that they've won it, but it's pretty good track record the last 6 to 7 years. But it's starting to go a little downhill, which I'm a little nervous about. But I'm a citizen.
At least you're not a Man U fan.
Yeah, see, all my friends are Man U fans. I can't do it. My brother's a Liverpool fan. My dad is a, I'm blanking on it. But yeah, we like English Premier League soccer in the Spolka household.
Nice, man.
As in get up early and brew a pot of tea kind of thing?
Yeah, I mean, so it'll be on normally before we go to Mass on Sunday, so we'll get up, watch it, and then you don't have a ton of games, but normally they're pretty good ones if they're Sunday mornings. That's prime time.
I'm still vibing on you guys and how much you're into F1. I did not see that coming, and you asked the right question. What does that give you that NASCAR doesn't give you?
Or even that IndyCar doesn't give you, because it's the same type of cars as IndyCar.
So should I give the same answer again and have you cut me off and tell me to wrap it up again when you asked me this 3 segments ago?
Yeah.
Here's my answer.
Dan asked it, not me this time.
Okay, it's fair. It's the personalities.
It's the personalities, and when you watch the Drive to Survive, Netflix docu, you kind of feel like you're attached to a team. With IndyCar, you're like, okay, whatever. There's not a Ferrari. There's no McLaren. There's no Mercedes. And when you watch it, you get to see all the races and where they go. So, infamously, in Monaco, they have that race. And you get to see the finite details of the drivers in that race into each race. And it's really cool to see where they go, what goes into each race, and frankly, how passionate these team executives are when they're on the headsets with their drivers and they're like, push, push, push. And the driver's like, I can't. It's really fun to watch.
Yeah, that's amazing. Learn something new every day. All right, so what did you predict was going to happen? What's on your bingo card this weekend, Sammy?
My bingo card is that the Rockets will win the series against the Warriors.
Ooh, I love that.
Yeah, so I think they win tonight. Steph Curry's thumb's still not 100%, and I think it goes back to Houston in a gritty Game 7 and they get it done, and we're talking about if Kevin Durant even needs to go to Houston on Monday. Then I have American Promise 12-1 to win the Kentucky Derby. The race for roses, the best 2 minutes in sports. I love every second of it. You got the Kentucky Oats today, the precursor to the Derby, which I'll tune into when I get home.
Jared, are you going to go bet on American Promise? Yeah,
come on, Jarrett.
I want the odds to stay high. Don't.
Big props to Kellen Olson. 2 great days filling in. Thanks to Shelby Miller. Thanks to you two yo-yos. I appreciate it. Wolf and Luke coming up next. We'll see you next week, folks.
Should we do another show outing with all four of us now that we
Play
have
golf? Yeah, sure. Let's do it.
I'm in.
Let's do it.
I'm busy that day.
No, I'm as sucky as you, Vince.
I wasn't talking about skill. I just don't want to hang out with you outside this building.
I can sit here and debate Little Big League if you want, or we could just do the radio show, Jared. I don't care.
I'm not one to toot my own horn, Sammy.
But you would if you could.
I've said this for a million years. You can't trust that Jax Ulbrich kid.
No, you have been saying that for years. Yeah, if you've been consistent in that, that's for sure.
Larry.
I don't care that he's not.
Do it. Just do it.
Both need help, you dingus. Not concerned, you clod. Make a trade, you mung bean.
Why didn't you leave, you hump?
Basinonians dig the long ball award, right?
This is embarrassing. This is terrible.
Whiskey's quicker with special guest Lane Staley from Beyond.
When are you going to get all over James Jones?
I want my manager to smoke a whole pack of Pall Malls in the dugout every game.
That's not a manager.
And call players out publicly.
That's right. Sit his sorry ass down. Eagles.
The Eagles. E-A-G-L-E-S.
Eagles.
Jeremy and Joe at 550.
Huzzah!
Huzzah!
My name is Jared, and I'm here to say I like to rap in a major way.
Start scatting the boo.
Oh, boy.
He's leaving today.
Kirk freaking Neuenheis.
Hank Gudgley.
Did you do better than your hump friend?
It's easier to be humble after you've been humbled.
You bum.
They went from being a-hole to being whole. I had to turn down a pickleball invitation because I couldn't move.
Not even 7 o'clock yet.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to Dbacks play-by-play.
And on God!
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
It matters who your lawyer is. At Berg Simpson, we truly care about the quality of work we do, that fair compensation is given, and that our clients are getting the best possible representation. We're always working hard and are committed to doing everything we can to give our clients the best opportunity to have a great result. We're proud of that, and it shows.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Spring is in the air, my Kronk brothers, and so is the Brooklyn Bedding Spring Sale going on now through May 6th. Everything, and I mean everything, both in-store and online, is 25% off. So head on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you. There's no pushy salespeople, just knowledgeable sleep experts that will help you find the perfect sleep solution. And just for you, Basinonians, shipping is always free. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
For over 8 years, QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in non-surgical relief for joint pain.
with over 50,000 satisfied patients. People with knee and back pain now living pain-free. What they're doing is nothing short of remarkable. They're using regenerative cell therapy to restore the tissue in your achy joints. They're using biologic growth factors with robust healing properties, carefully and strategically placed in your joint. Best part, with QC Kinetics, there are no drugs, no surgery is involved, and there's no downtime. Imagine doing all the things you enjoy this summer without being slowed down by awful joint pain. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation and learn about these cutting-edge treatments that can help you live your best life. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Dbacks beat the Mets yesterday 4-2 and won the series thanks to a Zach Gallen masterclass. 6 innings, 2 hits, 1 earned, and 8 strikeouts in the win. And Shelby Miller came in the 9th and got his first save of the season. And here is Miller if he was ready to close it down.
Wasn't told, but had a good idea that if we were ahead, I could possibly be in there. So down in the bullpen, you always just got to be ready when your name's called, and it's kind of how I handle it today.
The Snakes will start a 3-game series with the Phillies today with Merrill Kelly on the mound and Ketel Marte possibly at second base. Manager Torey Lovello said there's a good chance the second baseman will be in the lineup. First pitch is at 3:45 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. The Phoenix Suns front office underwent some changes yesterday. The Suns have named current Vice President of Player Programming Bryant Gregory the new general manager, while James Jones will shift titles to Senior Advisor. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Does your portfolio match your personal comfort level for risk? Visit AssetPreservationWealth.com for a free portfolio review to make sure.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
You know what? The show hasn't even started.
Yeah.
And I got to stop down for a minute.
You got to stop down. What does that mean, Paul?
Wolf.
You mean step down?
Let's go into the cold tub time machine for a minute. Take us back to your high school years, your college years. You were the dude who showed up with nothing.
What do you mean with nothing?
It was
Paul?
test
Where are
day.
you going?
It was test day, exam day.
Test day.
You're
yes.
like, hey, you. Can I borrow a pencil? You got a pen? Anybody? And then your plan on test day, because you are a big time athlete, was to just cheat off the person next to you.
As a matter of fact,
you would
no,
position
Paul.
yourself
I would never
strategically next to the brainiac in the class.
No, Paul.
Because I'm looking over there right now, Wolf,
Yeah.
and I don't see jack. I got all these notes. I got a game plan,
okay.
and I'm trying to figure out what you're about to offer other than just copying off my paper.
Okay, Paulie, I would say number one, 31 on the Wonderlick. It's in the book. It's in the book, Paul. Go look at it right now. That's number one. Number two, I would say I can't look at you because of the shine coming off your forehead. Okay, so you're the one who actually has something, and it's called the shine on your forehead.
You know what's convenient is when you say, go look it up, the archives don't go back that far. And so that's what's convenient about it.
Yeah, they do.
What's convenient about it, I ran a 4.58, I got a 31.
4.58 and a 4.59.
And then the other one nobody can prove, there's no evidence, is I was all-state in baseball. Nobody can prove that at all.
Hey, you know what? I'm going to go home, Paul, just for that. I'm going to go look for it right now. That's what I'm going to do. You know what? Oh, you don't believe me as well? Okay, I'm going to go.
No, that was for Paul.
I see.
That was for Paul being all-state in baseball.
I appreciate that.
We were testing the lie detector, and the words Wolf, all-state, and baseball triggers the lie detector.
Wait a minute. No, he did not hit it right there, Paul. That was interesting. You tried to set it up once again. This is what I've always got to get used to. When Paulie fills in, this is what I got to get used to right here. How many preconceived drops are we going to have here? Where Paulie will he'll build his entire argument around the drop. Not like the old days.
Look,
Okay,
Wolf,
now,
Wolf,
Paul.
Just full disclosure, okay?
It's a Friday.
The polygraph is on, just to let you know.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Paul. I appreciate
All right.
that. Speaking of the polygraph.
Let's see. Last time I was in, Mike Budenholzer was fired. And so to refresh my memory, if no one else, can we hear from Matt Ishbia, the press conference that followed not long after making his, third coaching change in 3 years? And what did Matt Ishbia promise to the fans? What did he say about going forward?
We're going to make some changes, right? And as the owner, my job is to, make those changes and do things differently, because what we just tried and did over the last 2.5 years has not been as successful as we hoped. A lot of people would have seen the things we did and said, just like a lot of people picked us to, be third best chance to win the NBA championship this year. So a lot of people thought it worked. We thought it would work. It didn't work. There's a lot of people that thought that a couple years ago when we made Kevin Durant trade. Like smart people can all think it makes sense, and then looking back, it's like it didn't, and it didn't work. So we will make changes.
Yeah.
Speaking of the lie detector, true or false, Ron Wolfley, I put it to you. Is promoting from within the director of player programming to general manager, does that qualify as making significant changes?
Well, for me, Paulie, right now, it all depends on whether or not that change represents real change. Now, again, I'm talking about Brian Gregory. I know you're talking about that as well. For me, he might think completely differently than what Matt Ishbia and the Suns have done, and because of that, he's getting promoted. I think we all make the assumption, Paulie, that because he's being promoted from within, he's just going to be a yes man for Matt Ishbia. I think that's not right. I don't. Honestly, right now. Now, time will tell. But to me, Paulie, right now, Brian Gregory, he understands that there has been a culture shift with the Phoenix Suns. Has there not? Matt Ishbia talks about it all the time. There's going to be real change, the culture shift. Are we going to see real change? I'm going to give Brian Gregory a chance to come in and actually make that change.
Can you change a culture by continuing what's been happening from the inside out?
Paulie.
Doesn't a culture change begin?
Listen, was Brian Gregory making the decisions as to what kind of players and coaches they were bringing in here? Was he the guy? Was he the guy making those decisions? I don't think so.
Long term, no, because he's been in the NBA less than 2 years, Wolf.
I understand
so
that.
So long term, absolutely not.
I understand that.
Which leads us to the next question.
Does he know the game?
Is he qualified?
The
degree of difficulty on this rebuild, and I know the Suns want to view it as a reload. That's not realistic, and that's not us. That's the experts in the game. You need to rebuild.
Yes.
And the degree of difficulty of being a second apron team and the Bradley Beal situation and then Kevin Durant, and you're bringing in a first-timer who has just over a year experience in the league?
Yeah. But you're not going to be in the second apron long, Paulie. You're not. Not when you move Kevin Durant. I mean, you're just not going to do it. Bradley Beal as well. It's going to happen. So, once again, for me, I want a general manager that knows the game, really knows the game. Not just knows how to move the pieces around the game, but knows the game so he can go and actually grab the pieces and bring them in because he understands the game. Now, that is also dangerous. It is. I'm willing to admit that. It can be dangerous. You got a general manager who was a coach and has been a coach for a long, long time. That could be dangerous because that might actually get in the way with whatever coach you're going to bring in here, especially if he's going to be a young guy, Paulie. I get that. There could be conflict there. But I'm hoping that Brian Gregory is not going to be the guy that is going to interject when it comes to coaches making coaching decisions. And I don't think he's going to do that. He's not that dumb.
When the official statement that I'm holding here declares him a brilliant basketball mind.
Does he know the game? Yes.
Because the other money quote from the press conference when Matt Ishbia met the media, and I have it right in front of me. Embarrassing season, right? He nodded. Disappointing, awful. I watch every game, like all you guys. No one's proud of it. No one's happy with it. From me to the front office, to the coaches and the players, it was a failure.
Yes.
So to me, I was expecting before and after.
You were expecting Armageddon.
I mean, the situation demanded it, did it not? Was it not the most disappointing season in team history?
Yes.
Based on the expectations.
It was bad.
You go back to 1968, it was the most disappointing season in team history.
Yes.
And you're just promoting from within someone with nominal experience. Basically, the game plan here is addition by subtraction. You demoted James Jones to an advisor role. You've, I presume, neutralized Josh Bartelstein. So I just was expecting a little more monumental.
Yeah,
impactful.
But see, Paulie, this is why I like it, Masononians, right now. This is an out-of-the-box hire. Believe it or not, he's hiring from within, and yet it's an out-of-the-box hire by Matt Ishbia. And the reason why I say that is because it's not the shiny object. It's not the flashy object. It is not. It's everything that got the Suns in this spot right now was the shiny object. The big three, and we're going to have the big three here. Are you kidding me right now? From day one of Matt Ishbia being the owner, that's when the announcement was made they had acquired Kevin Durant. Day one. It's not the flashy, shiny object hire, and I like that.
Basinonians.
That's real change.
This is evidence as to how Wolf and I agree on virtually nothing. To me, it was an in-the-box hire because it was in the owner's comfort zone. Going back to someone that he has known ever since his playing days at Michigan State.
Absolutely. Yeah, so when he looks at Matt and says, knock it off, he'll know exactly where he's coming from.
All right,
Michigan State.
We're going to hash this out later because to me, this puts the under into underwhelming. This puts the dis into dysfunctional.
And once again, Paulie, this is exactly why we're here with the Phoenix Suns, because they went with the shiny object.
Okay. You know what? A little bit later, Calvisi Consulting is going to have a
head coach at Georgia Tech. He was a head coach at South Florida.
We talk Suns front office changes on the home of the Suns. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concept. The Basin is heating up, and if you're tired of battling that Arizona sun, call my friends over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Listen, their roll-down patio shades and their retractable awnings are the real deal, man. We of the Wu Fang clan, we have it at the Wolfley compound. They came out to the Wolfley compound. They advised us on what our shading needs were and what our options were, and I can tell you right now is one of the best things that we have ever done at the compound. They are the experts in their industry, Basinonians. And just when these guys couldn't get any better, right now through Memorial Day, for every shade order, All Pro Shade will donate a pair of running shoes to a U.S. service member through their partnership with Shoes for Soldiers. That's right, Shoes for Soldiers, Basinonians. So go to allproshade.com to book your free estimate today. That's allproshade.com, allproshade.com.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
This is Secret Clinical dominating extra stinky stress sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT. Because nothing fights sweat better. Stay fresher under pressure.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle-quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Hey there. I'm Phil Briggs, Navy veteran and host of CBS Eye on Veterans weekly radio show and podcast. And I often think of my old boss in the Navy, Commander Reed, especially when I'm trying to motivate my kids. Now I know how he must have felt trying to motivate me. This Military Appreciation Month, Navy Federal Credit Union wants to celebrate those who go above and beyond for us every day. Learn more at NavyFederal.org/celebrate. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
It's what you wait for all week. The three-pointers, the rebounds, the thrill of every shot. Win or lose, it's the hope that keeps you coming back. The dream that this time, it might be your year. And so you represent with anticipation and with pride. Because when the pressure's on, your support is everything. That's why the NBA Store is here to support you. Check out the largest selection of official NBA gear at NBAstore.com. A Fanatics experience.
Nobody pray for me. It been a day for me. Yeah.
Here are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. I'm Tyler Drake. Governor Hobbs and Supervisor Galvin hopeful on Chase Field deal as talks progress. Random things to know about the Cardinals 2025 NFL draft class. And Diamondbacks Shelby Miller earns save after Justin Martinez lands on the IL. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi.
All right, Tyler Drake getting a money interview with Kelvin Beachum recently. Wolf, what have you done? What you know what? Although I will say you defied most everyone's expectations. Your energy's a little bit better than it typically is on one of your mail-it-in Fridays. So
yeah, thank you, Paul.
The jazzercise must have went pretty well this morning. What, about 5:30 a.m.? You know, your teenage son is pumping iron in the garage, and
He's
you're out
in the garage. I'm out doing my sticks and stones walk, Paul.
Whatever.
It's a sticks and stones walk. Okay. That's what it is.
Edit that out, actually. What we're trying to save what's left. Wolf's a tough guy, reputation
just incredible
around here.
Right there. The power walk, as I like to talk. I mean, it is. It's a power walk.
Well, tell me you don't have the little hand weights. You don't have the hand weights as well, do you?
Oh, I've got the hand weights. And you better believe it. You are pumping the
Good night,
hand
everybody.
weights. You are going at it. I'm not talking about 2.5 pounds either, all right? I'm talking about serious weight with the hand walk, Basin audience. It is pretty sad.
Is it against FCC
honestly,
rules? Can I put a bounty out there? If anybody can get some video of Wolf walking,
no way, Paul.
Wolf can walk the neighborhood. I want video of Wolf with the hand weights, power walking.
I already told her, man.
At dawn.
Honestly, right now, if you ever record this stuff, start running, okay? Because I will break your phone into a million pieces.
I am thoroughly distracted right now.
I would love for her to record it and then send it to us so we can post it on the Wolf and Luke social media channels.
Yeah, do not do that, okay?
Last question,
Wolf. That
Wolf.
would be a Jax Ulbrich affair.
You're not wearing like the Richard Simmons dolphin shorts or anything while you're doing the power walk with the hand.
No.
Dbacks, the most difficult month of the season. They're out there, and after game 1, Wolf, what was your level of confidence after the Dbacks got stomped in game 1?
Yeah.
And they come back to do what?
Yeah.
They win the series against the team in the majors with the best record and the best home record?
That's right, Paulie.
What did they do?
You know, honestly, right now, Basinonians, all series are not created equal. They are not. This could be a bit of a launching point right now. I understand the schedule is very, very tough for the Diamondbacks, especially coming up. I understand that. The next 3 games against the Phillies, of course. But I do believe this could be a let's get back to playing Diamondback baseball launching point. Winning the Mets series, to me, look, they're going to be playing the Mets once again, Paulie, after this series.
At home, yep.
Yeah, at home. They've got 3 games against the Mets at home after the 3 games in Philly right now. So that's good. They're going to take a little bit of confidence I think, into that Mets series at home. But game one of the series, Basin O'Neans, was the biggest bag over the head kick in the cradle you could have, because the Mets were doing everything that the Diamondbacks like to pride themselves on, pitching and defense. Yet the pitching and defense came from the Mets and not the Dbacks.
Yes. Although I will say this. Last I left you last month, Wolf, what did I say when we were talking about the Dbacks? Because they started the season by leading the majors in errors, right? We dubbed them the E-backs. And I said, you show me a below-average defensive team in the majors, and I'll show you, at best, a 500 team in the standings. But how many? How many errors did they commit against the Mets in this three-game series?
Right.
0.
Yeah.
And so that gives them a fighting chance. So when you're missing Ketel Marte, and all of a sudden your top 2 relievers are sidelined by injury, it could be really freaking deflating.
Yes.
And after you get your face kicked in game 1, but to go back to the team that made a run to the World Series, what was Torrey's mantra then?
All right. Are you kidding me? This is part of the journey. We're not there yet. Let's enjoy it. Let's embrace it. Let's party. And a connected team is a dangerous team. We are dangerous.
That's what I wanted.
Party all night.
The connected team is a dangerous team. Somehow they had the mental fortitude to survive. It would have been real easy to pack in the rest of the series.
Man.
And they didn't.
Yeah, no, Paulie. It was so cool. That brings back memories, doesn't it? Minus the profanity, basically. All right, minus the profanity right there. You could tell, the joy and the it had brought back a lot of memories of being in locker rooms and listening to a coach get fired up right there, okay? Minus the profanity once again. But, Paulie, for me right now, games 2 and 3 of this series, this is the Arizona Diamondbacks. This is it right here. Not only did they field their position well, Paulie, but all of a sudden you had Corbin Burnes and Zach Gallen go out and take the ball and shut it down. Shut the Mets down. The team with the best record in baseball coming in to this series, Corbin Burnes and Zach Gallen took the ball and shut them down. And that, to me, was exactly what you wanted to see. That's why I feel like maybe it's starting to come together a little.
Today's series win in New York.
Yeah, I think everybody's waiting for this pitching staff to get on a great roll, and I think they've been on a semi-roll, the starting staff. So Zach is a piece of that puzzle. It's fastball command with Zach, get the ball on the plate, get ahead, and then go to work with your secondary stuff and have the ability to finish off hitters. So following a game plan and just making sure he lands pitches, that's always the best plan for him.
It's almost like the skipper spoke that into existence. Because Zach Gallen going into yesterday's start was 1-4. He had an ERA of 5.57 over 4 walks per 9 innings, right? A lot of extra base runners out there. And then all of a sudden, there he was. He stopped nibbling. He started throwing. He's getting ahead in the count. You know, he's doing the whole high-low game, and he ends up going 6 innings, 2 hits, 8 Ks, the 3 walks. You can still improve on that. But once again, Corbin Burnes, Zach Gallen, like Torey Lovullo said. Now you got Merrill Kelly going tonight at the Phillies. That's how you survive this stretch, especially until you get healthy.
Yeah, Paulie, for me at least, watching this, the best part of this Mets series was watching the two-headed monster of Corbin Burnes and Zach Gallen go take the ball and basically win the game for the Diamondbacks. That is an intentional exaggeration, and I'm firing for effect on that by saying they gave them the ability to win the series. But for me, once again, they did it exactly the way you wanted to see them do it against a very good team. You got 2 guys, 2 aces, who took the ball and went out and pitched up to their capability. And that's what we wanted to see. Don't worry about Zach Gallen having his 2 best outings of the season so far at Yankee Stadium and Citi Field. Don't worry about that, Basin. There's nothing to see here, right?
What you need to worry about.
Don't worry about it, Paul. Don't start trying to connect dots.
A.J. Puck on the 60-day IL, and now J. Mart, right, injured, going to have an examination of some sort on the shoulder. What does that mean? Here's Torey Lovullo. This is from Sunday about his concern level about J. Mart's velocity being down.
I'm not going to lie and say that while I was watching it, there was a little bit of concern. I saw the same numbers you did. I have to trust what's going on up there on the screen, on the big board. So, yeah, of course I am concerned. And, that's what we were talking about in my office right before I came in here. So that's what we do. We take care of these players. We make sure they're healthy. If they're healthy, we put them out there to compete. He is assuring us that he's healthy. The testing from the medical team is assuring us that he's healthy. So we're going to let him go out there and compete. So there's some logical reasons that we have. Maybe 6 days off, and we back-to-backed him out of nowhere. Maybe a little bit of dead arm, a little bit of fatigue that he doesn't know how to describe. So we're going to back him. We're going to support him, and we're never going to put him in a situation to hurt himself. And he says that he's fine. We believe that he's fine, but we are aware. I saw those numbers. It's fairly alarming. I don't like that, but he loves to compete and he wants to be out there.
I mean, when the Dbacks broadcast crew is even wondering out loud, why was Justin Martinez even in the game?
Yeah.
On Wednesday?
Yeah.
I know he's been saying his arm feels fine. The velocity says otherwise.
Yeah, but the traders as well, Paulie. They're saying he's fine.
Okay.
He's fine. And he says he feels fine. And they put him through the rigmarole. And they test it.
You know what
I
he
don't
needs?
know, Paul.
He needs a Geraldo Perdomo blood transfusion. He needs some of that cold frog blood is what he needs. Maybe, do some of that, send that into the shoulder. That'd work.
You know what, Paulie? Once again, I have no idea if this is accurate at all. Maybe it's psychological. Maybe it's just something he's got to get on top of psychologically.
We're saving the Shelby Miller conversation, by the way, for Jody Jackson coming up in about 15 minutes or so.
Cool.
Lack of drama in the ninth inning. How about a 1-2-3 ninth, 8 pitches? Hello!
Yeah.
More of that, please. The best pick the Cardinals made in the NFL draft. Wolf and I are about to disagree on that. Next, Calvisi in for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks at the Mets.
Swinging a jam shot grounder to short. Perdomo charging, has it, throws to first. In time, got him, and that's your ball game. Dbacks win it by a final score of 4-2. And they come into Queens and they take 2 of 3 from baseball's best in the New York Mets.
A D-backs series win at the Mets. Now to Philly for 3 games at the Phillies. Coverage of Game 1 of the Phillies series this afternoon at 3 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Listen, Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors are committed to working collaboratively with you. When it comes to your wealth management plan, they know one size does not fit all, man. It is time for you to contact Trajan Wealth today and discuss the strategies to weather the current market turbulence that is out there right now. 480-990-3300. Listen, Trajan Wealth's core philosophies include low expenses, manager tenure, and tax efficiency. There are just a few key qualities that differentiate a Trajan Wealth portfolio from competitors. That's one of the reasons why you got to pick up the phone and give them a call today at 480-990-3300 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
Every day, savings, energy efficiency, rebates. Every day at APS, you have ways to save energy and money. We know how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. That's why we offer programs to help you manage your energy use. Schedule a home energy checkup for savings recommendations tailored to your home. Find rebates on smart thermostats. Compare your rate plan options and switch to the plan that would have saved you the most money. Find ways to save at aps.com/brighter.
Looking for the perfect engagement ring? At Shane Company, we know this is an exciting time. It can also be overwhelming. Customers say this a lot. Where do I start? How do I choose? At Shane Company, this is where the magic happens. Since 1929, we've been experts at helping customers find the perfect engagement ring. We invite you into the design process, help you pick out the perfect diamond or colorful gemstone, and choose a style that speaks to you. Come see us in store and at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation, and that is why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from the insurance company, and he called Sweet James, and his new team of attorneys helped him get the medical care needed to get on that bike again, and then they fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. Now, no firm can guarantee outcomes, but if you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, the skill, and the resources to win the most for you, and Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small, and that is why they win 98% of the time, and they win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-million. That's 800-9-million. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner, right here in Phoenix. With $215 billion in business loans and over 3,700 business specialists across the nation, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns named Brian Gregory their general manager yesterday. For Dan Bickley's thoughts on the hire, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The Arizona Diamondbacks look to win their third straight game tonight against the Phillies in Philadelphia. First pitch is at 3:45, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. It's a good pitching matchup with Merrill Kelly going for the Dbacks and Jesus Luzardo going for the Phils. And the NBA playoffs continue tonight with the Warriors taking on the Rockets. You can listen to that one over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by State 48 Home Comfort. Sweating the price of a new AC unit? Learn how to save up to 20% on your new AC installation at submittosave.com today. Your ticket to a sweat-free summer.
Hey, it's Gambo. The Diamondbacks begin a new series in Philadelphia. How many games of that series will Ketel Marte be playing in? It's the Burns and Gambo Show. Starts at 2 on Arizona Sports.
Well, if you ever heard the term used by quarterbacks, Santa Claus.
No, Paul.
When you get Santa Claused.
No. But you know what, Paulie? I was not a quarterback.
I learned this recently from Drew Stanton. It's when you have a big defensive lineman in your lap.
I see.
Santa Claus.
Ho, ho, ho.
It's tough. Well, if you lost some revenue the last few years, you lost the weight, and you're no longer on the short list for the backup mall Santa every holiday season. It's,
Santa Claus.
Sorry,
he stands there with a clipboard and a headset on in the mall, just
right.
as the backup Santa.
He used to be the big man in the big suit. Now he's just sort of a sidekick with the clipboard.
Where are you
The
going
reason
with
I bring
your
that
Santa
up is
Claus?
because the Cardinals' first-round pick, what did I say, by the way, going into this draft? Find a pass rush machine at number 16.
Okay, Paul. Yeah, pass rush machine at number 16. I don't listen to what you say.
And they got an interior pass rusher. Walter Nolan III.
Okay, I'm liking him.
Okay. So here's a guy that, and this is something else we talked about on the Cardinals broadcast. Okay, it's easy to look at the pass rush stats and all that, but if you can stop the run with 4, if you can stop, forget about getting to the quarterback with 4, but if you can stop the run with 4,
you're not going to be able to stop the run with 4, though, Paulie. That's the problem.
You sure?
You better have 6 in the box.
I get it.
What I mean?
No, I get it. I'm talking about
7.
Just up front. If you got 4 dudes who can actually still, you have to worry about gap integrity and, all of a sudden, wait a minute, your inside linebackers are clean and can truly go sideline to sideline and they can seek and destroy.
I would say, Paulie, if you can stop the run with 1, the most destructive force in the football universe is what? a three technique that can penetrate and disrupt everything that you're trying to do from a blocking scheme perspective, whether you're trying to run the ball or throw the ball. So I would say this, Paul, if you can stop the ball, if you can stop the run with one, that being a three technique who can penetrate and destroy and disrupt blocking schemes, you are host.
So last night in the Big Red Rage, assistant GM Dave Sears joined us. As you know, you were there. And we were talking about Walter Nolan because there's this narrative, this national narrative that the Cardinals rolled the dice, quote unquote, took big swings at Walter Nolan and Will Johnson in particular. And so we asked him that question about the first two picks. Here's what Dave Sears said.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're not rolling the dice on Walter's talent. I'm not sure where that assumption would come from, and Walter's tape is not a roll of the dice. So I don't really see it that way. I think there's probably a little bit of media misinformation about Walter the person. Sometimes that happens in the draft process, but we spent enough time with Walter to feel very comfortable with him. So it's not a roll of dice for us, you know. And with Will, again, like this is a guy that's a true junior. He's a 3-time All-American. He's got the Michigan record for pick sixes. He was defensive MVP of the national championship game. I mean, every time you turn on the tape, the guy's playing good ball. You know, his father was a player at Michigan at DB. He's a well-regarded trainer in the Detroit area. So, like, this is about as clean a player as you can find in terms of his skill set and his production. There were some injuries with Will, but nothing we thought was that he couldn't overcome or we can't manage. So we were excited about Will being there for sure.
And we'll get to Will Johnson in a second. One follow-up on Walter Nolan. Wolf, do you realize how different this defensive front looks?
Oh, Paul.
Last season, the season before, I mean, just the D-line room. There's no longer do you have Phil Hoskins and Naquan Jones and Kyrie's Tonga and 6th-round rookie Dante Stills learning his way, right? I mean, think of
Dante Stills is
contributing. Now, absolutely. He's totally developed. I agree, and he's definitely in the mix now, but think of it. Darius Robinson, Walter Nolan, Dalvin Tomlinson, Calais Campbell, Justin Jones, Bilal Nichols, Dante Stills, L.J. Collier. That's 8.
L.J. Collier.
That's 8. I asked Dave Sears, wait a minute, refresh my memory. How many D linemen have you broken camp with the last couple of years? 6. So if this is musical chairs, there's going to be a couple of dudes left standing.
Oh, yeah.
Comes the final 53. Now, as for Will Johnson, how about this? Our question as to when they thought Will Johnson would end up, once again, Santa Claus in their laps at 47. That was the question to Dave Sears, the assistant GM, and his response was, well, a lot like what JG said recently.
Thank the kill.
46. You know, we never thought the guy was going to be there.
Really?
Never thought the guy was going to be there. So that was one of the ones where you heard Monty talk a lot post-draft about sticking to your board. That's a clear case of that. Will was obviously the best player that we had on the board at that time. We never thought Will would be there at that point, and so, you stay with your board and you take the prospect.
That was my biggest takeaway from your entire conversation right there. It was fascinating to see that. Dave Sears, first of all, this guy's going to be a general manager at some point in time, okay? General manager in waiting right now, Dave Sears. And you have a way of vetting players, do you not, Dave? Look at me, Dave. You have a way of vetting players. You and Monty, you have this way. What is it, David? Okay.
By the way, you're not wrong on that. The first question they always answer, do we want this person in our building?
That's right.
That's the first question they try and answer.
That's right, Paulie. So if they're going to bring in a guy, I don't worry about his motor. I don't worry about him playing. I really don't. That's what ultimately Walter Nolan had the narrative that was out there about him that, hey, you know what, when Walter Nolan wants to play, nobody can block Walter Nolan. You know, everyone was willing to admit that, man, he is so incredibly talented coming out of Ole Miss, of course. But if he doesn't want to play, sometimes it could be a problem. It could be an issue right there. I'm not worried about that at all. And can I tell you why, brothers? Because of JG. Because of the culture on this team and what it is that they believe. Dare I say what it is they demand about every player they bring into that locker room. There's no way they're going to have to jab this guy in the ribs to get him to go play. That's not who they are. They'd never draft a guy that high in order to do that to him, jab him in the ribs to get him to play. That wouldn't happen.
Darius Robinson, before he got hurt, leading into the Week 1 game at Buffalo was arguably your best defensive lineman on the field. He was never the same after that, and he was still dealing with that calf at the end of the season. If you told me Walter Nolan III made a run at one of the starting spots, I wouldn't be shocked.
I wouldn't either.
Will Johnson breaking camp as a starting corner? I mean, Sean Murphy-Bunting, Starling Thomas. I mean, there's room there for improvement. Let's just put it that way. And then you have Cody Simon, Wolf. Right now, the biggest question to me, I look at this roster, I look at this depth chart, who's the quarterback of the defense? Who's the Mike linebacker? And can a guy who wore the green dot in college feasibly, realistically make the transition as a rookie? And we asked Dave Sears about that.
It's a pretty big leap, but usually the guys that can do it in college can do it in the NFL. You know, there's a lot put on their plate, too. It's a newer thing in the college game, actually having the green dot on the field, but it's the same responsibilities. The guys making the calls or relaying them from the sidelines. But you're looking for that leadership capacity, that football intelligence capacity, the ability to command 10 other players on the field and know where they all have to line up. And so if somebody turns to you, echoing the calls and getting guys aligned before the snap. So that takes some poise and some football intelligence for sure.
Yeah, that is so cool right there. Could he do it? Yes, he could do it. Will there be some mistakes along the way? Yes, there will be. Being a Mike linebacker in the National Football League with the green dot, very, very difficult.
Especially when you're going against the Kyle Shanahans and Sean McVays of the world, and they're going to try and exploit you as a rookie decision maker on that side of the ball. However, what if your defensive scheme is much more simple than it's been the last couple of years? Because now you just have dudes. You don't need to scheme it up and get exotic.
You don't need no stinking scheme.
You know, we do need some expertise when it comes to the Diamondbacks, okay? We need answers as to the... Wolf, Mike Hazen no longer takes your calls about the closer question, so we're going to go ahead and bring in Jody Jackson.
He never did,
Calvisi in for Luke on Arizona Sports, local sports leader.
Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, full of Get It Nowhere Else content from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, and more. Search up Arizona Sports on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, DISC. Maybe you're walking around like Paul Calvisi is back all jacked up, Basinonians, because he mowed the lawn. I don't know. I can tell you right now, the spine surgeons at DISC, they have helped me in the past, and I give them my highest recommendation if you're battling spine or back issues. DISC surgeons have developed a personalized pain mapping system that pinpoints the spine pain generator to diagnose back and neck problems and customize a treatment plan that caters to the patient's goals, your goals, and active lifestyles to provide long-term relief. That's right, DISC offers spinal fusion alternatives for patients suffering from back and neck pain. It's time to enjoy life again, is it not, brothers? Go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900. That's 602-944-2900.
Are you thinking about a cash offer for your home? What if you could shop and compare the best offers available by making one call? That's exactly what you get with Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. Get up to 9 offers with at least one at 100% of market value, or Carol will pay the difference. Whether you want speed, flexibility, or top dollar for your home, Carol delivers. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hi folks, Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you gotta call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show.
This one is long gone to left field.
Brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com.
I walk down the hallway. I'm looking for hand-to-hand in sales. Crickets. It's a Friday. Salespeople aren't around. Are you kidding me?
Polly, they're out busting it.
Ghost town. Sort of reminds me of the ghost fork in yesterday's game. That's the best term I've heard all year. The ghost fork.
Yeah.
Kodai Senga, right, with that pitch?
Yeah, okay.
I just sort of enjoyed it. It's just a great moniker, Wolf. Come on.
Okay, Polly.
You need things like that to get you through a 162-game season, the ghost fork.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about with the ghost
Filthy.
fork. Filthy. Okay, great.
Jeez, no appreciation. Let's bring someone in who appreciates good baseball.
Just don't rip my AEs, Paul.
Jody Jackson joins us from the road where the Diamondbacks defied the doubters after getting jack-stomped in Game 1. They come back, they win the series, Ron Wolfley.
Jody!
Hey, what's up, guys? Good to hear you guys.
Wolf's just trying to.
As ever.
Yeah. Wolf's trying to match my energy, but we're going to outsource it to you because you know what? He had no answer for the closer question, and I think it's pretty obvious right in front of us. I mean, did Shelby Miller do anything to dispute the fact that he's going to get another shot in the 9th inning with the game on the line? Right? He earned it based on yesterday, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, Shelby Miller's been terrific. The problem is, Kevin Giggle had a little, very dicey yesterday. We got it done, which was huge, really uplifting when you get out of that kind of a jam. And then Thompson's been really good. So those are like kind of the magic three right now. The issue is they pitched in the last 2 games. So, obviously the big problem with having guys that are really doing great in your bullpen is you can't pitch them every day. So I don't know. I'm going to check on what the availability is when we get there. But you're right, Paul. It looks like Shelby Miller, not only is up to the task, but really good at it. And I think that he's a good option right now. But would we ever have thought that we were going to be in this spot? No. A.J. Puck going down. It's going to be, no one knows how long it'll be, but it doesn't look like it's going to be in the next month, or it could be longer. We don't know. And then Justin Martinez, hopefully we'll get some clarity on the MRI today. I'm not sure if we will know that, but I will certainly be asking Troy Lovella, and we'll see. Even if there's nothing on the MRI, you still have to figure out why the velocity is so down. Why is it 5 miles per hour down at this point? So not good. It's not a good situation, and that's why you hear things like, are they interested in Ryan Helsley? Are they interested in, what are they? Because they've gone out and tried to bulk up the depth in every area, And they really did that with the pen too. It's just that they've had injuries. So, and we'll find out when Kendall Graveman might come back. So they're gonna really, they have some really effective guys down there. It's just a matter of keeping the bodies up to the point where, you've got that depth. But yeah, so Shelby Miller, great story. Good dude, totally different guy than the guy I remember the first time around. He's a lot, he's just a grizzled vet now. He's very confident in his abilities and just kind of goes out there and does his thing.
Yeah, he's got that cold frog blood that Perdomo has, right? I mean, he just looks like, boom, the moment's not too big for him. I'm sorry, go ahead, Wolf.
No, that's all right. Jody, I wanted to ask you in regard to Justin Martinez, of course, just where is the level of concern when you've got a guy who says he's fine? And you've got a guy that the training staff says he's fine. Where's the level of concern when he goes on the IL for 15 days?
Yeah, there's a concern, whenever you see that kind of a velocity drop, it's definitely worrisome. It is, you feel good about the fact that, like, hey, he's not feeling pain in there. But, I think they were in the process of diving into a lot of different things, which is looking at the delivery, really seeing, is he not finishing pitches or throwing as hard as he needs to because he's not confident in the shoulder? What is it? But I think the one thing, after putting him out there the other day and quickly seeing, I think we all were hoping he was going to look better, right? It might have not been 100, but maybe it was going to be 98. You can kind of say, okay, well, he's coming back from. But when it's down so dramatically to 95 with the sinker, he didn't really – I don't even know if he threw a four-seamer, but the sinker – both those pitches are usually around 99 or 100 or even more, right? But it's concerning because you don't really know what the cause is. So hopefully they get some clarity on that. Right. And what I was going to say is just the time needed to figure that out. So it's like this is not something you're going to figure out while you're on the roster. So, that's all we can really do right now is hope for the best for him.
Right. Jody Jackson, we're talking Dbacks, Torey Lovullo, talking about the starting rotation, and he almost spoke it into existence on the pregame show yesterday, just talking about, now it's Zach Gallen's turn to do what Corbin Burns did, and that's how we survived this month, the degree of difficulty, the injuries, is superior starting pitching. How competitive do you think all those guys are? Zach versus Corbin versus Merrill Kelly today and Brandon Pfaadt in the back end. How much are they competing against each other to match each other?
It is like that, Paul. There's an element of that for sure because every guy wants to be there for the team, pick them up in a tough spot or, just match the other guy when they're going well. But the other thing that I know with these guys, and I didn't know Corbin Burns as well, but with Zach and Merrill, who I've seen now for, many years, they know themselves. They are kind of true to themselves, right? With how they know they need to get right. They know where they need to be exactly, the best effective pitcher that they can be. And like with Zach, it's very tricky with him, with the delivery being just right and coming out of his hand. How's the ball? So I think it's, there's an element of like, yeah, I'd love to go out, it's like I want to go out there and match Brandon Pfaadt or match, but they also just know that they have to do whatever it is they're doing, whether it's in the prep, the game plan, the bullpens they're throwing to be the best version of themselves. And I think if that happens, and that's what does happen every time, it'll naturally happen. They will go out and have that string that they had not that long ago where they had, I think it was 6 consecutive quality starts, right? And then Brandon Pfaadt was very close with getting to the 7th, but he was like 5 2/3 or something like that. So they want to do that. They are competitive in nature. That's just natural. But they're also like scientists. These guys. It's very different, than any other. I think a starting pitcher, it's just such a unique role, and it's really like getting everything down to a science. Attacking hitters and feeling the way they need to feel. So hopefully we see that. Gallen was great. Kelly goes tonight in a place where he, I think created for himself this legendary status of taking down the Phillies in Game 6 2 years ago. And I know he thrives on that. Merrill thrives on that underdog role too. A guy that like no one really expected to come over from Korea and be who, and he's been terrific. And except for that, you take out that Yankee start, he's got a 2.17 ERA, guys. So I feel really good about Merrill tonight.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Talk about the pitching matchup today in Game 1 of the series.
Well, yeah, Jesus Luzardo has been very good for the Phillies. He's been outstanding. He hasn't given up homers, kind of the same narrative we have with the Mets. And which, by the way, I didn't want to gloss over. What the Diamondbacks did in New York was amazing. I mean, personally living it, going there so many times. I mean, they've lost so many series, hadn't won a series there since 2017. And to be able to do it, even with all the stress on the bullpen, it was great to watch. So hopefully they carry that in to this series.
Agreed.
And they've had a lot, and they're getting Ketel Marte back, right? So, I mean, tonight is another big night. It's a stretch of games. It's really difficult. So the pitching matchup, there's a lot of pressure on these guys, and Merrill's used to that, but it's going to have to be a total team effort with this team having a lot of moving parts right now. I mean, it's great you get Ketel back. There's going to be, I think, some other moves today, too. We're going to be aware of what's going on. Keep your eye out for some shifting around, I think, today.
Well,
but Luzardo's a tough customer. What they did to Senga, though, was they really made him work, and that was very encouraging. Senga had just mowed them down back in 23 in 2 outings, and they had really good approaches. They laid off some pitches. They made him, and then as the outing went on, that forkball was not great for him. He actually went to it more and more, and it was Corbin Carroll nearly hit it out. He hit the fork. It was up. It was mislocated. And Corbin took Brandon Nimmo to the wall on that. That would have been quite a moment, but Nimmo made a catch there. But they had some really encouraging at-bats, and this offense is capable of doing some real damage. We've seen it. I hope we see it the next 3 games here.
Yeah, Corbin's like, I got your ghost fork right here, and boom. By the way,
I was excited for that ball. I was like watching it go. I'm like, go, 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 and it got caught. But man, that was encouraging to see what they did to a guy like Senga, and hopefully they can take Luzardo into some deep counts today too.
So if I'm seeing this right, Torey Lovullo this morning on satellite radio quoted as saying, Ketel Marte is here in Philly to play some baseball. End quote.
Yeah.
So, okay.
I heard that as well. He said, he's not here for cheesesteaks. He's not here to see the Liberty Bell.
That's right. He's not here to run the Rocky steps like Wolf always likes to do with his hand weights. Wolf, you didn't run the Rocky steps with your hand weights, did you?
I do that every time I come here. I love that.
That's good.
But, I did not see Ketel out there. I'm pretty sure he's got bigger things in mind.
Jody, you probably missed it earlier. I almost walked out of the show when we learned that Wolf gets up at the crack of dawn. He does quote power walking with hand weights, and so I was like,
it's a full body workout,
okay.
Jody.
All right, that's entire.
Wow, that's impressive. Have you done the leg? There's the leg weight thing is still too.
That's exactly right.
Some weight on your back. Come on, Wolf. I could see this. I could see you being like fitness guru.
Yeah, Bill Belichick used to do that. More on that, Jody, the next time we talk to you.
All right, Jody. Thank you, as always.
All right, guys.
Yep.
Good to talk to you.
Yep, and she's not lying. It'd been 8 years since the Diamondbacks had last won a series at the Mets. So, all right, to-do list, Brian Gregory. We're going to go through that. We might need the rest of the show to go through his to-do list, but we'll get started. Calvisi in for Luke on Arizona Sports, local sports leader.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show. Brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. Your home for everything Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Dbacks decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for Dbacks Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Chime. You know what would be great is a checking account without a bunch of stressful fees. Well, Chime has the answer. No maintenance fees and fee-free overdraft up to $200 until your next deposit. Learn more at Chime.com. When I first got into radio, I was going to grad school too. I was living paycheck to paycheck, trying to do a lot at once. Then an overdraft fee would randomly hit. It's just a big deal at the very wrong time. You're doing the best you can. You don't need your own bank working against you. Well, Chime will take care of you. They've spotted members over $32 billion to date. They have fee-free cash withdrawals at over 50,000 ATMs. Again, just go to Chime.com to learn more. Move toward a better financial future with Chime. Open a Chime checking account in 2 minutes. Get started today at Chime.com. Chime feels like progress. Banking services and debit card provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Members FDIC. MyPay line of credit provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Spot me eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. apply. MyPay eligibility requirements apply. Not available in all states. Credit limits range from $20 to $500. $2 fee applies to get funds instantly. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal and OTC advance fees may apply. Fees apply at out-of-network ATMs. Bank ranking and number of ATMs according to U.S. News & World Report 2023.
This is Greg Hagan. I want to put cash in your pocket. Have you thought about selling your home? Well, Inc. 5000 just named 72 Sold the #1 real estate firm in the state of Arizona. Why? More money for Arizona home sellers. Our competitors must wonder if we have a secret playbook to get more money for you. Turns out we do, but only for you and only at 72sold.com. Get more money for your home at 72sold.com.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and for 8 years, QC Kinetics has been the nation's leader in non-surgical relief for joint pain with over 50,000 satisfied patients, people with knee and back pain now living pain-free, shoulder and hip pain gone. What QC Kinetics is doing is nothing short of remarkable. They're using regenerative cell therapy to restore the tissue in your achy joints. They're using biologic growth factors with robust healing properties, carefully and strategically placed in your joints. And the best part is, with QC Kinetics, there are no drugs, no surgery is involved, and there's no downtime. This is an all-natural option with lasting relief. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation and learn about these cutting-edge treatments that can help you live your best life, with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Reach them at 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns named Brian Gregory their general manager yesterday. For Dan Bickley's thoughts on the hire, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The Arizona Diamondbacks look to win their third straight game tonight against the Phillies in Philadelphia. First pitch is at 3:45, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. It's a good pitching matchup with Merrill Kelly going for the Dbacks and Jesus Luzardo starting for the Phils. And the NBA playoffs continue tonight with the Warriors taking on the Rockets. You can listen to that one over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. What can we expect from the Phoenix Suns in the Brian Gregory era? The Burns and Gambo Show, and it starts at straight up 2 o'clock.
Wolf, ask me who I want as the Suns' next head coach.
Okay. I just want to know, we're getting ready to cover a kickoff here. Is that what we're doing right here? That was some pretty good music right there. Came in there hard. What was your question, Polly? What did you want to know right there? I was in the tunnel.
Wolf, I'm asking you to ask me the question who I want as the Suns head coach, and you're purposely being difficult.
Okay, who do you want, Paulie, for the Phoenix Suns and the hiring of their next head coach?
I don't care!
You set me all up for that?
It doesn't matter.
Come on.
Head coach is like 14th on my list of priorities right now.
Okay.
They have proven that the problems are way beyond a head coach. whether it was Monty or
Okay.
Vogel or Bud. We told him to come in Bud heavy. He came in Bud light. Neither here nor there at this point. He gone. I just don't care about the head coach. It is so much more internal, endemic, intrinsic, whatever you want to say. They got to figure this out from the inside out.
Yeah, Paulie, I'm with you on that one right there.
And what did Diana Taurasi say
Oh
not too
my
long
goodness.
ago? That culture isn't something like you institute necessarily. Culture is really dependent on the players you bring in.
Oh,
of course.
Of course it is,
Okay,
Paul.
so-
You start with an idea, Paulie.
So
that's what you do.
So who's,
and then you go get models to bring that in and model that culture.
So who's identifying those players? Who's acquiring those players? Who's generating the plan to add those players?
That's right, Paulie. Who's doing it?
Well, based on what we learned yesterday, it's Brian Gregory, who's been promoted from director of player programming. I'm not familiar. If you said there's a director of programming here at the radio station or a TV station, for example, director of programming, I get it. I'm familiar with that. What is player programming in the NBA?
Yeah, I have no idea what that is, Paulie. That's really interesting.
And you call yourself a talk show host?
Yeah,
I mean, what's going on
I
here?
have no idea what you're talking about right there. Can I say this right now? Brian Gregory, I like the fact he was a coach. I like that. I'm putting that in the positive category right there. He's been a head coach for a long, long time, so I'm going to put that in the positive category.
19 years on the college level.
On the college level.
Dayton,
Okay.
Georgia Tech, South Florida.
Let's see. Do you think maybe he's got an NCAA mentality? Do you think he's got that? An NCAA tournament mentality? Like, you know what we're going to do? We're actually going to try on defense. That's what we're going to do. We're going to build. You know what they need more than anything else, Space Onions?
Lay it on me.
The Phoenix Suns need dogs. You're going to go out and get some dogs. We're going to fight you. Yeah, you know what? They're going to fight you on the perimeter. That's what they're going to do. They're going to fight you on the perimeter. They're going to fight you in the paint. They're going to actually take pride in playing great defense. That's what they're going to. You know what, Paul? They're going to go ahead and get their butt out, get down in a stance, actually get a little flex in their back, and bend their knees. They're going to get their butt out and play some defense.
If you're not watching on YouTube, you really should be right now. Wolf is actually demonstrating. He's like he's running one of his youth football camps right now.
No, it gets me fired up, man. Play some defense. Like, care about playing defense. So much of that is just caring about it.
Don't look at me with that
But you
sort of
need
recommendation.
dogs.
I was the guy this time a year ago after they got trounced and punked by the T-Wolves 4-0. I had two big recommendations. One, find yourself a stinking point guard. They added two, then they didn't use them for some reason. Number two, you better figure out how to build this roster and this team for the new whistle. The end of last season, all of a sudden, there was a new mentality from the league, a new allowance by the officials. I mean, have you watched any of these playoff games?
Yes, Paul.
It is a throwback to the 80s and 90s.
Speaking of the NCAA tournament.
I'm waiting for Rick Mahorn to get off the bench. I'm waiting for, Anthony Mason or Charles Oakley to check into the game at this point.
Mahorn.
Bill Lambier.
Right. I mean, here comes a forearm shiver.
Lambier with a cheap shot.
Is there any team in the NBA who is more unequipped, ill-equipped for this new physical, savage style of play,
Paulie.
especially in the postseason, than the Phoenix Suns? To me, the number one list, because what was the question again? Your to-do list, if you're
Brian Gregory.
Brian Gregory,
What's
thank
your
you.
mode of action, Paul?
If you're the former director of player programming, you got to figure out. You got to figure out how to get a physical team in here.
Okay. Here's what you do, Paulie.
Okay, thank
This
you.
is what you do right
Finally,
here.
it took us an hour and 10 minutes.
You're
going
over
to give us
there
an answer.
screaming and yelling, Paul. I have no idea what you're. Look, the very first thing Brian Gregory has got to do is articulate what the culture of this organization is going to be.
Wolf.
No,
Wolf.
you've got to say it, Paul.
Wolf.
You have to say it first.
I don't want the ethereal.
It's Paul.
Culture.
No.
Didn't we just establish culture
Paul.
is the player you bring in?
Please don't, Pasadonians, don't listen to Paul. Don't listen to what he's saying right now. I kid you not.
Does this second
It's
floor window
wrong.
open? I'm going to fling myself out right now.
He's just dead wrong, and he doesn't know it. You have to think of how you want to play basketball. It has to be a thought, and then you speak it out of your mouth. You have to articulate what your culture is going to be. That is step number one.
But Wolf, we've heard that for 2+ years. We've heard the sound
Oh, no,
bites.
you have not.
Where are the results?
No, you have not. We've only heard from Matty Ish since the firings. We've only heard Matty Ish after the season start saying, you know what, we need change. And yeah, we do need change. And maybe that's why you hired Brian Gregory, because he represents all of that change, because you might actually listen to him.
But Mike Budenholzer was supposed to be
the
badass,
No.
the bad guy. He was supposed to be that guy, and it got worse.
Paul,
the lack of energy, the lack of physicality. Thank you, sir. May I have another? As you're getting punked game after game.
How many stories have you heard, Paulie? And this is based on, it's pure speculation. It is. He wasn't a popular guy in the organization.
Okay.
He wasn't. I don't think I'm breaking news by saying that. Okay?
So you're attributing maybe the most disappointing season in team history going back to 1968 to his Q rating.
If you would, yes, Paul, if you would just let me, you've got to articulate the culture of the organization, number one. And then you know what you do, number two, Brian Gregory? You hire a coach that is going to implement said culture, who believes the same thing you believe in how a team should play the game of basketball. So you go out and find a guy who's going to do that. And then you figure out, you look at your roster, Paul. Let's do what Paul does all the time.
By the way, Steve Nash.
Look at your roster.
Freaking Nash isn't even interested in the job. He won't even listen. He's going to TV, even though he lives here.
You're sidetracking me, and you're doing it on purpose. You take the paper, you look at it, and you say, who's going to be on our roster? What players are we going to bring in here who can actually execute the culture that we want here?
And then,
who can do that?
And then you look and you say, we're a second apron team. We don't have a lot of
So you know what? Well, let's see. So
you know what? Can someone give me a
KD's got to
stiff
go.
drink?
Bradley
Because-
Beal's got to go. That's what's going to happen,
and
Paul.
Beal has a no trade clause. Give me another drink. Make that a double.
Yeah, they're going to have to make something like that happen, Paul, and you're going to have to eat it,
Yeah.
Matty-ish. Thank you very much for being a billionaire.
So, because we're in one of the most dire situations in NBA team building history, we're going to bring in someone with a ton of experience who's been here and done that, a proven track. No, we're going to get someone who's been in the NBA for less than 2 years and was a college head coach and was the director of player programming.
He's not playing, Paul.
Yeah. I hope they know something we don't.
Yeah.
I hope.
Like, I hope Brian Gregory knows the game.
But knowing the game and retooling the roster, Wolf, right, are two different things. Having the ability.
Hey, Paul, they got it.
To navigate the degree of difficulty that is in front of them.
Yes. We know what's coming.
Again, Calvisi Consulting, that's what's coming, our 5-minute fix.
Stop
a little bit
yelling,
later in the
Paul.
show. A little bit later in the show, the 5-minute fix. We're gonna take care of this for you, Ron Wolfley. Cardinals, should they go after a big-name corner who could be traded, maybe a veteran receiver who's still out there? Guess what? Wolf's going to name names. I'm going to make him name names next. Calvisi and for Luke on Arizona Sports, local sports leader.
The Suns have a new GM.
Brian Gregory has been named general manager, and James Jones will transition to the role of senior advisor for the Suns.
What about the search for a new Suns head coach?
The time frame to hire the next head coach of the Phoenix Suns will be in the next 2 to 3 weeks. Brian Gregory will lead the search. He will be in charge of the search. He will make his recommendation to the ownership group on who the head coach should be.
We talk Suns front office changes on the home of the Suns, Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Listen, you don't want to move yourself. You know, it's one of the things Paulie does all the time. Calls all his friends, asks them, hey, bring the pickup over. I need you to help me move. Don't do that, man. Let the professionals actually do it yourself. Moving Team 6, they understand it can be a stressful situation to move, and they want to remove that stress, I should say, from the equation. Listen, Tim Lee is a good friend of mine. He's the owner-operator of Moving Team 6. He started the company all the way back in 2012. He runs it with his sons Garrett and JT right here in Phoenix. This is a company that is built on a foundation of faith, ethics, honesty, trust, and service. I know that because, once again, that's the back of the Lee family. They proudly support and hire veterans as well. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Shane O'Hanrahan. And Shane, with all the confusion over tariffs, what does it mean to the automobile industry?
Right now, all that is in limbo. But what I can tell you is every vehicle on Chapman BMW's lot is tariff-free. With financing as low as 1.99%, the time to buy is right now. So get in and get your best selection of your brand new BMW.
That's really good news for people who want to drive off in the ultimate driving machine.
Yes, it is. And Chapman BMW is here to help.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Need inspiration? Shop Fry's. For mouth-watering meals and appetizing ingredients. Our low prices add up to big savings. Plus over $600 in digital coupons each week. And up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. At Fry's, you always get big flavors and big savings. Fry's. Fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
You can save big on 12 to 15 packs of Coca-Cola, Pepsi, or Dr. Pepper. Select varieties or buy 2, get 2 free with your card. Limit 8. Fry's. Fresh for everyone.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Diamondbacks huge weekend series in Philadelphia. We'll discuss the state of our baseball team beginning at 6 a.m. on Monday on Arizona Sports.
So Wolf, as you get ready for your 3 Martini Friday night,
Knock it off, Paul. Never.
An analogy I made recently about NFL GMs. You're either a bartender or you're a mixologist.
Okay.
Everyone's a bartender, but are you a mixologist? Quote, a person skilled in making mixed drinks, a person who has studied the history of mixed drinks and cocktails. They often know the significance behind each ingredient in a drink and understand the impact of each mixing technique. Mixologist. That's what an NFL GM is.
Okay.
You can just go ahead and you can draft guys and sign guys. But how does it all fit? How does it all taste once all the ingredients come together? So Monty Ossenford, if you're going to call him Chef Monty, the question is now, do you need an extra olive in there? Do you need an extra dash of something in there, Wolf? Do you need a veteran elite corner in a Jalen Ramsey who is available according to the Dolphins? Do you need wide receiver 2, Amari Cooper, who is out there right now?
Okay, so Jalen Ramsey is out there, Paul.
Yeah.
And he's playing cornerback. Is that what you're saying, Paul? He's pretty good, too, last time I looked at a little tape. And then Amari Cooper is out there as well. He's wide receiver. So are you saying produce? Are you saying choose one or the other? Would you like to see them the Arizona Cardinals add Jalen Ramsey or Amari Cooper?
Considering what Jalen Ramsey is still going to command in terms of salary, it probably would have to be one or the other.
Yes.
What about which position group would you be more apt to target? Do you think receiver or corner is more of a need right now?
I would think a speedy wide receiver, a guy who's going to run a 4.2. Hopefully a 4.29 would be okay, all right? The only problem is that's Matthew Golden, and he's already been drafted, okay? So I don't think they're going to find a guy running a 4.29. Having said that, I do believe, Paulie, the one thing they do need is a speed receiver, a guy who can line up and just threaten a secondary.
And that's great, but can I just... Once again, we agree on nothing. What about Andy Isabella and Rondale Moore? Didn't they try that in round 2 in 2 different drafts, try and get that guy, that speed guy?
Did.
What exactly did that really ultimately do?
Well, you also have to be able to catch the ball, Paulie. So, I mean, see, once again, you have to be able to catch the ball. You also have to be able to run good routes.
Stay healthy.
As well.
That helps.
Yeah, but you got to be able to run and catch the ball to threaten a secondary and loosen them up because, man, that'd be so nice to have a guy that could actually run. Now, Amari Cooper coming out, I think he was a 4.4 guy coming out. I don't think he's running a 4.4 at this point in his career. That's just me right now, Paulie, but he is a good receiver, so I'd take Amari Cooper over Jalen Ramsey.
Give me that guy on third down. You need a third down receiver. Everyone talks about speed receiver, take the top off, stretch the field. Give me that reliable third down dude, sort of like what a Keenan Allen would do for a team, right? And on third down, he just has that innate ability, proven ability to get to the sticks, get you the first down, find that window in coverage. That's the kind of guy, to me, they need right now a savvy veteran receiver because they're so young in that room. That guy who can be another security blanket beyond Trey McBride for Kyler Murray.
Yeah, I see, Paulie. I disagree with you. They need more of a speed guy, I think, Paulie. But your point is well thought out. And
what if I'm
going to go ahead and process that for a minute.
What if I said that you had a little bit of intel on Amari Cooper, existing relationships in the form of, your offensive coordinator and your backup quarterback, Drew Petzing, Jacoby Brissett, were both in Cleveland in 2022 when Amari Cooper was there.
Yeah, no, Paulie, I think you're onto something right there if your backup is playing. Just saying, okay?
I'm saying you have some inside knowledge on what sort of guy he is, what he would do for your offense.
Okay, what's that going to do for you,
fit?
Paul? They've got pro personnel. Have you ever heard of pro personnel scouts, Paul? That's every organization has Masonries in their front office. They're pro personnel, and their scouts, all they do is actually scout pros, those that are in the National Football League right now. So they've got a really good book on Amari Cooper, I would say, right now. That's just me, Paul.
And by the way, on Jalen Ramsey, go back to the film in the second half Cardinals at Miami and look at what the rookie Marvin Harrison Jr. did against Jalen Ramsey in that second half. So I'm not paying big dollars for Jalen Ramsey. I think his best days are behind him. I
think you could be right on that.
I do expect him to end up with the Rams, though. You watch. Jalen Ramsey be going back to the Rams. But right now, Wolf, considering how often we've disagreed, okay, and the ire is up here, if I had an option, to blindside, blitz you, sack you from behind, I'd probably be down with that. And I bring that up because we asked Walter Nolan III the other day, okay, who would you like to sack as a rookie coming into the league?
Yeah.
There was a guy a few years ago, I forget his name, and we asked him, he immediately said Tom Brady.
Yeah, who was that? Oh, who was that guy?
My Jay Sanders.
Oh!
Yeah. Okay, here we go. Let's hear what Walter Nolan had to say. This is from Cardinals Cover 2, the podcast. Is there somebody out there, man, you watch on Sundays, you'd love to sack?
Well, my real answer would probably be all of them, honestly. But if I had to choose one, I have to go with probably the top three for sure. It'll either be Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, or
Patrick Mahomes. Yep.
The first answer you gave, all of them, I think is the best answer.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, they're my favorite answer, honestly.
Craig Grillo right there. All right, so since you're boring the living dog out of me right now.
I was just going to say that, Paul. Where are you going with this? Because you are as boring as it gets.
I think what we're going to do right now is we're going to answer the question, okay? If we could speak it into existence, it is time for a Paulie Power Poll, Wolf.
Oh, no!
Power Poll.
Oh, dive bomb.
Top 5 QBs you would like to see Walter Nolan sack.
Okay,
the top quarterbacks you want Walter Nolan to sack.
Number 5.
You go first, Paul.
Geno Smith.
That's a good one.
Geno stinking Smith was 6-0 against the Cardinals in his 3 years at Seattle, and he escaped a lot of sacks. Geno Smith.
Okay, I'm going, let's see, the best quarterback in the league, Patrick Mahomes. Yes, Pat Mahomes. I'd like to see him. That's number 5. Give me number 4.
Number 4.
I'm going to stick with the Seahawks for 500, Bob. Russell Wilson, the former Seahawks starter. Let's ride Russell Wilson into the dirt, okay? Ride your backside into the turf.
All right, number 4 right now, just no offense, Matthew, but Matthew Stafford. Just like to see him get his back waxed.
Good one.
Number 4, Stafford.
Number 3.
Jalen Hurts. You got this tush push. How about Walter Nolan III pummels your tush with a blindside sack? I say Jalen Hurts. I've got your 600-pound squat right here.
Okay, let's see. Give me the number 3. Fire it off.
Number 3.
You know what, Joe Burrow with your glasses on and your cigar and your swag and everything else.
And the blonde dye job.
I would love to see you just get your face mask knocked off on the field one time. Of course, that you would be okay after that, but still, maybe a little blood coming out of the side of your mouth. Joe Burrow, number 3.
Number 2.
I was going to go Matthew Stafford, but you know what? Since I still have visions of Bryce Young running all over the field late last season at Carolina, how about a little payback for Bryce Young? Yeah.
Okay, number 2, ladies and gentlemen, here it is, Sam Darnold. I'd love to see Sam Darnold.
Yeah.
I see ghosts. I see dead people.
You know what? That's going to happen behind that janky Seattle offensive line. All they did was add a single first-round pick. Do you think, John Schneider, you fixed your offensive line in Seattle? Down goes Sam Darnold.
Give me number 1.
Number 1. Numero uno.
Unbelievable.
Mr. Darkness Retreat himself. And I think I speak for America. Walter Nolan III dismantling, dismembering Aaron Rodgers. Oh, we're all here for it.
Metaphorically speaking, of course.
Metaphorically speaking, of course.
I don't know what that means.
Aaron Rodgers, number 1. Go get him, Walt.
QBs, we'd like to see the rookie sack. Nothing personal, just business. All right, a little personal. Was the Dbacks series win over the Mets a turning point for the season? Really? It's early May, and we have a turning point in the season? Okay, we'll talk about that next. Paulie Pinchitter in for Luke on Arizona Sports. Hey, local sports leader.
Relax. We're going to be okay.
Dbacks at the Mets.
Swinging a jam shot grounder to short. Perdomo charging, has it, throws to first. In time, got him, and that's your ball game. Dbacks win it by a final score of 4-2. And they come into Queens and they take 2 of 3 from baseball's best in the New York Mets.
A D-backs series win at the Mets. Now to Philly for 3 games at the Phillies. Coverage of Game 1 of the Phillies series this afternoon at 3 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. May is one of the best months on the sports calendar. Baseball's here. We're getting deep into the basketball playoffs. We're getting deep into the hockey playoffs. You need a lot of screens to keep up with all this, and Twin Peaks is the answer. Call some friends, grab a table, order up some food and drinks. You're good to go. Watch all the games on their wall-to-wall TVs. That way, you don't miss 1 second of the action. And while you're there, you can enjoy their outstanding food selection because they've got an entire menu made for MVPs. Burgers, wings with a bunch of different sauces to choose from. Loaded fries, just a full appetizer menu. It's amazing. Chicken fried steak, chips and queso as well. They got flatbreads. They got desserts if you're into that. Plus, nobody does happy hour like Twin Peaks. 3 to 6, 10 to close every weekday with an adventurous drink menu that is second to none. And Cinco de Mayo is coming up, and Twin Peaks is celebrating big this year with lots of sweet deals. Get in there. Check it out. Twin Peaks has you covered with the great scenery they're known for at 5 convenient Valley locations now, so never settle.
Stop by and experience the Lodge mentality at Twin Peaks.
Are you ready to buy your dream home? Well, before you start packing, there's one crucial step. Get pre-qualified. Getting pre-qualified is like your VIP ticket to the housing market, speeding up the entire process. We do more than just crunch numbers. We analyze your financial situation and fully underwrite your pre-approval. So there's no last-minute surprises. Don't miss out on your dream home because you chose the wrong mortgage partner. Get your free pre-qualification today within 24 hours. Go to lundmortgage.com.
Today at Berg Simpson, we'll get a call from someone who needs our help. We'll learn about their loved one's injuries. We'll listen to their concerns, and we'll promise to fight for them. Then we'll use our resources and experience to deliver the best possible results we can for that client. So today, when that client calls Berg Simpson, we hope they feel they've done the best thing for their family.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
This is Secret Clinical dominating extra stinky stress sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT. Because nothing fights sweat better. Stay fresher under pressure.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I've had a number of surgeries, and frankly, I don't have time to rehab a surgery and an operation at this point in my life. I didn't want to take time off my kids' activities.
That's why former college and pro football player Bobby Carpenter turned to QC Kinetics. We couldn't be happier saving our patients like him from operating rooms and long recoveries.
They will resume like normal activity for me, which is a lot of running. It's a lot of workouts. I've been very, very blessed with how it's been able to hold up.
For so long, patients have accepted surgery as the only solution. But with new technologies, the medical professionals at QC Kinetics use regenerative treatments, your body's own biologics, to help heal and restore knees, hips, shoulders, and backs.
I actually ran into a friend of mine over at our golf course, and he had his knee done. It felt so well. He'd got his shoulder done. He goes, I can't thank you enough. He'd heard the commercial on the air, and so it's feeling great.
Find out how you can avoid surgery and finally get relief. Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns named Brian Gregory their general manager yesterday. For Dan Bickley's thoughts on the hire, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The Arizona Diamondbacks look to win their third straight game tonight against the Phillies. First pitch is at 3:45, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. It's a good pitching matchup with Merrill Kelly going for the Dbacks and Jesus Luzardo starting for Philly. And the NBA playoffs continue tonight with the Warriors taking on the Rockets. You can listen to that one over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Waste Connections of Arizona. Waste Connections of Arizona wants to take time to thank our veterans. Waste Connections of Arizona, proud to serve you and proud of the people that have served us. Online at wasteconnections.com/Arizona.
Hey, this is Jared, and how will the future of Kevin Durant be affected by the future of the Greek Freak? And by Greek Freak, I'm of course referring to 1980s sitcom character Balki Bartakavous. And now we are so happy, we do the dance of joy. Tune in at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
All right, it's the Wolf and Luke Show. Don't actually talk over Lane Staley in the angry chair. Are you kidding me, Paul? What am I doing? What am I doing?
I know, Paul. Why are you doing it?
I don't know. I'm setting you up, Wolf, to see if you got any energy left.
Punch it.
The number is 2, Wolf. The number is 2.
Sitting on the angry chair.
I've seen Lane Staley twice. Think about it, Wolf. How many times have
All right. I don't want to hear this, Paul. I don't want to hear your story. The Basin doesn't want to hear your story.
You're sure about that? Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Okay. Here's what I don't want to hear.
Unless you got knocked down again because of the...
Right. Here's what I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear anyone on these airwaves at any time say the following words.
Okay.
Oh, it's just one of 162. Because what was the difference last year?
Okay, Paul. Yes, we all understand it. Every game counts.
So,
Every game matters.
When I see the earlier, I don't know who wrote this, was the Dbacks series win over the Mets a turning point for the season.
Why are you saying it like that?
It's cheesy.
Could it possibly be a turning point?
It's cheesy.
You just made the point. I don't want to hear anyone say it's only one of 162.
But based on last year, Wolf, it's valid. It is valid.
Okay.
It is valid.
Now you're okay. Thank you.
Especially when you needed to prove it to yourself a little bit. You're missing Ketel Marte. You're missing the back end of your bullpen. Your top 2 relievers. You got your face kicked in Game 1. Jack stomped against the Mets. They have the best home record in the Bigs, the best overall record in the Bigs.
And how did you win Game 2 and 3 of the series, Paul? How did you win it?
Well, there were a couple of ways. Number one, you had the starting pitching you expected to have in the form of Corbin Burns and Zach Gallen. And it was the fact you were not the Dbacks.
Okay. Right.
0 errors through
0.0.
Really?
Which, by the way, is also Shelby Miller's ERA. In 13 appearances this season, once again over there, Rick, it's what exactly his ERA is? Come on!
It's not happening.
0.0.
You know, for me, once again, this is a turning point because it just so happened to be against the team with the best record in baseball.
Note to self: we need rehearsal next time. Go ahead.
Okay, Paulie. Yeah.
I didn't know you were going to make me play it twice.
That's right, Rick. Double up on it and be ready to go with Paul.
I'll own it.
You should have.
All right. You know what?
You should have done this back in the days with cart. The cart machine.
That's what I get.
Punching it.
That error for using Dbacks, I get the error on that one. So go ahead.
Yeah, you know what? I'm just saying now, it was how they won this series as well.
Okay.
To win Game 2 and Game 3 of the series and have your starting pitchers go out and take the ball and give you great outings, dominant outings. Now, again, I'm not talking about from a whip perspective, which I'm big on, Paul. I am. I will admit that. But you know what? I'm talking about giving up earned runs. Going out there and both of those guys giving up 1 earned run in 6 innings. That, to me, that's exactly what we expected from those 2 guys in particular. And they just so happen to do it against the best team in baseball at a place they haven't won a lot of games. Very few games, as a matter of fact. 4 games, I believe, since 2018.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's bad. I mean, the Dbacks entered yesterday 8-24 in their last 32 games at the Mets, and it was their first series win at New York since in 8 years. So, and your point about Zach Gallen and Corbin Burns was the point Torey Lovello made on the pregame show here on the D-backs flagship. Roll that about what he had to say.
Yeah, I think everybody's waiting for this pitching staff to get on a great roll, and I think they've been on a semi-roll, the starting staff. So Zach is a piece of that puzzle. It's fastball command with Zach, get the ball on the plate, get ahead, and then go to work with your secondary stuff and the ability have the ability to finish off hitters. So following a game plan and just making sure he lands pitches, that's always the best plan for him.
It's almost like he spoke it into existence, right? Yeah. You have your $210 million man, Corbin Burns, who went out there with a stellar performance the game before. Now you need Zach Gallen to follow that up, get the win, get the series win. That leads into Merrill Kelly. That's how you get through this stretch, the most difficult month of the season, the month of May, and that's how you win when you're shorthanded.
Okay, it's a good point by you, Paulie, right there. Can I just ask you this? Who do you think was the player of the series, Paul? If you had to pick one guy, don't get the media guide out in front of you, Paul, and start looking at the names. Don't worry about that. Just based on what you saw In the 3 games against the Mets, who was the player of the series to you?
I love the Alec Thomas catch yesterday. There's no doubt about that.
All right.
But
Alec Thomas.
Let's see here.
My guy.
Okay, you're setting me up here off the top of my head here, and I can't see every single game thanks to Mark McClune. Shelby Miller.
Okay, Shelby. All right.
I'll go with that.
I like that. That's okay.
I mean, a drama-free 9th inning to win the series is worthy. There's no doubt about it.
Okay, Jerry, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, yeah.
That's the answer right there.
Good one.
Geraldo Perdomo.
It's a good one.
Wednesday night, Perdomo squirted that ball into left field on a pinch hit. A pinch hit single that scored 2 runs in the 7th inning. Man, it was the 3rd consecutive 2-out single of that inning, and it gave the Diamondbacks a 2-1 lead. Jerry. Isn't that right? Now, those were not the game-winning runs of that game that Jerry knocked in, but the Dbacks needed a spark. They were down in the game. They needed a spark, and Jerry gave it to them. Then, yesterday, the Mets scored, what was it? It was a 2-1, yeah. It was a 2-1 game, and the Diamondbacks had the lead. Jerry came right back the next inning and hit the solo shot to give them a 2-run lead in the game. Once again, Jerry. The guy continues to show up. A pinch hit single and then a bomb. This is who this guy is, and he's clutch.
And some stellar defense.
Yes.
And now if you get Ketel Marte back, and apparently that is the word from Torey Lovullo as of this morning, so all of a sudden, okay, boom, you get your middle infield back intact. Merrill Kelly on the mound, as Jody Jackson talked about. He has flexed in Philly before in the biggest of moments. You know the fans are going to be all over Merrill Kelly, so you got to figure he's locked in tonight. And, okay. Now, if you can just get Corbin Carroll back. Now, he had the big drive that was raced down in the outfield. It was a near home run, right, in yesterday's game. But he's been struggling a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit as of late. He's gotten off to a great start. That's the one thing we do know about Corbin Carroll. He has gotten off to a great start. But as of late, yeah, he's been in a little bit of a funk right now. But for me, again, man, this could be a moment against the team with the best record in baseball to actually lose the first game the way that they did, Paulie, to lose it where the Mets looked like the Diamondbacks last year, where the Diamondbacks were on a roll defensively. Pitching and defense is what this team is built on, and yet we really haven't seen pitching and defense out of the Diamondbacks this year. But now, in this series, are we starting to see it come around now? Yes, I think it's a building block, and it can be. We'll see what happens. It's a long season, and they've got the Phillies, and that's going to be tough. But you know what? Play Diamondback baseball. Whether you win the series or not, play Diamondback baseball.
Because after that first game loss, where you got jack stomped, Torey's saying a connected team is a dangerous team. They looked anything but like a connected team in game 1. But then all of a sudden, to have the mental strength and the mental fortitude and then come back and you're only as good as that day's starting pitcher. But when you have that guy in the mound and then all of a sudden, you know what? It restores your belief, your confidence. And the D-backs able to pull out each of those 2 games.
Indeed.
And now Merrill Kelly back at it. A little bit later, by the way, I'm going to compare, because what you really need is an analogy. A little bit later on this show, I'm going to compare the state of the D-backs bullpen to your truck.
You're awful at analogies.
Catch the excitement of the Arizona Sports Half Day Club. That's May 7th as the D-backs take on the first place Mets again. Snag lower level tickets for only $9.87 by texting the word half. Text half to 620-620. Text half to 620-620 to secure your seats. Suns, how can they be fixed? You know what? Calvisi Consulting might have to step into the saddle here. And I hope you're taking notes.
Hold on to your butts.
Calvisi and for Luke on Arizona Sports. Local sports leader.
This afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovullo. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 this afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app at 98.7.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfliger from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Oh, man, Aria Dental Implant Center, they believe everyone deserves a smile that they are proud of. Led by Dr. Joe. I love Dr. Joe. One of the coolest dudes ever with over 20 years of dental implant expertise. Their locally owned center specializes in transforming smiles with the All-on-4 dental implant treatment. Oh, I have had the All-on-4 dental implant treatment, and it is a game changer. With transparent pricing and no hidden fees, they make it simple and cost-effective. In most cases, patients can receive their final custom zirconia smile. Oh, the custom zirconia smile in 5 days after surgery. Aria Dental Implant Center, where you don't just get implants, you gain the smile you deserve and the care that you can trust. Tell them Wolf sent you, by the way. All you need to do is go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Celebrate the baseball season with Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing, the official beer partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for a shot at 4 tickets to the May 9th Dbacks game against the Dodgers, courtesy of Four Peaks Brewing.
Message and data rates may apply.
Getting engaged? At Shane Company, we'll help you find the perfect diamond. This is your engagement ring, aka only your life's most important piece of jewelry. No need to worry. As gemstone experts since 1929, we handpick only the most beautiful natural and lab-grown diamonds cut to our high standards in every price range. We have diamonds in all shapes and sizes, ready to compare side by side right here in our store. Come see for yourself at Shanco.com or at your local store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hi, it's Vince Murata letting you know Spinato's Pizzeria has teamed up with State 48 to bring you the limited edition State 48 Pizza, a Southwest-inspired margarita with bold local flavors. It's more than just a pizza. It's a celebration of Arizona pride, creativity, and community. And to make it even sweeter, you can grab your exclusive State 48 Spinato's t-shirt and stickers. A portion of the proceeds benefits the State 48 Foundation, supporting local entrepreneurs. Get more information at spinatospizzeria.com.
Fast, reliable, trustworthy, reputable, highly decorated. Those are all words used to describe Parker & Sons, the company you call for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Listen, you need to trust who you let into your home and who you let fix your home, and that's why you call Parker with your sacred space, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Bring mom to Chase Field on Mother's Day, Sunday, May 11th, and receive a clear crossbody bag. Get your tickets at Dbacks.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Diamondbacks huge weekend series in Philadelphia. We'll discuss the state of our baseball team beginning at 6 a.m. on Monday on Arizona Sports.
You know, it's pretty sad when I'm talking to the booth in the commercial break and I'm saying this next segment might nosedive, might crash and burn.
And here's the Kleenex, Paul.
And Wolf is openly campaigning for it. Wolf said, and I quote, "I hope so. I hope it does crash and burn."
Yeah, it does.
So just for that, it's like so on. It's like so on, Wolf. Yeah. We're going to come out here, and over the next few minutes, we are going to realign redefine the entire organization.
Okay.
The org chart will be upended as it should be. Calvisi Consulting, waiving its considerable fee, is going to step in and fix the Suns.
Oh, the Suns, Paulie. Okay.
We're going to put
Consulting.
the entire organization up on blocks in the garage, and we're going to.
Okay, this could really blow up.
So I see all these job titles,
Okay,
right? That
saying.
they've, this director of player programming, and I'm like, okay, that's intriguing. And I'm thinking, all right, you know what? If you're going to truly affect change, you need to think differently. You need to hire differently.
Yes.
And based on need, okay, well, if there are needs and there are wants, but based on need here, the Suns are now at least should hire to fill the following executive level positions that we have created here at Calvisi Consulting. Are you ready?
Okay.
Okay, effective
I'm ready.
immediately, the Suns are hiring for a director of physicality.
Okay, a director of physicality.
Right.
I kind of like the way you're going on this.
Because if you've watched the postseason, I mean, # there will be blood.
Oh my goodness, it is so noticeable.
Okay. Number 2, based on last year especially, the Suns are now hiring for a director of energy.
Energy.
You got to find it.
I see where this is going. Probably the physicality.
Director of energy.
And the energy. Can I just say physicality? Physicality is energy, Paul.
Well, just
Okay?
nod accordingly,
So
okay?
I'm just saying right now, you've got some directors here that there's a little crossover. Physicality is energy.
This is my presentation. Okay,
it's your presentation.
Paulie PowerPoint. Okay. I'm up there at the front of the screen.
Paul, we already have employees walking out during your presentation.
Director of accountability. They need to hire immediately for a director of because currently there is
physicality, energy,
and accountability. Right? Because currently there's none of the above in all 3 departments. So
Okay.
we're going to create these departments and a director in each department.
Right now, you're talking about a leader, Paul.
There needs to be a director of defense. Okay, and the first question in the interview is going to be, do you care about defense?
Yes, there you go. I like it, Paul. I like where you're headed right now.
There was very little of that this last season.
Do you have some people that you would like to hire? I mean, when you're talking about a director of physicality, does anyone come to mind?
I can't do everything around here, Wolf. I'm just creating the positions,
see.
okay?
I see what
All
you
right?
mean.
I'm outsourcing the actual hiring to our HR department.
Okay, well,
There's
join
going
a
to
fantasy
be
league right after this.
There's going to be a director of passing. ISO ball gets you canned. There's going to be a director of passing and moving the basketball. Okay,
ISO
we're gonna have
ball.
there's going to be someone in charge of that. We're also going to have
There is a time and a place for ISO ball, Paul. There is.
Sure, if you're Jalen Brunson. How many teams have Jalen Brunson?
I'm just saying, there is a time and a place.
How about that finish
for
last
ISO
night?
Ball.
The Brunson
Yes,
burner.
We saw
Love that.
it. Oh,
Love that.
my
Okay.
goodness.
There's going to be a fortified director of security. Okay, and this director of security will have one job.
What is that job, Paul?
Do not let ownership into the war room. Never.
Okay.
Capiche?
All right.
Okay.
Director.
In fact,
of
security. In fact, this director
Paul.
of security that's going to make sure ownership does not go into the draft room is so important. We're going to make this an executive VP position with a
Okay.
company car, and you get a membership to Silverleaf Golf
All right,
Club.
I've got a great, and you know what, honestly, there's only one person I would hire to fill that role.
Oh.
And it's Tom Izzo. Tom Izzo.
That's not bad. I like that.
How about it, Paul?
I like that.
I mean, you think Tommy might be able to actually do that?
Well, if you
The
finally
director of security?
It took you almost 2 hours. You finally improved your own show. We have a new director. This one's a little avant-garde here a little bit. Director of T-Wolves. Your job is to figure out how to beat Anthony Edwards because
Okay.
the Ant-Man has owned you and has you marked down for 4 wins every season for about the next decade.
Okay, so the first thing you would do is the director of that, Paul, is board a plane and go see LeBron and Luka and ask them what's going on.
You need to go find someone who actually beat Anthony Edwards, Wolf. I mean, the director of Beal. You have a full-time job with unlimited overtime hours available to you to devise a way to convince Bradley Beal to somehow waive his no-trade clause or just, get out. GTFO somehow, I mean, we've gone in 1 year, we've gone from let Beal deal, should he or would he be the point guard to now, can you deal Beal? So we need a director of Beal. That's how important
Okay, yeah, the director
that
of
question
Beal.
is.
Well, it is a important question. It really is.
And then finally, you're asking, oh, well, Calvisi Consulting, how can the team afford this extreme increase in headcount?
Yeah.
Well, it's real easy. We're going to have to make adjustments elsewhere. So henceforth and heretofore, any current positions that have to do with the NBA draft that are full-time are automatically part-time positions because there aren't enough picks in the near future to actually justify full-time staffing
scouting
when it comes to the NBA draft. So whether it's scouting, whether it's video, travel
Paul,
secretary, whatever it is.
No, you still need it, Paul. You need your scouts out there scouting these guys. You grade your scouts based on what they say about players coming out, Paul.
That's where we find the money.
That's when you know if you've got a good guy. A guy, what did you say? I mean, this is the way that scouts get hired, Basinonians. This is the way they get paid. This is the way they further their careers, and many of them actually end up being a general manager. Who did you hitch your wagon to, metaphorically speaking, coming out? It doesn't matter what sport you're playing. It really doesn't. If a scout is going to stand on the table, I stood on the table for Jalen Brunson, right? If that scout did that, man, all of a sudden the clout that comes with that, it is really, really impressive. That's how scouts build their career. I love that, Paul.
You see, Paul lost me here when he said, let's have part-time scouts, because how many scouts are out there are going to be like, yeah, I want to be part-time? You're probably going to get the worst scouts ever.
Yeah, it'd be kind of like me scouting on a part-time basis.
Yeah, you might just get Wolf to do it as a side job.
I just don't think that would go over well.
You know what? Just eliminate the scouting department, because apparently the guy you hired to be the GM had such an influential role in drafting Ryan Dunn and Oso Ighodaro. It promoted him from director of player programming to general manager. So, apparently this guy has a Midas touch when it comes to the draft. He doesn't need no stinking scouting department.
Listen, Brian Gregory's been a head coach at the college level for a long time. He understands the game, okay, Paulie? I'm going to put that in the positive category for a general manager. I really am.
It says here your chief innovation officer, by the way, your CIO, Paul Rivers, will add basketball operations duties. So, these guys can multitask. Okay. They're already doing it. You can see it right here.
Let's think of some names for your positions, though. I love this, Paul. Director of Physicality.
I didn't actually expect any buy-in, so okay, here we go.
Who is that going to be? Do the Suns have that on the roster right now? Who would the Director of Physicality be for the Phoenix Suns?
Yeah, it's a good one.
I don't know.
Bring in like a PJ Tucker, bring someone back like that.
Yeah. Bill Lambier. Second time I've mentioned him today.
Not Bill Lambier.
You're too young to remember Bill Lambier. Don't tell us about Bill Lambier.
That's right. Cheap shot, Bill Lambier. Okay, now look. You want to talk about bad boys. He was a bad boy, no doubt about it, but a cheap shot. I'm talking about jig you in the eye.
Rick Mahorn. If you want a bad boy, bring in Rick Mahorn.
Did you know this? When I came, I don't think I've ever said this, but when I came into the league in 1985, into the National Football League, go back and Google it.
1985.
They used to jig you in the eye. That's what they did. That was a big thing. Players would get mad at you, and guys who had big hands, right? They'd walk up to you and act like they were going to face you, front you up face to face, and then all of a sudden the hand would come up and they'd poke you in the eye.
So like the Three Stooges? Just boing! Yeah.
It's exactly what they would do, Paulie. Some of those guys were cheap shots.
Gray Mantle on YouTube suggested Dennis Rodman.
Yeah, okay, the Director of Physicality.
No, you can't hire Rodman.
I don't know.
Well, if you hire Rodman, don't give him an expense report. Just don't give him a company credit card. That's all we have to say.
He was physical.
This just turned into us naming bad boy Pistons.
Hey, Charles Oakley took on like the whole Knicks security staff a few years ago.
Bill Lambier would be a guy who jig you in the eye out of nowhere.
So who was the first player to come up with the face mask shield? You know, the shield, that was probably in response to getting poked in the eye, right?
I guarantee you, Paul, you're right on that.
Every great invention fills a need. Somebody came up with...
Al Bubba Baker was the king of jigging you in the eye.
Well, if he didn't need to jig you in the eye, I mean, Al Bubba Baker, boom, he give you the spin move.
Oh, no, I fought him.
All right, coming up next,
Got killed.
That's the question Pash always asks. We run into former teammates or guys Wolf played against, and after they're done talking and dapping it up, about 5 minutes later, Pash goes, "Did you fight that guy?" Top stories of the day next. Wolfing down your lunch. Paulie Pinchitter for Luke on Arizona Sports, local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to Dbacks play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information right now. Listen, the basin's heating up. We all understand that. And if you're tired of battling that Arizona sun, call my friends at All Pro Shade Concepts. Man, their roll-down patio shades and retractable awnings, they're the real deal. They came out to the Wolfley compound. They advised us on what our shading needs were and what our options were. And I can tell you, brothers, I kid you not, it was one of the best things that we have ever done at the compound. They are experts in their industry. And now through Memorial Day, for every shade order, All Pro Shade will donate a pair of running shoes to a U.S. service member through their partnership with Shoes for Soldiers. So cool down your patio and support our heroes. Go to allproshade.com. That's right. You go to allproshade.com. You can actually have them out for a free estimate. That's kind of cool right there, right? allproshade.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-371-0505. 800-371-0505.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm sure everyone says this, but my mom really deserves the world. This year, I finally found a Mother's Day gift that comes close. She loves Hellsberg, so I'm getting her these timeless gold earrings she can enjoy for years to come. They feel special enough to show how much I truly appreciate everything she does for me. And I mean everything. I even sent my dad a link to the Diamond Eternity band he'll be getting her, too.
Save up to 50% on Mother's Day gifts Mom will cherish forever. Visit Hellsberg.com or a store near you.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Shane O'Hanrahan. And Shane, with all the confusion over tariffs, what does it mean to the automobile industry?
Right now, all that is in limbo. But what I can tell you is every vehicle on Chapman BMW's lot is tariff-free. With financing as low as 1.99%, the time to buy is right now. So get in and get your best selection of your brand new BMW.
That's really good news for people who want to drive off in the ultimate driving machine.
Yes, it is. And Chapman BMW is here to help.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
You heard the news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange and listed on the big board. Millions of Americans like you are joining our news revolution. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top 12 news brands in America. Even President Trump says it's terrific. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax, and its audience grew 50% since the same time last year. Millions really are making the switch to Newsmax. If you want to be a Newsmax share owner, call your advisor or get more info at newsmaxinvest.com. Stand with Newsmax today for a strong America. This communication is for informational purposes only and shall not be intended to or shall not constitute any offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such offer, solicitation, or sale would be unlawful.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks look to win their third straight game tonight against the Phillies in Philadelphia. First pitch is at 3:45, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. It's a good pitching matchup with Merrill Kelly going for the Dbacks and Jesus Luzardo starting for the Phils. And the NBA playoffs continue tonight with the Warriors taking on the Rockets. You can listen to that one over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
And I'm hungry like the wolf.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
Well, my word to the Basinonians would be, you're welcome. You know, we came in, somebody had to put a stop to this show, talking nonstop all week about Belichick's girlfriend and the Shedeur Sanders slide.
We did not talk about it.
100 men against a gorilla. I mean, can we actually get down to real substance here?
100 men against a gorilla. What was that all about?
Well, don't act like you don't know.
No,
I'm
serious.
We couldn't flip on these airwaves without listening to you guys talk about that.
My goodness.
By the way, the only right answer to that, look, 100 men against a gorilla, no chance. But,
hey,
give me the Jokic brothers against the gorilla. Now we're talking. Give me the Jokic brothers. Those dudes against the gorilla, they might have a chance.
Listen, they would definitely beat up the Suns gorilla.
Okay, whatever. Yeah. This is not Paulie down your lunch. This is Wolfing down your lunch. Let's get to it, Paul.
That's your cue, Rick. Here we go.
All right. The Phoenix Suns hired Vice President of Player Programming. Phoenix Suns Vice President of Player Programming. Sorry, I wrote this very poorly. The Phoenix Suns named Vice President of Player Programming and longtime college basketball coach Brian Gregory, their general manager, yesterday. How do you guys feel about the Suns hiring from within?
I'm totally thrown right now. I'm completely thrown.
Okay, edit my script, right?
Yeah. Okay, well, let's see here. Let's put it, how do I feel? I would say, based on what the owner talked about last month and how serious, significant change was needed, I would say this hiring puts the under into underwhelming, puts the question into questionable, puts the H into WTH, Wolf.
Okay.
What the heck is going on?
Yeah, for me, ignore Paulie Basinonians right now. Listen, he knows the game. He has a vision of what the team's identity needs to be. And is.
Are you talking about me or Gregory?
No, I'm talking about Gregory, of course. And this guy is a fine, upstanding member of the Culture Club.
Give me time.
Rick, no! Rick, I'm not talking about. Oh, my goodness. Set up.
Can this show be any softer
There's
now?
No, this is the Culture Club, not that Culture Club. But Brian Gregory understands how important culture is to a team. I don't care what professional sports team you're talking about. It's important to a team to have culture.
Where does culture come from? The players. Where are you going to get the players, Wolf? Is this guy qualified and capable of getting the players?
But it starts with an idea,
Can he
Paul. Why don't you
rebuild
understand
the
that?
roster?
You do not understand it. You went to Cal Berkeley, and it's the reason why you don't understand.
By the way, if you're going
to... You need an idea before you can have culture. What is your idea? What are you going to do? Okay. Now you can implement it by getting players who will model it in the locker room.
Well, I have an idea.
I've been talking about it for 2 decades.
I have this idea of owning a 2005 Ford GT in my garage, but where's the $550,000 it's going to take, Wolf? Okay, I need a plan, which I don't have.
Paul, nobody wants to get into your personal finances.
By the way, if you're going to play Culture Club, I want the record to reflect that it's the Wolf and Luke show. My name is not on this show if you're going to play the Culture Club.
Arizona Diamondbacks closers Justin Martinez and A.J. Puck are on the injured list right now, which takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question up now at arizonasports.com, which asks, with Justin Martinez and A.J. Puck on the IL, who should get the bulk of save opportunities? Shelby Miller, Kevin Ginkel, Ryan Thompson, or Jalen Beeks?
Well, Wolf, you're the master of the closer question. So we'll let you answer this.
Listen, I was all for Kevin Ginkel getting the ball, ladies and gentlemen.
The Ginkinator.
But I like Gink better now in the taser role, not the closer, the taser ball.
Explain.
Well, if you get into an inning where you need to shut down somebody, you need to quiet somebody.
Okay.
You've got, maybe it's the 6th, maybe it's the 7th, maybe it's the 8th. They got a tough part of their lineup coming up. Maybe you want to tase the other team instead of closing them at some point in time. I see Gink as a taser, Paul.
I see. I would have gone with tranquilizer dart. Maybe the tranquilizer dart.
No, have you ever seen somebody who got... Paul, have you ever been tased?
Let's see. No, actually.
Okay. He had to think about it, Mason Ortiz, right there, because Paulie, every now and then, that third beer, knock it off, Paul.
Can I get the lie detector? Give me the buzzer over here.
Tase Paul.
Thank you.
Okay, but I think Gink is my taser. That's what I like. I like him in the taser role, not the closer. I think Shelby Miller, I'm going to give him the opportunity based on what he did.
Those who do it best do what? They make it look easy. Shelby Miller made it look easy yesterday. A 1-2-3, drama-free, ninth inning.
Story.
I get it. It was the 7th, 8th, and 9th hitters. I get it. But only 8 pitches, no drama. Shelby Miller's the dude till proven otherwise.
All right. Shelby Miller is leading at 68%.
Oh!
Kevin Ginkel is second, 25%. Ryan Thompson third, 6%. And 2% voted Jalen Beeks. All right. The Los Angeles Lakers were eliminated by the Minnesota Timberwolves Wednesday in the first round of the NBA playoffs. JJ Redick, Rob Pelinka, they had their exit interviews yesterday, and here is Lakers coach JJ Redick.
The work that's required in an off season to be in championship shape. And, we have a ways to go as a roster. And certainly there are individuals that were in phenomenal shape. There's certainly other ones that could have been in better shape. That's where my mind goes immediately is we have to get in championship shape.
Ruh-roh. Are you telling me that in less than half a season with Luka, they already feel like they have to call him out in public at a press conference?
I don't know, Rick. Were you going to ask something, Rick, after
I'm sorry. My bad.
I was, but now...
Arizona Sports.
Oh, I told you!
Breaking news.
All right, we've been waiting for this all day. Ketel Marte has been reinstated off the 10-day injured list, and the Dbacks have optioned outfielder Jorge Barrosa to AAA Reno.
Okay, there we go, right there. Ketel Marte back in the lineup. All right, that's awesome, man. That is great news.
When he's healthy, is there a better offensive second baseman in baseball?
Man.
So it's a big deal.
Paul.
It's a big deal, especially going into Philly. You want to feel like, okay, we need the confidence. You got Merrill Kelly. You're getting some of your big guns back. Ketel Marte. So, all right. How's that taste, Philadelphia? How big of a leap can Marvin Harrison Jr. take, by the way, in year 2? Guess what? We're going to talk about that next. And I just have this feeling Wolf is going to really be wrong, and he's going to need some free advice, and we're here to give it to him. Calvisi in for Luke on Arizona Sports. Hey, local sports leader.
The Suns make some front office changes.
Brian Gregory has been named general manager, and James Jones will transition to the role of senior advisor for the Suns. Brian Gregory has ties to Michigan State and Matt Ishbia, but he also has a lot of experience as a head coach. He was the head coach at Dayton. He was the head coach at Georgia Tech. He was the head coach at South Florida.
We talk Suns front office changes on the home of the Suns. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Imagine finding your dream home and then moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. It sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. You buy your new home now, you sell the old one later. And if you think about it, that's really the only way to do it. Moving is a big enough deal as it is. You don't want to be sitting around waiting for your old home to sell before you can go get your dream home that's right there. So here's how it works. Orchard's going to give you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves, none of those extra complications. Then the Orchard experts are going to take it from there. They're going to handle repairs on your old home and make price-boosting upgrades. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent's going to list and sell your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and then sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Water safety is a critical issue in our community. We're here today with Garrett, representing the YMCA, who's doing so much to support bringing awareness to this important cause.
Drowning is the leading cause of unintentional death for children under the age of 4. This is something that we can prevent. Arizona is unfortunately one of the top leaders in this statistic of any state in the country annually. So what we know is that if students come to the YMCA, they do formalized swimming lessons, they're 88% less likely to have a drowning incident. This is why it's so important to us that we can affect change. And it happens through multiple ways. There's barriers to entry, having appropriate pool fences, locks, gates. Drowning is a silent killer. It can happen within 2 seconds that a child goes under the water. They will not scream, they will not yell. It's something that we need to be vigilant on because it is a silent killer. 2 seconds of not watching your children is too long.
KTAR News Arizona Sports and Fulton Homes want to remind you that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water. Take action today. Visit Fulton2seconds.com.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Diamondbacks' huge weekend series in Philadelphia. We'll discuss the state of our baseball team beginning at 6 a.m. on Monday on Arizona Sports.
How many mock drafts had receiver going to the Cardinals?
A
lot.
A lot. I would agree with that.
So, Wolf, the Cardinals went defense in round 1. Round 2, round 3. Their first 5 picks were spent on defensive players for the first time since 1991.
I saw that, Paulie. Yeah.
So we look at the different position groups, and the D-line, edge, corner, all going to elevate, right? You add to the offensive line. Do you add to the receiver room just because it's year 2 of Marvin Harrison Jr.? And do you think the decision makers over at Cards HQ are counting on that? Hence, they didn't go that direction in the 2025 NFL draft.
You know, Paulie, I really don't know. I don't know what Monty Ossenfort and JG and the rest of the organization was thinking. I just believe that Marvin Harrison Jr. is getting ready to make a massive leap from year one to year two. And you know, I've been talking about this for a long, long time. Not because, Paulie, you're going to we're going to play JG saying the same thing. Not because of that, Paulie.
I resent that impersonation, by the way.
You know this because we've had many personal conversations about this. The fact that I do expect him to make a massive jump from year one to year two, because it's what NFL players do if you're good. And I think he's good.
I will say that I was wrong a year ago at this time when I automatically penciled him in for a Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson rookie year.
That's right.
Pro Bowl, 1,400 yards.
But I was up there too, I think. I thought he was going to be, here we go, baby. We got Marvin Harrison Jr. Get out of the way, boy.
But see, Wolf, when you talk about the huge jump in year two, whatever. But when the head coach goes on Adam Shine, right, Sirius Radio, and he talks about it, oh, you're darn tootin' we're going to hear from JG.
He said,
staff's in place. The jump from year one to year two, I think that's where guys make a huge jump. And this guy played unbelievable ball for us. But if you talk to him, he'd be the first to tell you, like, I need to get better at these couple things. And, man, he has went to work on them, Adam. He has went to work on them. And he looks awesome out there right now. I'm really excited to see where his game goes, you know, because he came up to me. I normally meet with guys about their developmental plan when we're done with the year. And when I had my meeting with him, he came up to me and he handed me a piece of paper. It wasn't me handing him a piece of paper. And it was just like that. But we knew that, you know what I mean? Like the guy's a ready-made pro. He does all the right things. He was here the whole off season. He skipped out 1 week. He went and trained with a bunch of different receivers, but he was here the whole off season. I think he added a little bit of muscle mass. He looks a little bit bigger. All his numbers, his metrics are all better than when we got him. I'm not going to speak truth into the universe, but just wait until this guy plays this year.
Okay, Paulie. Boy, there's a lot there that JG just said. What is your number one takeaway from everything he just said?
Well, he's winning the offseason, apparently. Okay, so what do the kids say? He looks swole, right? He's putting. Have you seen some of the pictures, azcardinals.com, those pictures from some of the workouts? There's no doubt he has put on some muscle mass. But the fact that he knew where he needed to get better, very interesting. And if you really did hand a sheet of paper to Jonathan Gannon,
yes,
Ron Wolfley, I put it to you. You saw every snap that he played last year.
That's right, Paulie.
Make the list. What should be on that to-do list for Marvin Harrison Jr.? Where and how should he be better in year two?
First of all, let me say this, based on needs. Paulie, I'm very proud of you because you knew exactly where was the apex of that sound that you just played. That was it.
The accountability.
A couple of things.
Yep.
A couple of things. What couple of things could he get better at? Number one, contested catch.
Ding!
You got to be able to do it, Marvin. You have to be able to do it, big guy. We got to be able to throw you the ball just like Larry Fitzgerald, and it was an 80-20 ball when it was in the air, and most people would call it a 50-50. No, it wasn't. It was 80-20 because of Larry. He was going to come down with that ball. Contested catch, Paul, is number one. Number two, get off the press. Get off it. Get better at releasing off the press. You put those two things together. Can you say fade? Can you say 9 route? Throw it up. This is what they need. Listen, they don't need a guy just to get vertical down the field. You need a guy that has a vertical game. Would you say Marvin Harrison Jr. is built to have a vertical game downfield, Paul? So even if a guy's hanging all over him, high point the ball, go up and catch it, stab it out of the air. You got great hands. Stab it out of the air. Attack the ball. Don't let it come down. Go get it. And Marvin Harrison Jr., if he does that, Basinonians, look out.
And that's his competitive advantage. Like, you're going to play Seattle twice a year, and you get stinking Devin Witherspoon, and he's pretty good. He's a 2-time All-Pro, fifth pick overall. He's a dude. He's a good player. But to your point, you're 6'3", and he isn't. You have the length. He doesn't. That's your competitive advantage. And you're right. I would have gone the same order. Contested catch, and then number 2, separation.
Okay.
Those are the ones. But once again, from all accounts, he's been there virtually every single day. In fact, Michael Wilson, unprompted last month, he was talking about who has been winning the offseason. Here's what the Cardinals receiver had to say.
Marvin looked like he got a little bigger. Not bigger, but like muscle bigger. But, I mean, guys look chiseled up, and everyone looks good.
Just do the crab, Barb. Oh.
Well, you can't power walk every morning with hand weights and then come on these airways and flex on the YouTube.
I love that. It almost makes my neck pop out of joint, but it just feels good to do it once, Paul. Okay.
Do you still have your old weight belt? Do you have the Zubas and the weight belt? Do you still have that in the garage? You got all that?
You know, I use it.
The wrist wraps. You still have the wrist and the chalk. Do you have the chalk?
No,
Were you the guy who used to chalk up?
No, I don't have that, man.
Did you used to yell when you used to? There were guys. I used to work out at this powerhouse gym way back in the day, right? And these used to yell when they lifted.
No. I'm just telling you right now.
There was a guy who used to yell size.
There were guys who used to yell, of course.
He would yell. He'd go, size.
Everybody, you want to look at me. Look at me, everybody. Look at me. There are some guys, Basinonians, I kid you not, used to get slapped in the face. They'd want to slap me in the face, and guys would do that. Chalk all over the face. Slap them in the face. Knock it off. Just lift the weight. What do you got to get slapped before you can lift it? I'm sorry. Nobody's slapping me, bro.
By the way, speaking of Wolf's equipment, I found a video of Wolf highlights the other day, and his neck roll with the Browns was so absurdly large.
I loved it, man. Everything I did, everything I wore, Basinonians, everything. Right down to the towel in my pants that would hang out 3 feet behind me like a tail. Because I wanted people to think that it was a tail. Everything I possibly could do to distract the guy that I was playing against from the fact that I was only 218 pounds. Everything I could do, I did. And it worked, I might add.
But to Rick's point, after you account for the neck roll and those shoulder pads, which were like a flight deck, okay? I mean... You weighed about 245 with all the gear, so 218.
It was awesome. Are you kidding me? These things used to hang over my shoulders. So cool.
So, Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yes,
the moral of the story here, Wolf, the upshot of this is that Marvin Harrison Jr., if he makes that leap in year 2, think about that. Because I'll leave you with this. Cardinals were top 5 in explosive run plays last year.
Yes, that's right.
But they were bottom 3rd in explosive pass plays. If you can add that, Marvin Harrison Jr.
Change everything, Paul.
Zay Jones, Greg Dortch, because both Dortch and Marvin Harrison Jr. said at the end of last year they were running some different routes. So I wonder if the very end of the season, if the Cardinals offensive staff figured out some different ways to use some of these receivers with different routes, different game plans.
Yeah. I'll tell you what they're going to do in the not-so-beautiful part of the program.
All right. Thankfully, we have Kevin Zimmerman coming in next because we need some answers here. The GM choice. How does it make sense? Why does it make sense? That is next. Calvisi and Paulie Pinchot are in for Luke on Arizona Sports. Local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
We don't know what role Patrick Peterson is playing here. The Ring of Honor debate is up. That's going to happen at some point. In fact, that came up with Kay Adams, too.
It's not even a thought to you to go into the Ring of Honor before Larry Fitzgerald. Why is Larry not in the Ring of Honor?
I have no idea. I don't think he officially retired yet. I think that's the issue.
I don't care that he's not officially retired. He's got to be the next one to go in. You don't have to officially retire.
You don't have to file the papers.
Yeah. Who knows? Maybe he's coming back.
That's why they didn't draft a receiver or sign one.
Come on now.
Okay.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Rick, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beer? That's what I'm talking about. Hang on a minute, Basinonians. Everyone just quiet down. I got to break in here and tell everyone about the Memorial Preview sale that is going on right now at Brooklyn Betting. Yeah, that's what they're calling it, Basinonians. the Memorial Preview Sale. It's kind of cool. Now through May 14th, everything in-store is online. Everything in-store is online at 25% off. Talking about everything, man. 25% off at Brooklyn Bedding. Brooklyn Bedding has 12 Basin locations and absolutely no pushy salespeople whatsoever. You can tell them Wolf sent you, and they will hook you up. I kid you not. They're going to hook you up, Basinonians. 25% off. We are the Wu Fang Clan. We love our Brooklyn Sedona hybrid mattress from Brooklyn Bedding for the best sleep ever. Get the best mattress ever during the Memorial Preview Sale at Brooklyn Bedding. Go to brooklynbedding.com.
Hey, how about another reason to want a Ford Bronco? Yep, Paul Calvise here for our Arizona Ford dealers. It is Bronco Wild Fun Days in Flagstaff at Overland Expo West, Fort Tuttle County Park, May 16th through the 18th, brought to us by our Arizona Ford dealers. They'll be sponsoring the Kids Adventure Area, featuring Bronco Base Camp, action-packed fun with activities, games, and a chance to win a 2025 Ford Bronco Big Ben Ding. Make it a double ding, because we've talked about how committed they are to the preservation of the environment and what they call treading lightly, that they've created the Bronco Wild Fund, a chance to make a positive impact on Mother Nature and, by the way, celebrate the 60th anniversary of the Ford Bronco. The Bronco Wild Fund is supporting 60 community cleanups in 2025 to help leave no trace. Get more info at Bronco Base Camp. Again, all the adventure starts with Bronco Wild Fun Days, Overland Expo West in Flagstaff, May 16th through the 18th, and it's brought to us by our Arizona Ford dealers.
Dan Bickley here, and New Life Dental Implant Center is doing more than giving people new implants and new smiles. They are giving people their dignity and their happiness back, and that's because they offer amazing quality, great convenience, and unbeatable prices, the lowest you are going to find anywhere, and that is how they are transforming the lives of so many people in the Valley, and you can be next. Call 602-855-0000 or online at newsmilearizona.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. May is one of the best months on the sports calendar. Baseball's here. We're getting deep into the basketball playoffs. We're getting deep into the hockey playoffs. You need a lot of screens to keep up with all this, and Twin Peaks is the answer. Call some friends, grab a table, order up some food and drinks. You're good to go. Watch all the games on their wall-to-wall TVs. That way, you don't miss 1 second of the action. And while you're there, you can enjoy their outstanding food selection because they've got an entire menu made for MVPs. Burgers, wings with a bunch of different sauces to choose from. Loaded fries, just a full appetizer menu. It's amazing. Chicken fried steak, chips and queso as well. They got flatbreads. They got desserts if you're into that. Plus, nobody does happy hour like Twin Peaks. 3 to 6, 10 to close every weekday with an adventurous drink menu that is second to none. And Cinco de Mayo is coming up, and Twin Peaks is celebrating big this year with lots of sweet deals. Get in there. Check it out. Twin Peaks has you covered with the great scenery they're known for at 5 convenient Valley locations now, so never settle. Stop by and experience the lodge mentality at Twin Peaks.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns named Brian Gregory their general manager yesterday. For Dan Bickley's thoughts on the hire, head on over to arizonasports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The Arizona Diamondbacks look to win their third straight game tonight against the Phillies in Philadelphia. First pitch is at 3:45, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. It's a good pitching matchup with Merrill Kelly going for the Dbacks and Jesus Luzardo starting for the Phils. And the NBA playoffs continue tonight with the Warriors taking on the Rockets. You can listen to that one over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to yrefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. What can we expect from the Phoenix Suns in the Brian Gregory era? The Burns and Gambo Show, and it starts at straight up 2 o'clock.
There are two things I'm ignoring. One, the graphic, the lower third on the screen. Report, LeBron could sign with another team this summer.
Oh, no.
Please no. Please no. I mean, if it
Luka
isn't
already run him off?
If it isn't Aaron Rodgers dominating, what will I do and when will I do it? It's now going to be LeBron keeping himself in the headlines all summer long. The other thing, we don't need Wolf's camo shorts, but he's rocking those here on a Friday. So thankfully, we bring in an expert, an outside source over here. Wolf likes the camo shorts. He also likes classic rock. Kevin Zimmerman, ArizonaSports.com editor and co-host Empire of the Suns.
Classic rock.
He especially likes Roger Daltrey and the Who. What's the old line?
Stop it.
Meet the new boss, same
Knock
as
it
the old
off.
boss. And I bring
Get
that
to your
up.
point, Paul.
I see the connection.
You see the connection here?
Sim, don't patronize him.
Brian Gregory promoted to GM. But how different is this when he still reports directly and only to the owner? So give us your initial takeaways and reaction to this appointment.
Okay, there are a lot of levels to this. Hello.
Yeah, how you doing, Zim? What up?
Good.
Where are you going to start? That's
where do you
intriguing.
start?
Yeah.
So I think the big things on this are obviously James Jones. When you get the senior advisor title, I remember Kevin O'Neill was interim head coach at Arizona, and then he got a senior advisor. I don't know. It means you're getting phased out, right? And then the other part of this is Josh Bartelstein, CEO of the business of both Merck & Sons and Phoenix Arena. And he was very heavily involved in basketball operations. So does he also kind of step more into the business realm and let Brian Gregory do his job? If Brian Gregory, as Gambo reported, is directly reporting to Matt Ishbia, does that take Matt Ishbia away? I don't know. So what all this means is we have to wait and see, right? And I think it's fair to say we don't know this guy's resume from an NBA standpoint, from a GM standpoint, because it doesn't exist. And you have to trust Matt Ishbia in all this. But my big thing on this is there's a lot of risk because this summer is super important. No team has been in the second apron like this, needing to get out of the second apron somehow, some way. No team has had to trade possibly Kevin Durant and somehow figure out what to do with Bradley Beal like this. And you have someone who is 1 year of NBA executive experience, apparently in charge. Gambo's reported that a new head coach probably will have not any NBA head coaching experience. And you have an owner who has scuffled a bit in his first few years of ownership. So what this to say is I'm going to have a headline up, and I think the headline is basically the Suns are sailing into uncharted waters with people who have never sailed before. And that's what this summer is. And I don't think it's hyperbole to say, like, it's not just the Suns figuring out what they look like. It's like they could put this franchise in big trouble for years down the road if they don't get things right this summer.
Or they could absolutely nail it.
Yeah.
One or the other. That's what's so fascinating
Yeah.
about this to me. They're really at a fulcrum point right now. This thing in hiring Brian Gregory could either be really, really good for the organization or, man, it could really be bad.
Yeah.
And we're all going to have a front row seat to that. Having said that, just listening to you talk, though, Zim, what do you think is going to happen? What are the moves they have to make, whether it's Brian Gregory or anybody else?
Right.
What are the moves they have to make?
I think it just makes sense, as Matt Ishbia said to ESPN before the season ended, pivot and reload around Book. I think that's the big framework. Like, he's your face. He's your constant. He's a guy who you can trust to do this, even though the last few years he's not looked like himself in some ways. But I think you got to ride that, and I think you can build a competitive team around him pretty quickly. Like, this isn't going to be easy by any means just because of the limitations that those apron rules are going to make on them. But that's why I think, to answer your question, Kevin Durant has to be traded, even if you're in good standing with him, if you've smoothed things over or whatever since this past year where you tried to trade him, but they were trying to trade him because that's the only way to reset financially, get assets back. So I think that's on the table. The Bradley Beal thing, I don't even know. I think you just got to figure out and eat the money in some way, just because it clearly didn't work. And when you bench that kind of caliber player, that pretty much is the end of the line there. So I think it's just getting out of financial trouble, getting some draft assets and getting super creative and figuring out what you look like around Devin Booker. And that's obviously going to be part of the identity that, again, in your 11 a.m. segment, was super important because that comes after this. But also the financials and the complexities to get there are not making that easy.
You know, the whole Kevin Durant thing, right? And what you just said there is also what's inherently problematic, and that is everyone knows the Suns need to trade Kevin Durant. Yeah. So they're going to lowball you. It's going to be a problem in terms of leverage unless you can get more than one team, dare I say 2 or 3 teams. And so that's the only way you're going to overcome that is if you have teams bidding against each other, and then you can actually get fair return in return for KD. It's Kevin Zimmerman, ArizonaSports.com editor, co-host Empire of the Suns. I'm just going to read the statement real quick, parts of it, okay? The Matt Ishbia statement talking about Brian Gregory and how he has played, quote, an integral role in drafting and developing our young players. That's great. That's not what you need. You don't have that many significant draft picks, and we'll leave the player development up to the coaching staff.
Yeah.
The other part of this.
But you're going to make a move, Paulie, to get draft picks, right? I mean, that's what's going to happen with KD, correct?
But see, I'd rather have someone proven in that capacity, someone who's been proven and has a track record of acquiring those draft picks.
And those are low-level draft picks where it's like Ryan Dunn and Oso Ighodaro, as positive as those turned out so far, like there are big questions with those guys. I don't, again, to your point about what his title was, I don't know if he had a role in developing them this past season. How much of a say did he have in actually drafting them? Like, was he the guy pounding their table? Was he the top scout pounding the table? I don't know. So that's the tough part. Again, that's the only bit of his resume we can kind of cite a little bit, maybe.
And it's not like you pulled Jokic out of round 2. I mean, it's not like you just pulled a 3-time MVP out of round 2. I mean, okay, Ryan Dunn, Oso.
But I guess what I'm saying is you're going to get draft picks.
Here's the other part of it, where the statement says he is a brilliant basketball mind. Who is declaring and dubbing him a brilliant basketball mind? It better not be the same person who traded for Bradley Beal.
That's my thing too. Even if he's an awesome scout, he hasn't done it very long. He sees things in different ways. He understands that guy's a winner. The GM job in this league is so much more than that. It's like, okay, how do I navigate contract negotiations? How stars have egos. Sometimes the stars have an ego. The agent has an ego and is not going with the star, even if the star is good. And then there's a parent, there's other people involved. Like, this game is so much more complicated than just he's good at basketball, let's play him more. Like, if Bradley Beal was making $8 million a season, he would have been benched a season ago. Like, that kind of stuff is why I worry about someone with no experience, because look at how they probably could have ruffled KD's feathers a lot more. He actually played hard and finished the season and was like, I understand it's a business. Bradley Beal didn't seem super pleased. Nurkic left not super pleased. Like, it's a relationship job too, and I think that's my bigger concern is, like, he could be great at basketball stuff, but navigating that stuff is something that James Jones actually did have being a player.
Yeah, Zim, I got no time to ask this question. Yeah. I'm sorry, but I got to ask it anyways. Brian Gregory, the fact that he is a college coach and has college coaching experience, positive or negative?
I think it's a negative just because what I just said about the NBA, but I think it is a positive because he knows how culture is built, to your point earlier. And being at Michigan State now, again, at his stops, did he have the best culture? I don't know. He didn't have grand success at a couple stops in college. Dayton was probably his best.
But he knows how important it is.
And he probably can draw from that experience. So I think, I'm not going to hate on his college experience. He has a lot of experience, a basketball lifer. So I think, you got to lean on that and hope that he has support systems around him, right?
I've been saying for over a year now with the new ownership, look, it's not about expenditures, it's about expertise.
Yeah.
And we'll see if that latter box is checked here with this hiring. Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
There you go. All right. Ketel Marte going to be back with the Dbacks tonight. What can his impact be? Plus, Wolf needs an analogy. We'll get to that next. Paulie Pinchitter in for Luke on Arizona Sports, local sports leader.
High school athletes speak about their game, their preparation, competition, and sportsmanship. Every Saturday morning on The Kevin McCabe Show. Presented by Brooklyn Betting. Don't miss interviews with players from your favorite local teams when the Dean of High School Sports in Arizona hosts The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings at 9 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com, especially if your teeth are all jacked up like Paulie from time to time. You got to go ahead, look at yourself in the mirror. Just got to go see Aria Dental Implant Center, the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. This is what I have had, Basinonians, and I can tell you it really is a game changer, man. You can have a brand new set of teeth, beautiful teeth, in 24 hours after surgery. It's the all-on-4. It will give you the closest option to your natural teeth. And Aria Dental, they will save you thousands and thousands of dollars compared to the corporate dental implant centers that are out there. They're locally owned, of course, and they pass the savings on to their patients as well. If you want a brand new set of beautiful teeth, you got to get on over to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Pioneer Landscape Centers is now part of Site One Landscape Supply. That means more products, better pricing, and 14 locations. We stock bulk rock, sand, soil, hardscapes, artificial turf, tools, lighting, and now irrigation at select branches. Visit pioneerco.com to find your nearest branch and order pickup or job site delivery.
Progressive knows you've got enough to worry about in life.
Hi, it's your life again. Feel like another year is just slipping away? Yeah, remember all those New Year's resolutions you made? You still haven't finished the first book. Just 19 more to go. I mean, if we're being honest, it wasn't a very realistic goal. Have you ever considered that you intentionally self-sabotage? So, what's that about?
So, let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
Need inspiration? Shop Fry's. For mouth-watering meals and appetizing ingredients. Our low prices add up to big savings. Plus over $600 in digital coupons each week. And up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. At Fry's, you always get big flavors and big savings. Fry's. Fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
Right now, you can save on fresh medium avocados or delicious honey mangoes. They're 3 for just $2 with your card. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Starting May 8th, the Dbacks host Shohei Ohtani and the Los Angeles Dodgers at Chase Field for a 4-game series. Secure your tickets for the matchup at dbacks.com.
Hey, this is Jared, and how will the future of Kevin Durant be affected by the future of the Greek Freak? And by Greek Freak, I'm of course referring to 1980s sitcom character Balki Bartakavous. And now we are so happy, we do the dance of joy. Tune in at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
The D-backs bullpen is like your truck. We'll get to that a little bit later.
Okay, yeah, we're not going to get to my truck a little bit later.
We have pressing news. We have absolute breaking news from about an hour ago that needs to be repeated once again. Who is batting leadoff tonight? Ron Wolfley, I put it to you.
Ketel Marte.
In fact, you know what? Let's refresh our memory what the D-backs lineup looks like, sounds like, with Ketel Marte in the lineup.
So good.
Okay. Paulie pinch hitter now defers to Rick, who is stepping into the box. Go ahead.
Obviously, as it says on MLB.com, lineups are subject to change, so this could change in the next 3 hours. But as of now, this is the D-backs lineup. Ketel Marte leading off second base, Corbin Carroll batting second in right field, Randall Grichuk batting third at the designated hitter spot. Eugenio Suarez is the cleanup hitter tonight, third base. Josh Naylor batting fifth at first. Gabriel Moreno batting sixth in catching. Lourdes Gurriel will be in left field and batting seventh. Batting eighth, Alec Thomas in center field, and Geraldo Perdomo goes back to his ninth hole spot, and he'll be the shortstop.
Okay, I like that. By the way, the whole Perdomo followed by Ketel Marte followed by Corbin Carroll. Yeah. Like that. That's sort of the gauntlet of their lineup, really, in a lot of ways, right here, right now. But
they got to get two guys going right there in this lineup right here. Eugenio Suarez. We need more consistency. It's got to even out. And Lourdes Gurriel Jr. Oh, my goodness. It's got to even out. It's got to get better. Like, we need him to go 4 for 5, like a 4 for 5 day. And the next day go 3 for 5, and then 2 for 5, and just keep hitting after it. More consistency from those two guys in particular.
So, Wolf, you watch every game, you take your notes, you're sitting there, okay, you have your opinions, you've watched Ketel Marte's entire career. I put it to you, what does his return mean for this team?
I think it means an awful lot because everyone recognizes his talent and what he does tangibly for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Very underrated, I think, at second base in terms of his glove. I think he's gotten better, and he's really improved as a defender, I think, for the most part. I think underrated in that regard. And then when it comes to being able to hit the long ball and drive in runs, you said it earlier, I'd agree with you. I don't know how many second basemen I would take over Ketel Marte.
I mean, and just
and that's just the tangible.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. And I mean, just his ability to excel in the moment, and the fact he's been there and done that. And once again, you're missing some key pieces right now, the back end of your bullpen in particular. And if you can have that confidence, if you can have that swag, because Ketel Marte is back in your lineup, it just makes all the difference. And once again, that's the most impressive thing to me about what the D-backs just did in New York, was they went out there and they got absolutely dominated. They got clowned. They got schooled in game one.
Yep.
And despite the injuries, they came back and won the next two against the team with the best record in the league, the best home record in baseball. In fact, Shelby Miller, I'm with Bickley Blast this morning, just talking about the degree of difficulty in this road trip and how it might reveal where the D-backs are as a team.
Yeah, I mean, this whole road trip and the next homestand is going to be tough. I mean, it's really going to test, what kind of team we are. This is almost out of, I mean, I don't know how far it goes. Probably almost this whole month of May is going to be a pretty tough schedule. So I think it's just going to, test kind of where we're at. Obviously, we're getting we got Ketel back, I think, today, and that'd be a huge addition to this team. And I just think we just got to play good right now. This is a big stretch for us, and I think we're ready for the task. And like I said, we got that two game win in Mets was a great start, and now we got some more games that we need to win.
What might it do, Paulie, for this team if they could actually go into Citi Field and win that series against the Mets, and then follow it up by winning this series against the Phillies? I mean, think about that. A little bit of confidence. Listen, I realize it's a 162-game season, Paulie. I understand. Baseball, you've got to consume it in big chunks before you can really make evaluations. But I do know this. Every journey starts with one, doesn't it? One step. Every journey starts with that. That's right, Rick. It starts with one, man. Way to be on it, Rick.
As long as you guys don't say it's just one of 162, because no, that's a non-starter around here.
Paul,
we're not saying that anymore after what happened last year.
But it does have to start with one. Knock it off, Paul. Not going to come on here and say, you can't say one of 162. Well, I can say it starts with one. Even you would have to agree with that. It starts with one series. How about that? I'm not saying one game of 162. but it does.
I just want to make darn sure you're not going there. That's all.
I'm not going there, Paul.
Forget about start. My question is about close, and that's usually your question. In fact, it's such a question for you ad nauseum that the GM refuses to come on this show any longer because you keep asking Mike Hazen about his closer. Shelby Miller, yay or nay? Ron Wolfley.
Yeah.
It has to be, right?
At this point in time, one is a point. Let's see if we can turn it into a trend, Paul. Give Shelby Miller the ball once again. See if he can go out and close a game. If you get into that situation in this series, I'm going with Shelby Miller and see if he can actually make it a trend. 1 is a point. 2 is a trend. We want it to be a pattern. We want it to get to 3 where it is a pattern. You go out and you do your job. And you do it to a point where it's a pattern. That typically is acceptable in professional sports. Patterns.
Because hit zoom out right now in that Dbacks bullpen. The Dbacks bullpen, Wolf, is a lot like your F-150.
Oh, Paul, you're not going to do this.
On the outside, you're like, okay, all right, there it is, right? And America's best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running, there it is, boom. But when you open that door, both to the bullpen and your truck.
Just not.
Base and onions, trust me.
Knock it off. It
trust
is
me.
not, brothers.
When you open the door to Wolf's truck, to-go bags everywhere.
It's not.
Beef jerky wrappers.
No.
Wedged in the armrests.
No, there's nothing like
your
that.
feet are sticking to the floor mats like you're at the movies. You're like, what? And then you're like, good God, what is that smell in here? And it's just,
Paul
you can't see through the windshield because the only time the truck ever gets washed is during the monsoon season.
He's right about that.
So it's, the bullpen needs a detail job, I guess is what we're saying. Sort of like what your truck needs. It needs like a professional detail job. It's all there. It runs fine. It can run fine, but, it
doesn't smell. I would never be able to drive a truck that smelled. It's not sticky. Oh, my goodness. The very thought of that makes me want to gag. Is it a little dusty maybe on the inside, Base and Onions, because I'm not big on wiping it down and wiping? Yes. Paul's right about that.
It's also like a 1983 truck, right?
It's not 1983. Knock it off.
Wow. Rick's cracking himself up with that one.
I know. He thought that was funny. It's 2014. That's all right, Base and Onions. I'm one of these guys. I'm a Ford family guy. Okay? That's what I am. I'm going to drive a Ford, and I'm going to drive it into the ground. I'm not high maintenance like Paul, who needs to. I've got to collect Mustangs and
Base and Onions.
Up to Payson.
Base and Onions.
Drive it up there in the summer.
If you want to know what
we're having we're a classic car show.
Yeah, that was
knock it off, Paul.
It was unfortunate.
Driving, it's amazing too.
Driving home on the Saturday this past year, by the way, it was $1.17 out, and the car started to overheat because it's a 60-year-old car.
Yeah,
and it was actually cooler on the outside when I rolled down the windows than it was inside that vehicle.
You know what it is? He rolled the windows down, Base and Onions. I guarantee his hair didn't move. Did not move.
Jamal's looking a little confounded right now. Jamal, Base and Onions, if you want to know what it's like to drive in Wolf's rig, here's what I want you to do. I want you to go into the garage. I want you to grab some brown paper bags, okay? And then I want you to grab some duct tape. And I want you to duct tape those brown paper bags to the windshield because that's what it's like driving down the 51 in Wolf's rig.
It's so not
How
true.
can you possibly see through this windshield? What is going on?
I would love to add on to the the Wolf F-150.
Yeah.
I cannot. My car is awful.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So you do have sticky floor mats and
okay, sticky
smells?
no, sticky no. I don't want to go that far.
He didn't deny the smell thing.
I'm just saying.
Jamal, what happens if your boss says, "Hey, can you give me a ride? I got to pick up my car at the mechanic." What do you do then?
Okay.
I then say I have a ride coming for me, and wait until they leave, and then get my ride.
Jamal, I love the honesty, man. I mean, honest. Let's go. Let's just bring it.
We already fixed the Suns earlier, but once again, we pose the question. What do they need to do? What do they want to do? We'll discuss that next. Calvisi for Luke, Arizona Sports, local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo. Plus, listen to Dbacks play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com. I'm telling you right now, don't listen to Paul. It's just driving me nuts. Knock it off. Looking for a limited time only right now. Santan Ford, they have employee pricing going on. It could save you thousands of dollars. That's right. At Santan Ford, you can buy a new 2025 Ford Explorer for as low as 2.9% APR financing. That is a great, great rate right there, folks. Or you could take up to $8,700 off a brand new 2025 Ford Escape. Let me tell you something right now. Santan Ford has hundreds of Escapes to choose from as well. Their lot is full. Let's recap, shall we? Employee pricing, financing options that are good for your wallet, and selection galore. It's all going on right now at Santan Ford. From America, for America. We'll see you over at Tim Hovick's Santan Ford in Gilbert.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-371-0505. 800-371-0505.
This is Secret Clinical dominating extra stinky stress sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT. Because nothing fights sweat better. Stay fresher under pressure.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Hey there. I'm Phil Briggs, Navy veteran and host of CBS Eye on Veterans weekly radio show and podcast. And I often think of my old boss in the Navy, Commander Reed, especially when I'm trying to motivate my kids. Now I know how he must have felt trying to motivate me. This Military Appreciation Month, Navy Federal Credit Union wants to celebrate those who go above and beyond for us every day. Learn more at NavyFederal.org/celebrate. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. Arizona's triple digits are here. Are you ready? Get a brand new AC unit today for as low as $99 a month, installed by the state's #1 ranked AC company. All of our installs are verified with our exclusive Precision Link technology to make sure they're installed perfect. Don't wait. Make the precision decision today. Call us at 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Dr. Osafi, founder of New Life Dental Implant Center. And doctor, you're doing more than giving people new smiles. You are transforming lives. When I visited your Scottsdale location, I was amazed at how many people were getting their new smiles. Who can benefit from full mouth dental implant treatments?
The patients that benefit from this treatment are those that are either missing multiple teeth, they are suffering from some form of gum disease, they have periodontal disease, patients that have been wearing dentures that are ill-fitting, or they're just unhappy with the appearance of their smile with their dentures. Those patients can benefit from this procedure. Also, those that have limited access to insurance or funds. We really wanted to make this treatment as comprehensive and affordable to anyone that needs and can benefit from it.
Go to newsmilearizona.com or call 602-855-0000. New Life Dental Implant Center, where a new smile means a new life.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks look to win their third straight game tonight against the Phillies. First pitch is at 3:45, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. It's a good pitching matchup with Merrill Kelly going for the Dbacks and Jesus Luzardo starting for the Phils. And the NBA playoffs continue tonight with the Warriors taking on the Rockets. You can listen to that one over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by State 48 Home Comfort. Sweating the price of a new AC unit? Learn how to save up to 20% on your new AC unit installation at submittosave.com today. Your ticket to a sweat-free summer.
Hey, it's Gambo. The Diamondbacks begin a new series in Philadelphia. How many games of that series will Ketel Marte be playing in? It's the Burns and Gambo Show. Starts at 2 on Arizona Sports.
All right, it's the Wolf and Luke Show. We got 1 hour to go. Down the stretch they come. And the Suns are just getting started. Man, do they have a lot of heavy lifting going on here this offseason.
Yeah.
A degree of difficulty that perhaps has never been faced in franchise history. I know you can go back to the 80s and some of the other off-the-court stuff and the sale of the franchise and when Jerry Colangelo took over and the rebuild, the reset, all that. But this is a different level of difficulty in that what are you capable of even doing, considering how restricted you are with a second apron? And with that in mind, and if the rest of the league knows you have to make moves, you want to make moves, you want to reload instead of rebuild, why do I get the feeling that other teams around the NBA are targeting the Suns, Wolf?
I'm not too worried about that, Paulie.
You don't think so?
No.
Based on the Suns' track record of getting hosed in some of these other deals, that, they're like, okay, here we go, blood in the water. Let's go after the Suns again, especially if they want to compete and they don't want to rebuild, then they might take a big swing and make a desperate move.
Yeah, first of all, it only takes 2 teams based on it. You only need 2. And then ultimately 1 who really looks at Kevin Durant and says, that's right, Ed. That's right.
Yeah, we get it.
Looks at KD and says, man, we need KD. This is what we need right now. He is the missing piece, of course, to our team. And, man, you could build an argument. KD had an excellent year, just a great year. He's one of the best basketball players to have ever lived, period. That's who he is. That's what he's about. He's just not a good fit with the Phoenix Suns right now and where the Phoenix Suns need to go. They're going to build this thing around Devin Booker, and they need dogs around Devin Booker. They need to build it around Book, and they got to be dogs. That's what they have to have. And, we'll see what's going to happen, but it only takes one team to really fall in love with Kevin Durant. It takes one, and I hope it goes well for KD. And I think ultimately, I hope it results in him actually finishing his career and doing it on a high note.
That's great, but I hope there's 2. I hope there's at least 2 teams that covet Kevin Durant, because to me, that's the only way the Suns are going to get out of this predicament of being leveraged by the fact that the rest of the league knows they have to get off Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
And so if you have to make a deal, usually you don't get the best deal in return.
Yes.
But as for the news here in the last...
I just want to jump in here and ask you this right now. You don't think there's any way in the world that Brian Gregory says, we're going to keep KD? This is something out there. You could build the argument. You could. Hey, listen, here we go again. We're going to go ahead and we're going to bring a new coach in. We're going to bring him in here. Can you imagine a first-time NBA coach, a young guy? John Gambadoro has been reporting this. Johnny's been reporting this very thing, that it most likely is going to be a young guy who's going to be a first-time NBA coach. I mean, can you see him coaching a Kevin Durant? That would be a tough proposition right there. But
once again, well, ask me who I want as the Suns head coach. Go ahead and just ask me.
Who do you want? as the Suns head coach.
I don't care.
I don't care.
Did firing Monty Williams do anything?
Man, I forgot.
Did firing Frank Vogel do anything? Did firing Mike Budenholzer do anything? It's so far down the list of priorities that we need to see other change. And speaking of change, I think we're most underwhelmed or confounded right now is what we got here in May after what we heard in April. And as a refresher, here's Matt Ishbia and what he told the media at that press conference.
We're going to make some changes, right? And as the owner, my job is to, make those changes and do things differently, because what we just tried and did over the last 2.5 years has not been as successful as we hoped. A lot of people would have seen the things we did and said, just like a lot of people picked us to, be third best chance to win the NBA championship this year. So a lot of people thought it worked. We thought it would work. It didn't work. There's a lot of people that thought that a couple years ago when we made Kevin Durant trade. Like smart people can all think it makes sense, and then looking back, it's like it didn't, and it didn't work. So we will make changes.
Okay.
So
they're going to make changes.
Okay.
And he mentioned names.
But he said we are going to, quote, do things differently, end quote.
No.
Does promoting the director of player programming to general manager qualify as different?
Okay, let's think about this, Paul.
Because I'm seeing addition by subtraction and not much else.
But let's reason our way through this, Paul. Let's have this discussion right now. You got Matty Ish. Do you think Matt Ishbia is a guy that is a decisive, involved owner? A guy that is like, hey, we're going to go do this. You know what? We're going to go get Kevin Durant, right? We're going to sign him. We're going to go get Bradley Beal. We got our own big three. Look, everybody, we got a big three right here, right?
What was this story in the Detroit Free Press a couple years ago? He's tearing down a 20,000 square foot house to build a 60,000 square foot house. He's decisive. He's aggressive.
Decisive, he is.
Yes.
And that's great. Especially when he's a billionaire and really doesn't care too much about, ain't nothing but 200 million, whatever it might be. Now all of a sudden you have a guy that can speak into whatever you may think Matt Ishbia has been saying or doing or been involved in up until this point. I think you could build a case that it's a good thing that Brian Gregory has a history with Matt Ishbia, actually knows him. There's trust there where I can look at him, just like you, Paulie. I can look at you. You're my dear friend. And I can look at you and go, Paul, shut up. You are just dead wrong on this, and you know it, and you're not, you know what? You're going to take it, aren't you? Because you know where it's coming from. Out of a point of love that I have for you, I can tell you're a venal pettifog, and you're okay with it.
But it's out of love.
Okay, but think about it, Paul. Yeah. So maybe this is what I'm talking about. This could be a really good thing, where all of a sudden you could get Brian Gregory, who stands up and says, Matt, sit down and shut up, because that's not what we're doing.
Well, that sounds great, and I enjoy you getting out of the seat and actually demonstrating, and, I don't know if you pulled a hamstring there or not, but do you think Brian Gregory, if the other 29 teams were to hire a GM, you think Brian Gregory would be on anyone's top 10 list?
Once again, I really don't care
it
how other
sounds
people
good
see him.
That there's the possibility of Brian Gregory, because they've known each other since Brian Gregory was an assistant at Michigan State in the national title team when Ishbia was the walk-on. And I know, theoretically, he could say, stifle yourself.
Do you have
Do
any
you
idea
think that's going to
many-
happen when
Paul,
he has climbed the NBA ladder in less than 2 years to now where he's one of 30 GMs?
Paul, do you have any idea how many people thought Bill Walsh was going to be a bomb? Was going to stink.
Well, tell me about Bill Walsh. I covered Bill Walsh. I grew up in the Bill Walsh era. Well,
that's right.
Don't blaspheme around here.
This is exactly why I'm bringing it up, Paul, because so many people thought Bill Walsh as a head coach back in when? 1990? 1985?
How about 79, Wolf?
Okay,
He took over the 49ers in 79.
Was it 79, Paul?
Yes,
I thought it was 80.
He went from Stanford
to
the 49ers, and in his third season, he took a 2-win team to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, Paul, many people thought he was way too soft, Paul, that he was way too soft-spoken He never raised his voice. Bill Walsh was a thinker. He was not the norm for a head coach in the National Football League. He was not.
But here's the guy who got rid of Ronnie
Admit
Lott.
it, Paul.
No, he
I
was.
want you to do it now. Go, no.
He would get rid of players 1 year too early. Where do you think Bill Belichick got that whole mode of operation? Was from Bill Walsh. He would rather get rid of you 1 year too early as a Pro Bowler than stick around 1 year too late. All the guys he got rid of, my dad still hasn't forgiven him for getting rid of Joe Montana and going with Steve Young.
Joe. Oh, my goodness.
Where were we on this?
Bowls with Montana, ladies and gentlemen.
So, Wolf,
Google it, my young Grugs.
I mean, you basically executed addition by subtraction. You fired the head coach. You demoted James Jones. You elevated the director of player programming. No one has yet been able to define what exactly that job entails. And so that's the response to the most disappointing season in team history. That's the response to saying, quote, we're going to do things differently.
Once again, if in fact he can look at Matt Ishby and say, Matt, we're not doing that. And Matt says, okay, then it's a good thing. Okay.
And let's just say he can do that. And I'm dubious at best on that claim. Is he qualified to rebuild this team? Is he qualified to navigate what Kevin Zimmerman was talking about, that degree of difficulty, everything facing this team?
We're going to find out, Paul.
Don't you go find someone who's been there and done that and has a track record of doing exactly what the Suns need?
Yeah, the shiny object thing. Like, let's go get KD, everybody.
Hey, join Kyler Murray and friends for the first annual Kyler Murray Foundation Celebrity Softball Game happening May 17th at Salt River Fields. You want to be there? Register now for your chance to win a family 4-pack of tickets. Just head to the contest page at arizonasports.com for all the details and your shot at winning. All right, speaking of the Cardinals, what else do they need now that the NFL draft is over? You know what, Wolf? Thanks for asking. That's next on Arizona Sports, local sports leader.
Dbacks at the Mets.
Swinging a jam shot grounder to short. Perdomo charging, has it, throws to first. In time, got him, and that's your ball game. Dbacks win it by a final score of 4-2. And they come into Queens and they take 2 of 3 from baseball's best in the New York Mets.
A D-backs series win at the Mets. Now to Philly for 3 games at the Phillies. Coverage of Game 1 of the Phillies series this afternoon at 3 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Have you ever heard of the 5 Ps? I know that you have. Proper planning prevents poor performance. Paulie's heard of the 5 Ps as well. The 5 Ps can be applied to most areas of your life, but it's especially true for your finances. And Paul may want to look at that, Basinonians. Now, we all know too well you really can't control what's happening with the stock market, but you can control how you plan for it. The folks over at Trajan Wealth have been helping clients with the 5 Ps for years. This is one of the reasons why I would tell you, Basinonians, to give Trajan Wealth a call today and learn how they can help you with the 5 Ps. That's right, 480-990-3300, 480-990-3300 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
An MLS showdown in the desert. Get ready for a night of top-tier soccer as Phoenix Rising hosts Major League Soccer's Houston Dynamo for the first time ever. Wednesday, May 7th at 7 p.m. It's a round of 32 clash in the Lamar Hunt U.S. Open Cup, and tickets start at just $9. The first 2,000 fans through the gates will score a limited edition Phoenix Rising t-shirt, and the night features fan-favorite drink specials throughout the stadium. Get your tickets now at phxrisingfc.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Worried about your battery and the heat? We get it. You don't want to get stranded somewhere with a car that feels like an oven. We've got you covered at AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination. Our free battery testing and charging service can help. And if you need a battery, we'll help you find a new one, no problem. Power through with free battery testing and charging at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. An important message about your timeshare from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. Contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about timeshare cancellation.
Call 800-885-7700. 800-885-7700.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Chime. You know what would be great is a checking account without a bunch of stressful fees. Well, Chime has the answer. No maintenance fees and fee-free overdraft up to $200 until your next deposit. Learn more at Chime.com. When I first got into radio, I was going to grad school too. I was living paycheck to paycheck, trying to do a lot at once. Then an overdraft fee would randomly hit. It's just a big deal at the very wrong time. You're doing the best you can. You don't need your own bank working against you. Well, Chime will take care of you. They've spotted members over $32 billion to date. They have fee-free cash withdrawals at over 50,000 ATMs. Again, just go to Chime.com to learn more. Move toward a better financial future with Chime. Open a Chime checking account in 2 minutes. Get started today at Chime.com. Chime feels like progress. Banking services and debit card provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Members FDIC. MyPay line of credit provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Spot me eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. MyPay eligibility requirements apply. Not available in all states. Credit limits range from $20 to $500. $2 fee applies to get funds instantly. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal and OTC advance fees may apply. Fees apply at out-of-network ATMs. Bank ranking and number of ATMs according to U.S. News & World Report 2023.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Diamondbacks' huge weekend series in Philadelphia. We'll discuss the state of our baseball team beginning at 6 a.m. on Monday on Arizona Sports.
All right, it's the Wolf and Luke Show starring Paul Caldisi. Wolf wants to give you game review, and we say no. Pulling him through a mail-it-in Friday, which is the norm around here with Wolf, but we're trying to get some final energy. Down the stretch we come.
Sit down, Paul. Sit down, quick.
As we're bringing the knowledge. Wolf, did you know in the 15 drafts up until 2023, meaning the 15 drafts before Monty Osborne and Jonathan Gannon, in the first 2 rounds of those 15 drafts, the Cardinals took a total of 2 offensive linemen and 2 defensive linemen.
I did not know that until you said that the other day on the Big Red Rage, Paulie.
DJ Humphries, Jonathan Cooper, Robert Comdici, Dan Williams. And so in 3 drafts since, they've taken 3 offensive or defensive linemen in round 1. So, okay.
Love it.
All right. So we know how it works in the NFL. Let me tell you about football. It goes something like this. Quarterback 1, get to the quarterback 2, protect thy quarterback 3. You have the quarterback. You have, it's been like, forget about draft hats. We were talking about you need construction hard hats right now. It's been a construction zone, redoing the defensive front. $130 million plus picks invested into the D-line and edge. So that leaves us with, Wolf, I think the last area of focus, the offensive line.
Yes.
Are we okay with going to camp as currently constructed?
No, Paulie. Once again, this is just me, and brothers, anybody could step up and suddenly fill a role and do it for the next decade, and I would not be shocked if that were to happen. Tell me I can't, brothers. Tell me I can't do it, right? That's what so many people. That's the great thing about competing at the highest level our species can generate. First of all, God has given you the ability to actually go out and compete. And if you can do it, you know what? You could go on and you could play for 10 years. You could start for 10 years or whatever. So it doesn't matter what I think or what I say, Paul. I just love saying that, first of all. Beat myself down before I actually say something about the future of somebody. But having said that, I think the Arizona Cardinals need a guard. That's what I think. I think the only thing they need right now is a guard, an interior offensive lineman that can line up. Now, Will Hernandez is out there, but I'm wondering about Will Hernandez, and I'm a little worried about Will Hernandez because I haven't been hearing any whispers about Will Hernandez. So I think they need a guard. Is there a guard that is out there right now that you could see them go out and getting? I don't know about that, Paul.
Or what did they know that we don't? Isaiah Adams, a third-round pick out of Illinois. He had a strong finish to last year on film.
Yes.
But he needed to get stronger. So if he had one of those Zach Allen...
Paul, I was telling you that in training camp. Do you remember me telling you, Paul, that he needed to get stronger? And why did we know that he needed to get stronger, Paulie? Do you remember?
There was an O-line or D-line drill or two where...
It was a bull. There was a bull rush, and it did not go well a number of times. He needed to get stronger. And you know what? So many of these guys, these young guys who come in, they really don't know until they know. And I think last training camp, that's when Isaiah Adams knew he had to get stronger.
So let's say he's won the offseason. Let's say he's crushed the offseason, living in the squat rack, right? And he comes back sort of like Zach Allen did between year 1 and year 2, put on 15 to 20 really good LBs and really got stronger. If he comes back like really that, that could be your starting right guard. Now, as for your starting left guard, it's Evan Brown. But is there room for competition? I would say yes. And I'm thinking Hayden Connor, this 6th-round pick. And the reason I bring this up, well, if you're like, Paul, that is outlandish, that is irresponsible broadcasting. And I would say in response, who did the Rams take in round 6 last year? The stinking Rams took Bo Limmer.
I was going to say, let me look, Paul.
Who the heck is Bo Limmer? Oh, Bo Limmer started 15 games for the Rams last year as a round 6 rookie, came in, beat out a highly paid free agent, 6'5", 312, had a ton of experience playing all the interior line spots for Arkansas. He came in, won the gig. Hayden Connor, 43 starts at Texas.
Yeah, Texas.
What did Dave Sears tell us on the Big Red Rage? Go watch his film against Mason Graham.
Okay.
Go watch his film against Kenneth Grant of Michigan. Go watch his film against all the other SEC dudes.
He's not going to be wowed by some of the guys he's going to go against in the NFL. Is that the point you're making?
He just played an NFL season. He started all 16 games at left guard and gave up how many sacks on 617 pass blocks? 0.00.
And not only that, what's interesting about him, when you watch Hayden Connor on tape, he's not a great athlete. You can see he's not a great athlete. You can see that. What he is a mauler. And by the way, historically speaking, you're going to take your weakest offensive linemen and you're typically going to put him at left guard. So I'm not saying that Connor is weak. I'm not saying he's physically weak. I'm just saying he's going to be your most inexperienced guy.
As a rookie.
Rookie, you're going to stick him at the left guard position, and that really is where he belongs. He belongs as a guard, either right guard or left guard. But historically, Basinonians, the left guard gives the most help in protection and also receives the most help in protection for the most part. So that's where you're going to hide a guy a lot of times if he's not a good pass protector. Now, I'm not saying he's not going to be a good pass protector. He's just not a great athlete. What he is a dark heart and a painted face who's going to come off the ball and waylay somebody.
Because if there's one question that Drew Petzing has to resolve, has to answer this offseason, it's what do we do in 2 games against Leonard Williams?
Oh, man.
What do we do against that Rams fortified, up-and-coming defensive front? And you know how it works. Defensive coordinators, what do they say? Who's the fish? Who's the liability? Who's the weak link in the offensive line? You can't have that guy or else he'll be exploited all game, and that's exactly what Big Cat Williams did in 2 Seahawks wins.
It's why a 3 technique is the most destructive force in the football universe.
It's one of the reasons they took Walter Nolan III.
Correct.
Okay, so we agree on that. Took us 3.5 hours to agree on something. I think we can also agree you're boring everyone right now. So it's time to go to Kelvin Beachum, who was on Cardinals Corner with Tyler Drake, Lauren Koval, right? And he was talking about, hey, man, they've invested in this team. The depth chart is deeper than ever. The time is now.
I mean, you get to this point in your career and you start thinking through the opportunity set. The opportunity set that's at hand right now is the opportunity to put ourselves in a position to make some noise in the playoffs. I think the powers that be, Monty, JG did a phenomenal job in free agency, and now you got the draft that's coming up here pretty soon. That's really set the stage for, like, hey, there are things that need to happen now. And if you can't sense that, if you can't see that, if you can't feel that, you haven't been watching football long enough. But they've made decisions and they've made changes that have really indicated that we need to get the job done right now. And playoffs is really something that needs to be on top of everybody's mind, players, fans, coaches, administrators, what have you. That's really the focus right now, and I think that's been articulated in the things that have happened over the last couple of weeks.
I kid you not, if he ran for president, I'd vote for him. I love Beach. I'd vote for that dude.
Beach, can you just give me a stock tip? Just one. I know you have all the info.
He's so smart.
I know he's crushing the stock market right now. A little help over here. Throw us a bone.
Yeah.
He's going to be a CEO before he's a governor, just to let you know. By the way, his point there, have they actually specifically said what he just talked about? No, you don't have to. When they spend this kind of money, when they bolster the defensive front like they have, when there's a dozen cornerbacks on the roster, for example, right now, competition, there are going to be some good players, legitimate NFL players who do not make the final 53.
Oh, you waited 3.5 hours to make a good point.
So what would we think of a young coach being hired by the Suns? We're going to discuss that next. I thought I was already on the record that I don't care. Apparently, they don't care that I don't care. We'll get into that next. Calvisian for Luke on Arizona Sports, local sports leader.
The Suns have a new GM.
Brian Gregory has been named general manager, and James Jones will transition to the role of senior advisor for the Suns.
What about the search for a new Suns head coach?
The time frame to hire the next head coach of the Phoenix Suns will be in the next 2 to 3 weeks. Brian Gregory will lead the search. He will be in charge of the search. He will make his recommendation to the ownership group on who the head coach should be.
We talk Suns front office changes on the home of the Suns, Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Imagine finding your dream home and then moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. It sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. You buy your new home now, you sell the old one later. And if you think about it, that's really the only way to do it. Moving is a big enough deal as it is. You don't want to be sitting around waiting for your old home to sell before you can go get your dream home that's right there. So here's how it works. Orchard's going to give you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves, none of those extra complications. Then the Orchard experts are going to take it from there. They're going to handle repairs on your old home and make price-boosting upgrades. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent's going to list and sell your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and then sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Did your AC unit just go kaput and now you need a new one ASAP? Christian Brothers has been servicing the Valley since 1976. They carry Train, Goodman, and Bryant units and offer 18 months interest-free financing with no prepayment penalties. They also can replace most units the same day, so no need to stay in a hotel for days waiting for some other guy to get to you. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online at cbrothers.com and let's make sure you get the right AC unit at the right price.
Need inspiration? Shop Fry's. For mouth-watering meals and appetizing ingredients. Our low prices add up to big savings. Plus over $600 in digital coupons each week. And up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. At Fry's, you always get big flavors and big savings. Fry's. Fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
You can save big on 12 to 15 packs of Coca-Cola, Pepsi, or Dr. Pepper. Select varieties or buy 2, get 2 free with your card. Limit 8. Fry's. Fresh for everyone.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27 and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
This is the story of the one.
As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm with another one of the founders of Moving Team 6, Garrett. You guys stress teamwork. Talk about that connection to team.
There's difference of opinions. There's personalities that are involved. You're not always going to agree, but you have an end goal. And understanding that end goal is to serve whoever it may be. Obviously, our end goal is to serve the customer at the highest standard and giving everything we got. And knowing that, hey, we're not leaving until the job's done. In order to get the job and accomplish a 10-hour move, I can't do that by myself. I need my team.
You can hire somebody to load a truck. It's different to get a team of people that give you a great experience. And that's what I got with Moving Team 6. What's your message as the leader to your team when they go to a job site?
Hey, this is more than moving. You are here to serve somebody. You chose this job to serve somebody. Moving isn't easy, but it's sure darn rewarding when you leave and knowing that, hey, we gave everything we could to make that customer feel great today. That's kind of the goal that we have every single day that we walk into work.
Go to Moving Team 6 for your next move. Spell out that word 6 to get to the right website, movingteam6.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks look to win their third straight game tonight against the Philadelphia Phillies. First pitch is at 3:45, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. It's a good pitching matchup with Merrill Kelly going for the Dbacks and Jesus Luzardo starting for the Phils. And the NBA playoffs continue tonight with the Warriors taking on the Rockets. You can listen to that one at 6 over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by State 48 Home Comfort. Sweating the price of a new AC unit? Learn how to save up to 20% on your new AC unit installation at submittosave.com today. Your ticket to a sweat-free summer.
Hey, this is Jared, and how will the future of Kevin Durant be affected by the future of the Greek Freak? And by Greek Freak, I'm of course referring to 1980s sitcom character Balki Bartakamos. And now we are so happy, we do the dance of joy. Tune in at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
All right, I'm trying to get this show home. It's been tough, carrying Wolf here 3.5+ hours. Then I got to get off the air and got to deal with Gatos in studio. So, you talk about high maintenance. Just because it can always get worse, it does. Effective 2 o'clock for yours truly. But Wolf.
Wait a minute, Paulie. What are you talking about, Gatos?
Well, just we got this thing I have to do with Larry Gatos. I just, in protest. But we'll get it done. We'll get it done over there. So. Something else that's on the
kill ratings.
To-do list is head coach. I presume that's next. I don't know. Wolf, what are you saying here? What are you thinking? What are you expecting? The Suns, okay, they just promoted Brian Gregory to GM. He joined in 2023. He was a college basketball coach for 19 years. Where's he looking for the next Suns head coach?
Yeah. You know what? Honestly, John Gambadoro, Johnny, of course, is what I call him. That's what he's known in the Wolfley compound. Johnny. He says that the Suns are looking for a young, first-time NBA head coach. Okay, those two things. Young, first-time.
Here's Johnny.
That's old school.
That's right. Okay, so when you think about that, does that make you think that they're going to bring Kevin Durant back or Bradley Beal back when you think about that? It makes me think they're going to get younger as opposed to older. Does it make you think that, Paulie? If that is, in fact, the case.
I'd say that's the plan. I'm a little more dubious than you are as to whether they have the ability to execute that plan.
Yeah.
How exactly are they getting off the Bradley Beal deal? Can they deal Beal? Do they have to buy him out? Kevin Durant, is that going to make sense? But in terms of what to expect in terms of a head coach, well, Matt Ishbia, Suns owner, was on Burns and Gamble last month, and here's what he said.
The second part to answer your question is,
my bad, and what we thought and our front office thought is like we wanted to compete for a championship. Can we get a championship head coach that's done that before to come in? And that's what both of those head coaches were. And that's not the path we're going down this time. That's not how I think about it. And I've learned that, that's not important because it didn't work. And so we're not going to be looking for someone that's won a championship because that's like we're further away than we'd like to be. So we're going to get the right coach that's going to build the program the right way and align with the identity of Phoenix Suns. And we're going to go compete every day and be something that the city, the state of Arizona is proud to watch every single night.
Okay, see, that makes me think, once again, they're skewing younger. That's what they're going to do.
I don't doubt that. I really don't. Where the doubt that creeps in for me, Wolf, and once again, I think we're going to disagree, and we already have for 3.5+ hours at this point, but if the same people are making the decision about head coach, the same people that hired Frank Vogel, that fired Monty Williams, that then hired Mike Budenholzer, I'm a little skeptical, apprehensive as to the results of this coaching search if the same people responsible for the failed coaching searches earlier are in charge of this one.
Paulie, it's a great point, but once again, I don't think Brian Gregory was in that room making the decisions. I don't, Paulie. See, I don't think he was in that room making decisions. I could be wrong on that, based on the inside could. Again, I think of Matt Ishbia sitting in that room. I think of James Jones, and I think of Josh sitting in that room. I think of those three guys sitting in that room making decisions going forward. And if there was a fourth guy in that room, I think it was Book. That's who else was sitting in that room, okay? Having said that, it really doesn't matter. I don't think Brian Gregory was sitting in that room making a lot of these decisions. And if he can speak into the life, so to speak, of Matt Ishbia, doesn't it make it a good thing that he can look at him and say, Matt, we know you trust me like I trust you, Paul. I kid you not. If I had to get my family from point A to point B, if I had to get them, and there was going to be some trouble along the way, Paul Calvisi would be one of the guys that I would want doing it. And you know that because I trust you. I know the man that you are and what you would do to make sure they got to point B. I would trust you on that.
And just for you, I wouldn't drive the 60-year-old car that left me stranded on the side of the road a couple months ago.
Okay, don't kill
That's
my vibe
promise
right
to you.
now, okay? I'm just saying. So if Brian Gregory can look at Matt Ishbia and speak frankly to him without worrying about getting fired because they've got this relationship, this friendship, and he can say to him, you need to get out of this. You need to look at me, and you need to listen, and you need to get out of it. It's a good thing.
And I really admire your optimism. I truly do. But you do realize when you say that, when you paint that picture, that is the best case scenario. Ultimately, ultimately it's an unknown.
I'm willing to admit it could go the other way, Paul. I mean, he could just be a yes man. I don't think that's the case.
Based on?
Just based on the fact that I believe Matt Ishbia when he says we got to make changes. We got to make changes. And I've been way too involved in all of this.
So in that interview on Burns and Gamble last month, he mentioned how he has learned. Sounds to me there's at least a pretty good chance he's ready to take another swing, another bite at that apple, because now he's a more, quote, experienced NBA owner who's
could be,
learned 2 hard lessons at least. Now he's going to take a third crack at a head coach.
Yes,
and
but once again,
you're
Paul,
painting a best-case scenario, but I think we also have to consider the reason that Brian Gregory has been promoted is because the ultimate decision will still be from the owner's suite.
Okay, I'm not saying that's not true. I honestly. And if you're a billionaire and you own your own team, you get that right.
I get it.
You get the right to do that.
I get it, but you have to have the wherewithal to know that owning a team is one thing.
Correct.
Running a team is another.
Okay, so
man's got to know his limitations.
Isn't it? Yeah, absolutely agreed, Paulie. Isn't it a better thing, once again, when I can look at you and say, shut up. You're killing us. You need to knock it off. And then you'd sit there and go, okay, you're right.
Well,
Everyone needs that accountability in your life. Don't you, Basinonians? You need it. Well, you need that one person who can walk up to you. For me, it's the Warrior Queen and a bunch of other people too. But really, the Warrior Queen. She can walk up to me, Basinonians, and say, Ron, you need to stop talking.
That's why, Wolf, my 5-point plan to solve the Suns, Calvisi Consulting, we're actually hiring a director of accountability and a director of physicality and a director of energy and a director of passing.
Just who is it, Paul?
The
Gregory.
director of T-Wolves to figure out how to beat the T-Wolves. And the director of security who has one job, don't let ownership into the draft room. Matt Ishbia, Burns & Gamble last month, speaking of right, that was his promise about this next coaching hire.
We got to get the next hire right, and we will. The team and the roster that was constructed by James, Josh, the scouts, the front office is much better than a 36-win roster. So there's a lot of reasons why Coach Bud's not here. I'm not going to get to all those reasons, but definitely believe we should have won a lot more games and been a lot more competitive during those games as well. And so wish him the best, but it was the wrong coach for our organization and for that team. And at the end of the day, you can blame me for it because I'm the owner at the end of the day.
And blame me for saying that wasn't Burns & Gamble when it's most obviously from the press conference. I mean, Ron Burgundy, read the prompter after all. My goodness.
You're killing us, Paul.
Hey, Dbacks continue. Can they continue their success tonight at the Phillies? We'll talk about that next in the big Dbacks news we got earlier in the day. Paulie pinch hitter in for Luke on Arizona Sports, local sports leader.
Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel
to watch and listen to exclusive conversations and content.
From Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, and more. Search up Arizona Sports on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
Oh, it's a hard out right there. Ron Wolfe here for my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com, Basinonians. Are you looking to build your dream pool? Go with the name Arizona trusts the most. That's Presidential Pools and Spas. As the #1 pool builder in Arizona by volume. They earned my business, of course, and now I'm recommending them to you because of what they did at the Wolfley compound, Basinonians. They came out, and I'm telling you right now, they told us where that pool needed to go and what kind of features we needed, and it was one of the best things we've ever done. And to show their gratitude for military members and first responders, they offer exclusive discounts. That's right. Presidential Pools, they love our military and first responders. Ready to dive in? Time for you to go to presidentialpools.com today and start your backyard transformation with our long-term partners. That's presidentialpools.com.
Fast, reliable, trustworthy, reputable, highly decorated. Those are all words used to describe Parker & Sons, the company you call for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Listen, you need to trust who you let into your home and who you let fix your home, and that's why you call Parker with your sacred space, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
An MLS showdown in the desert. Get ready for a night of top-tier soccer as Phoenix Rising hosts Major League Soccer's Houston Dynamo for the first time ever. Wednesday, May 7th at 7 p.m. It's a round of 32 clash in the Lamar Hunt U.S. Open Cup, and tickets start at just $9. The first 2,000 fans through the gates will score a limited edition Phoenix Rising t-shirt, and the night features fan-favorite drink specials throughout the stadium. Get your tickets now at phxrisingfc.com.
For this life I cannot change. In the hills, deep off in the main.
Hey, it's Gambo. The Diamondbacks begin a new series in Philadelphia. How many games of that series will Ketel Marte be playing in? It's the Burns and Gambo Show. Starts at 2 on Arizona Sports.
All right, speaking of Philly, Wolf, I'm reminded of Josh Sweat, longtime Eagle. I think it would behoove you to remember his favorite quote. Not his quote, but his favorite quote. This is in his bio when he was signed, and I just happened to stumble upon this. You ready for his quote that he enjoys the most?
Okay.
Just because you are right doesn't mean you are correct.
Really?
This quote ostensibly reminds us that while being right in your opinion is subjective, being correct requires objective evidence and factual accuracy.
I see, Polly.
So, I know you're feeling a little high and mighty over there. You jack your chair high into the air over there, Wolf, and you try and preach from the pulpit that is, and, you know, the whole thing, and the hat's on backwards right now, and, you know, you're owning the joint, and you're feeling good because the Dbacks just went into New York, right, out on Long Island, and they got a big win against the Mets, and nobody saw that coming after they got absolutely shellacked and jack-stomped in Game 1, but they had the mental fortitude and resolve, and they had some starting pitching as well that helped along the way, and some clutch hitting. And now all of a sudden, Wolf, what do you expect from this D-backs team going into the Philadelphia series effective tonight?
Yeah, Paulie, once again, I just want to see them play Diamondbacks baseball. And I think we saw a little bit of that against the Mets.
Can I ask you, what is D-backs baseball in 2025? Because this is a different roster than we saw like in 23, for example, all the way to the World Series. You even said you thought the Mets played the D-backs brand of ball back in 23, the World Series run in Game 1.
Yes, you've already talked about this. Did the Arizona Diamondbacks commit an error in the series against the Mets?
Let's see. Let's check on that. Rick, what was the number of errors that the D-backs had in a 3-game series at Citi Field? If we add it all up, it comes to
0.0. Okay, just didn't know if you're going to be able to take that. Okay.
We almost made it.
Can I just say right now that that's Diamondbacks baseball? And Paul, going into the Mets series, the Diamondbacks had committed 23 errors. That was, 18 errors. Sorry. 18 errors, but that was number 23 in baseball. Okay, 23. You're talking about one of the best fielding teams in all of baseball. The Arizona Diamondbacks last year, pitching and defense, and oh, by the way, a sneaky good offense, like they were last year.
Oh, wait a minute.
Where nobody scored more runs
than
the Diamondbacks last season.
Can you be sneaky if you led the majors in runs scored?
Yes, nobody talks about the Diamondbacks being a juggernaut offensively. Nobody talks about. Rick, would you agree with that? Nobody's talking about the Diamondbacks.
He's already zoned out. It's late on a Friday.
I'm just trying to think.
He's already at happy hour.
Jamal,
in his mind, he's at the club already.
Would you go, oh my goodness, the Diamondbacks have one of the best lineups in all of baseball? Nobody says that about them.
I think after last year, everybody was like, oh, they had a really good offensive season. And then the mindset was, oh, but they won't be that good this year.
Okay, right.
That was the mindset that I got.
They're looking at the lineup, and they're saying, nobody's looking at the Diamondbacks saying, oh, yeah, this is a juggernaut offensively. No.
It's more like last year was an anomaly kind of thing.
Correct. And yet they scored the most runs by far and away in all of baseball last year. Guess what they're doing right now? They're number 3, I believe.
No.
And
Are
runs
they?
scored, yeah.
Really?
Yeah, they're top 5 once again. Don't hold me to that, Basin Rings. Jamal, are you going to back me on that? Number 3? I'm making a bold statement live on the air at the 50 mark?
Let me translate that, Jamal. I didn't have the resolve to do my own homework, so I'm trying to put it off on you because I played 10 years in the NFL, and everybody needs to cater to me.
Yes. Well, listen, I'm just saying, nobody talks about that. And the reason being is because of their rotation right now and their defense, because that's what this team has been built on. That's why the Mets series was so integral to me, so important, that they took the ball, Corbin Burns and Zach Gallen, and said, yeah, we lost the first game. Watch this. And they went out there and pitched up to their capability and their ability level. And look what happened. They won Game 2 and Game 3 of that series. Are they getting back to playing Diamondback baseball? I'm hoping that they are.
And they didn't just win against the team with the best home record in the league. They didn't just win a series against the team with the best record in baseball. They beat Kodai Senga, who entered with a 1.26 ERA, Wolf. I mean, 3-1, a whip just over 1,
That's
25
right, Paul.
Ks. The dude, and this is the best part, the dude with the ghost fork. Love the ghost fork. You know what, though? It didn't serve him very well. He wasn't very accurate with the ghost fork. He wasn't locating very well with that. And the Dbacks found a way. Your guy, Perdomo, right? I don't know him well enough to call him Jerry, so Geraldo Perdomo. And he was the guy who ended up with the big clutch hit. And in this case, you got enough out of the bullpen. Got a little drama in the 8th, but there was Shelby Miller to shut it down. An 8-pitch, 9th inning, 1-2-3. So
okay, Paulie. So
oh no.
Okay, yeah. I've got to say this. Going into the series, they were number 3 in terms of runs scored. Now they're number 6 in baseball. And once again, even that, when you think of it, you just don't think about this being a juggernaut of a team in a lineup. But they're still producing runs, even now.
Is that enough to get a wild card spot? You're darn tootin' it is. It's not a matter of the offense.
As long as you got
and scoring runs.
That's right. As long as you got your pitchers pitching up to their level, Paul.
And the defense has to remain reliable. You got to continue what you put on display in this last series.
You can control that, Paul. You can.
Once again, if you're giving teams extra outs in the majors, you are doomed. It's not going to work.
That's right. And that's the reason why I'm excited. I think they're still able to produce runs, and when they're pitching, and that being their starting pitching in particular, specifically, their starters, when the rotation comes around and starts pitching up to their ability level, and they start fielding their position the way that we know they can, that to me bodes well. And that's when they're going to start winning games, a lot of games.
Let's not bury the lead here. Ketel Marte in the lineup today. Batting leadoff, Ketel Marte is back.
Yes.
How about that? Ketel Marte 1, Corbin Carroll 2, based on the lineup we've seen posted.
Just so good. Ketel Marte, he brings so much tangibly to the Diamondbacks. Not only a very underrated glove, I think, at second base, but also just a dynamic bat, as we all know, in the order. An MVP bat candidate in the order. And because of that, man, the tangible is awesome. But not only that, Paulie, it's the intangible. He's a well-liked guy in that clubhouse.
When you go into Philadelphia, you go into New York, right? You got to have a little swag. You got to have your
something, man.
You got to have your big hitters
something coming out of
there.
The side
you
of your
walk
neck.
in. You got to be confident. You want a piece of me? So, Wolf,
yes,
do you
the line formed quickly to get a piece of Paul.
So I know you got a big weekend planned, Wolf. Do you do the power walking with the hand weights on the weekend, or is that only Monday through Friday?
No, it's Monday through Friday, Paulie.
Yeah. Okay. No hand weights or anything.
Backyard.
None of the jazzercise on the weekend, huh? Okay.
There's no jazzercise going on, Paulie. It's heavy hands.
All right. I got 3 words. Sierra Nevada time, Wolf.
Paul,
followed by 3 more words.
Just don't have 3 beers, Paul.
Stay frosty, Arizona. Burns and Gambo are next on Arizona Sports.
Peace and strength.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Brian Gregory came to Michigan State, and they formed a really deep relationship. So Matt Ishby and a couple of others would always work with Brian Gregory to sort of be the scout team. And if you read anything about that Michigan State championship team, the narrative was they never had a bad practice. And it's something that Brian Gregory and Matt Ishbia took great pride in. That was their role on a championship team. So clearly the idea, I know this guy, I really like this guy's going to help me recreate what we had at Michigan State. The dots they connect themselves.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hi, I'm Carol Rice with your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Many homeowners move out of necessity, which is why I developed my Guaranteed Multiple Cash Offer program, giving you up to 6 of the best offers, including at least one at 100% of market value, or I'll pay the difference. A fast sale doesn't have to mean settling for one lowball offer. To get multiple offers, call me, Carol Royce, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com.
Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
You heard the news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange and listed on the big board. Millions of Americans like you are joining our news revolution. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top 12 news brands in America. Even President Trump says it's terrific. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax, and its audience grew 50% since the same time last year. Millions really are making the switch to Newsmax. If you want to be a Newsmax share owner, call your advisor or get more info at newsmaxinvest.com. Stand with Newsmax today for a strong America. This communication is for informational purposes only and shall not be intended to or shall not constitute any offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such offer, solicitation, or sale would be unlawful.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and for 8 years, QC Kinetics has been the nation's leader in non-surgical relief for joint pain with over 50,000 satisfied patients, people with knee and back pain, now living pain-free, shoulder and hip pain, gone. What QC Kinetics is doing is nothing short of remarkable. They're using regenerative cell therapy to restore the tissue in your achy joints. They're using biologic growth factors with robust healing properties carefully and strategically placed in your joints. And the best part is, with QC Kinetics, there are no drugs, no surgery is involved, and there's no downtime. This is an all-natural option with lasting relief. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation and learn about these cutting-edge treatments that can help you live your best life, with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Reach them at 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks look to win their third straight game tonight against the Philadelphia Phillies. First pitch is at 3:45, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. It's a good pitching matchup with Merrill Kelly going for the Dbacks and Jesus Luzardo starting for the Phils. And the NBA playoffs continue tonight with the Warriors taking on the Rockets. You can listen to that one at 6 over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by State 48 Home Comfort. Sweating the price of a new AC unit? Learn how to save up to 20% on your new AC unit installation at submittosave.com today. Your ticket to a sweat-free summer.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up to the claw. On this Friday afternoon, good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show. Here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, my name is Dave Burns. Alongside the one, the only, John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo!
Burnsy, what's going on?
Happy Friday to you, my friend. How we doing today? We good?
Good night, everybody. Oh, wait. We still got an hour to go.
At some point, that will cease to make me laugh. You know, I'm just like, oh, God, like roll my eyes. But when you do it, it's because it really is. Like, this is the quickest show. One of the quickest shows we'll ever do. We're on for an hour.
Yeah.
We're with you until 3. We'll step aside for Diamondbacks pregame coverage. Torey Lavello is still going to join us like he does every Friday.
But then that's
at
it for a
2:30.
while, right? Then we go on a long streak of our regular shows. This was a tough week because of all the East Coast games, but I think you said that this is kind of the end of it for a while.
For a while, until June. Then they make a couple of. They've already made 3 East Coast road trips to start this season, so we have had just a lot of short shows. Now we'll still have short shows like when they're home and they play a 12:40 game. Okay, that usually cuts into us by a couple of hours. But these, hey, we're on for an hour and we're done at 3. Yeah, that'll conclude for most of the month of May. We'll be pretty regular and pretty regimented. So, and Diamondbacks baseball right now. Just nothing to complain about right now. That big, huge series win against the Mets. They're in Philadelphia. This is going to be another huge, big series in the National League for supremacy and things like that. In fact, since that's our top story of the day, let's just hit the thing and talk about our top story of the day.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Because the top story of the day is that just in time for a series that's going to feature 2 left-handed starters, Ketel Marte is back for the Arizona Diamondbacks. He was activated off the injured list today, and in a move that was hinted at yesterday here on Burns and Gambo, the D-backs optioned outfielder Jorge Barrosa to AAA Reno to open a roster spot. Not Tim Tawa, but Jorge Barrosa.
No, everybody expected it would be Tawa that got sent down, and I was led to believe that Tawa was going to stay with the Diamondbacks. He's done a good job for them, but he doesn't play shortstop, so they weren't able to move out Hampson because they need somebody that can play shortstop in case something happens to Geraldo Perdomo. So
nice and slow, Gambo. Nice and slow.
If I say it fast, I say Perdomo.
Uh-huh. Yeah, nice and
Geraldo Perdomo.
Yes, Perdomo.
So if I go slow, I can actually try to say it the right way. So Tawa stays. That's what we knew that yesterday. We reported that yesterday. But what we were hearing is Tawa was going to stay, and he does. The most important thing is not Tawa, and it's not Barrosa, and it's not Hampson. It's Ketel Marte is back.
No doubt.
And they needed, and just in the nick of time. I mean, Arizona's really struggled at the plate. They're hitting .226 over the last 10 games. Their on-base percentage is .299. There's just not a whole lot of offense right there. Getting Ketel Marte back will settle everything down, move Perdomo back to the bottom of the lineup where he excels, and hopefully get this offense back on track.
Yeah, and in particular, when they face left-handed starters, as they do tonight in Luzardo, it's kind of, you look at the lineup, and a lot of this has been dictated off the slow starts that Lourdes Gurriel's had and Gabby Moreno. Suarez has been, riding the roller coaster all year. It's nice to have an anchor like Ketel Marte when you're talking about a left-handed starter. Just looking at tonight's lineup, which they posted about an hour ago, it's just easy to feel so much better about Ketel Marte batting leadoff, playing second base. Then there's Corbin Carroll against the lefty. He's in right, hitting second. Grichuk hitting third. Suarez, Naylor, Moreno, Gurriel. He adds
an anchor to the lineup against a left-handed starter that without him, it just kind of feels like you're adrift at sea. Now, credit to the Arizona Diamondbacks, and we're going to ask Torrey about this coming up in about 25 minutes when he's on. The Diamondbacks, when Ketel Marte got hurt, they were 5-3 on the season. It was that Friday night against Washington. They won 6-4, and they were 5-3 so far on the season. They're 17-14. They were able to play slightly, very slightly above 500 baseball without Ketel. I know there were ups and downs, and I know there were games that frustrated us and series that frustrated us, injuries that have frustrated us. But if you were to say to me, okay, you're going to go basically a whole month without your best or your second best player, and you're going to play a game above 500, a lot worked too. A lot didn't, but a lot did work during that time when they were able to have that record without him.
Yeah, I think a lot of times you're almost in survival mode when you lose such a key player like that for a certain amount of time. I mean, we just went through it with the Suns season. I mean, what was the record when Kevin Durant didn't play?
Oh gosh, it was
right. No,
I've
was?
already purged it from my memory because I'm trying to forget everything about it. It was not good. Whatever it was terrible.
No, it was really bad. Ketel Marte is such a big part of the Arizona Diamondbacks. I mean, he was an MVP candidate last year. To have him go down and you don't struggle. You play a little bit better than 500, but you take it. Because it's a long season, and you don't want to. You don't want to fall too far back. You want to kind of hang around, and then with Marte back, eventually you hope this team makes a little bit of a move because we did expect. Let's not lie. When they added Corbin Burnes, we did expect that, okay, they may not beat out the Dodgers. We get that. They may not be able to beat out the Dodgers. But we did expect that they would be able to run away with a wild card and not have it come down to the last week of the season. That's what we thought.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what your goal is, and it's May. You got all of May, all of June, all of July, all of August, all of September. There's so much baseball left, and so many people are panicking early and fire Lavello because AJ Puck's out and Justin Martinez is hurt and Thompson can't get an out and Mantiply's in the minors, and it was crazy talk. But people, fans are fans, for that reason. This is still a good baseball team, and I think the best sign again coming out of the Mets series was how well Burnes and Gallen pitched. That was great. Now you get Marte back, and you hope the offense can get on track because it's really struggled lately.
Yeah, they went 12-11 without Ketel Marte, and there's no question you're right about the offense. There was a surge there. Where 9 runs, 10 runs, 11 runs, 12 runs, even 8 runs in a losing cause to the Chicago, I was looking at a different column, but yeah, 10 runs, 11 runs, 9 runs, where it looked like offensively they were doing okay, but as of late, it has been 4 and 3 and 2 and 4 and 5. It's been a struggle offensively without him, but overall, the only real stretch they had without him where it was a struggle, like a real struggle, was those back-to-back series losses against the Rays and the Atlanta Braves, which were largely defined by the bullpen and Torrey trying to figure things out. No AJ Puck and what's going on with Justin Martinez. And, hey, you've got a 1-run lead in this game. You've got a 1-run lead in that game. You've got a 6-2 lead in this game, and you can't hold on. I don't know if that was so much. Now, Ketel Marte gives you a lot more margin for error in those games, hopefully, with more offense and more runs and a little bit more of a cushion when you get later to those games. But I think by and large, early in the season, the Diamondbacks have survived very well. And it's just in the nick of time because, like you're talking about, this stretch where, 3 against the Mets, 3 against the Phillies, 3 more against the Mets, 4 against the Dodgers, 3 against the Giants. Then you get 3 games against the Rockies, but then you're right back at it with 3 against the Dodgers. It's by far the toughest month of the season for the Diamondbacks, and they really need to continue to hang in there and do the best they can to thrive during this time. So if it does come down to tiebreakers or head-to-head or anything like that, you're more covered this year than you were a year ago.
Yeah, I don't think there's any question about that. I think that this team, with this schedule coming up that you just mentioned, again, I think at some point you want to go, get that 8-2 stretch. You want to 7-3. You want to start, not playing 500 baseball. The good thing is they're not getting swept in series. If they lose a series, it's 2-1. They win a series, 2-1. And they're in a good spot right now. I was looking at the Phillies, who they're playing just now, 17-14, 3.5 games behind the Mets. I don't think they're thrilled with the way they're playing, but I think early on, I think you just want to not dig yourself too big of a hole. And you're dealing with injuries, and the starting pitching hasn't been great, and the bullpen's been a mess, and Marte's been out, and you're like, okay, you survive as best you can. At some point, you want to go on a little bit of a streak. This is a tough schedule that you mentioned coming up. It really is. And then if you can play good baseball, then you got to take advantage of the bad teams. You got to beat Colorado when you play them. But there's not a lot of bad teams in the National League. There's a lot of parity in the National League right now. Just a lot of parity. And I was looking at one of the Philadelphia papers today. Were talking about that. So there's a lot of teams that I think are kind of equal, and whether you make the wild card or not, it's going to depend on how you play against those teams.
We're going to preview this game a little bit later on in the quote unquote show, with the last segment of the show in which we do Dbacks on deck. I'll just bring this up now as something to kind of keep an eye on tonight and this weekend. Keep in mind that with no AJ Puck and now with Justin Martinez down and on the IL, Torey Lovullo had to use a lot of Ryan Thompson, Kevin Ginkel, and Shelby Miller in the Mets series. A lot. I wouldn't be surprised at all if he's dealing with some guys who were down in his bullpen for him tonight. Or if they're available, they're very, very limited tonight because of how much usage they've had. And quite frankly, Torey needs to be cautious about this with the lack of availability of arms in that bullpen. Just kind of something to keep an eye on a little bit. Like I would wonder about those three and whether they've got a lot of innings in them or a lot of pitches in them tonight. In particular, Kevin Ginkel, who threw a ton of pitches in that game yesterday. I can't imagine he's available for the Dbacks tonight again. So just something to keep an eye on if it's a close game in the latter innings. Torey might have his hands tied a little bit when it comes to his bullpen and the availability. Just something to watch for. Keep an
Absolutely.
eye on.
Yeah. We'll try to find out and try to get that out there, but I do think you're right. There's going to be some guys headed down.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, after I tell you can catch the excitement of Arizona Sports Half Day Club on May 7th, the Diamondbacks take on the first-place New York Mets. Snag lower-level tickets for only $9.87 by texting the word half to 620-620. Again, that's HALF to 620-620 to secure your seats. So, the new Suns GM is in place. Now, the job in front of him. How challenging is it going to be? That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
This afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with Dbacks manager Torey Lovullo. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 this afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app at 98.7.
Hey, it's Gambo, and is your roof ready for the Arizona summer? It's going to be hot. The heat is brutal, and with monsoons just around the corner, your roof needs to be ready. The intense weather can cause hidden damage to your roof, so don't wait until it's too late. JLC Roofing is here to help you get your roof monsoon ready before the rush. Their experts provide thorough inspections and quality repairs to ensure that your roof can withstand the upcoming storms. They're an A-plus Better Business Bureau rated company, licensed, bonded, insured, with free on-site estimates and affordable financing available. They've installed thousands of new roofs right here in Arizona, and they're standing by ready to install or repair yours. Protect your home and your peace of mind. Schedule your inspection today at 602 Roofing. You get a free estimate, 602 Roofing. Give your roof some TLC with JLC. Call 602 Roofing or visit jlcroof.com. That's jlcroof.com. Don't wait. Prepare your roof for the monsoon season. JLC Roofing, professional roof repair and replacements for over 30 years.
That pause was 2 seconds, far too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
Hi, I'm Jay Arthur, the current president of Drowning Prevention Coalition of Arizona and a retired captain with the Phoenix Fire Department. We had a devastating 2024 with 19 children under the age of 5 die in water-related incidents. It was the most in the last 10 years. The majority of these children at the time were not involved in swimming-related activity, but still made it to an unsecured body of water from inside the home in just seconds. One way to keep our children alive in 2025 is to install high, hard-to-reach approved locks and audible alarms on doors and windows that lead to the pool and spa area. It's a very inexpensive way to protect your most prized possession. your child.
KTAR News. Arizona Sports and Fulton Homes want to remind you that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off of kids near water. To learn more, visit Fulton2seconds.com.
Progressive knows when you own a boat or RV, it's like you're automatically on vacation, even if you're actually a marriage counselor in the middle of couples therapy. But in your mind, you're camping in Acadia, puttering around Frenchman Bay. Your boat and RV are both protected. You're lobster drenched in butter and... Uh-oh. Did your clients just notice you weren't listening? Quick, do the thing where you just repeat back exactly what they said, but as a question. They bought it. Now back to Maine, earning an automatic discount bundling your boat or RV with your home or auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
So your neighbor's home hasn't sold yet, huh? Homes are sitting longer and buyers are being picky. If you want to avoid being one of these 6,000 home sellers that have given up this year, you have to talk to Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. She'll show you how to price right and attract serious buyers. Plus, Carol will guarantee to sell your home for 100% of market value, or she'll pay the difference. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
Maybe the earliest what's on tonight in the history of the Burns and Gambo show.
I know.
It's 2:15 in the afternoon. What's on tonight?
Yeah.
Diamondbacks baseball is on today, 3:45 first pitch is the reason why we've got such a brief show today. Dbacks and the Phillies, which we talked about in the last segment. Ketel Marte is back. We'll preview that game coming up in a little bit. There is one NBA game on tonight, and it's a doozy. It's Houston taking on Golden State's the Warriors at home, one win away from eliminating the Houston Rockets tonight. So
that Knicks-Pistons game last night
so
was
good.
Incredible.
It was Jalen Brunson.
I sat
so
there and watched. It was such an incredible. Jalen Brunson with Thompson, who is doing such a great job on him defensively all game, is able to kind of like pivot and make him slid away from like he was on ice, and then hits that big three, and the Knicks are able to win that game. I didn't think they were going to win it. The Pistons were tough, man. That's a good roster. They're going to be a team to watch out for going down the road.
Something to be excited about there for that team in the years moving forward. They're kind of almost like the same way you felt about the Suns after the bubble. Like, oh, okay, I see what you're doing there. You're on your way. You're on your way.
Right.
That's the only NBA playoff game tonight. Tomorrow is Game 7 between the LA Clippers and the Denver Nuggets. So that's a Game 7 that we always look forward to. That's going to be on tomorrow night. Tonight it's Game 6 between the Warriors and the Rockets. That is what's on tonight, the games that we are going to watch this evening, and it's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Troy Lavello is set to join us here in about 12 minutes or so. In the meantime, yesterday, it was our top story of the day outside of the Diamondbacks and their win against the Mets, and that was the Suns hiring Brian Gregory, and we went through all of the positives and the negatives, the pros and the cons. Now it's time to focus on the work at hand and what needs to be done in what is obviously, it goes without saying, given the future Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal, one of the most essential, important off seasons the Suns have ever faced. They are going to chart their course for the next 10 years based off of, in part, what they do this off season and how they set themselves up. Unfortunately, as you and I both saw today on ESPN.com, they came up with a NBA draft asset ranking The good news is the Phoenix Suns were not dead last. They were. In fact, the good news is that there were 3 teams that the folks over at ESPN decided had a worse draft asset situation than the Suns did.
But they are 27th.
But they are 27th. It was Minnesota last, Denver second to last, Milwaukee third to last, but then the Phoenix Suns were number 27 on
I
this
know
list.
that I know at this point that Brian Gregory has reached out to potential candidates for the head coaching job. I believe there will be initially a bunch of Zoom calls. As I said, they're going to identify about 14 or 15 different candidates that they want to at least check in on. And then I believe the initial process is going to be like Zoom calls. And then I think from 15, they'll narrow it down to about 8. And then after they knock it down in half, then they'll probably knock it down to about 3 finalists. I think that's probably what they're going to do is knock it down to about 3 finalists, and then they'll get a head coach. The whole process should be over in about 2 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks tops to get themselves a head coach. But you'll see Zoom. There are Zoom conferences that are going to be scheduled starting now with potential candidates just to see if they can move on to the second phase.
Yeah, and I mean, I there have been a few names that have been thrown out there in the Twitter world. I don't know if there's anything concrete about any of them, to any of them so far. It's very early in the process, obviously, but it's if it's going to be as wide-ranging as you say it is, then this – and I think something else that benefits the Suns on this too, there aren't a ton of openings out there. So there's not – now we'll see as the first round of the playoffs get done if there are more firings or things like that. But for the most part, it's a relatively – and I use this term relatively tame coaching market and a relatively non-competitive coaching market out there. There's just not a lot of competition for these guys. So that's going to help the Suns too when it comes to taking their time, making sure they talk to as many. There's no rush on this at all. Just absolutely none. Take your time and see how it works out, I think.
Right. The thing that stood out to me the most about looking at the Suns draft assets going forward is – they don't have full control of their own first-round pick until 2028. They have 2 picks that are completely their own. That's 28 and 30, because right now they have Cleveland's pick this year in 25. If you go to 27, they've got the least favorable of Cleveland, Minnesota, and Utah. In 29, they've got the least favorable of Cleveland, Minnesota, and Utah. So it's 28, the first time they have complete. So if the Phoenix Suns have the worst record in basketball that year, that's when they would have their own pick. Not in 25, not in 26, not in 27. It would be 28. So it's a long way away before they have control of like their own pick. So that's why I don't think you're going to see tanking or anything like that, because as we know, the Rockets control a lot of the Suns' inventory going forward.
Well, it's funny you use the word tanking. Will we see them, deliberately trying to lose? No, there's no incentive for it. But I do wonder if they're going to be good enough not to lose anyway. It's certainly the effort's not going to the effort to win is going to be there because there is no incentive not to. But I don't know if that by itself is going to be enough for the Suns to win games. They've only got one tradable future first-round pick.
Yeah, 28.
They've only got 2 future second-round picks. Now, you can get more seconds when you get a little creative. We've seen this organization do that the last couple of years. But that's, there's so much to worry about when you're a Suns fan and you're talking about how this thing is going to get rebuilt. Presumably, you trade Kevin Durant, you're going to get some draft inventory back, right? You'll be able to, but you're not going to be able.
Yeah,
you hope so. You're not going to, and that's why everybody's rooting for the Rockets deal. Obviously, is because they control your inventory. Maybe you can get some of it back. I think the most important thing for them to do, and we talked about this a little bit yesterday, is for them to get under that second apron. I mean, by hook or by crook, however it is you've got to do it. You got to get under that second apron to be able to give yourself the flexibility to do the things that you can't do when you're over the second apron. So, Bradley Beal, however they've got to get off that contract, however painful it might be, if there's a way to do it to get yourself under the second apron, if there's a Kevin Durant trade that gets you under the second apron, to me, I don't know if you agree that, to me, that's almost, it is the most important thing for them to do this offseason is financially figure out a way to drop that weight and get rid of that burden.
Yeah, I agree. You don't want future picks being frozen or moved to the bottom. The worst thing in the world would be the Suns have a pick that could be a top 5 pick, and instead it's frozen and it gets moved to the end of the first round because you were over the apron again. So you don't want that. I think that's number one. Number two is I do think they got to start acquiring assets. I mean, you just look at the haul that the Washington received in the Bradley Beal trade. Forget about the swaps in the first round. Just talk about second-round picks. The Suns gave up a 24, 25, 26, 2 27s, and 2 28 second-round picks to get Bradley Beal. So that's a lot. That's a lot of inventory in second-round picks. The Suns do have 5 first-round picks in the next 7 years. But because of deals, there's not a lot of control over these picks because 3 of them are swapped out so much that it's really only the 2 picks that we just talked about before being completely their own, 28 and 30. And that's a ways away. So we have the 25 draft coming up. Then you got 26. Then you got 27. So by the time you get to complete control of your own pick, that's 2028. Like you mentioned, they could trade that pick. They have the ability to trade. They could trade either, I believe it's 28 or it's maybe it's 28 or 30. They can trade a pick if they wanted to. But I kind of hope that they don't.
Yeah.
They can only trade one of their picks, 28 or 29, the least favorable of the Cleveland, Minnesota, Utah pick, because you can't go back to back. So they could trade 28 or 29. But God, I really hope it's not 28, because 28 is the first time that they have a little bit of, they have control of their own.
Yeah, when we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, we'll talk more D-backs baseball. It is our weekly visits with the manager of the Arizona Diamondbacks, as he'll join us from Philly, Torey Lovello, on the Burns and Gambo show next on Arizona Sports.
The Suns make some front office changes.
Brian Gregory has been named general manager, and James Jones will transition to the role of senior advisor for the Suns.
Brian Gregory has ties to Michigan State and Matt Ishbia, but he also has a lot of experience as a head coach. He was the head coach at Dayton. He was the head coach at Georgia Tech. He was the head coach at South Florida.
We talk Suns front office changes on the home of the Suns. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Take advantage of From America, for America employee pricing at Sanderson Ford. We're looking at some great deals right now on a 2024 Ford F-150 XLT, $7,500 off the MSRP. How about a 2024 Ford Bronco Sport, $3,800 off the MSRP, or a 2024 Ford Bronco, $5,200 off the MSRP. MSRP, if I can say that right. You pay what they pay. Plus, you receive all Ford factory incentives and APR rates when you deal with Sanderson Ford. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale. You can also go online at sandersonford.com to take advantage of this great employee pricing where you pay what they pay. It is From America, for America employee pricing. So much of the Fords, 80% of them built right here in America, so the tariffs don't really affect Sanderson Ford. Take advantage of it if you're looking for a new car, truck, or SUV. Sanderson Ford, America's most awarded Ford dealership. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale, or go online at sandersonford.com.
The D-backs face Francisco Lindor and the New York Mets at Chase Field for a 3-game weekday series starting May 5th. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
Moving Team 6 proudly supports and hires veterans.
Entrepreneurship, that was always the dream, right? The American dream. I guess I instilled that in my boys.
My name is Gary Lee. I'm one of the owners at Moving Team 6. I would say my dad taught us dedication and discipline. If you have these attributes, you're going to be successful at no matter what you do.
I'm JT Lee. I'm owner of Moving Team 6 too. We want to make you successful. I heard this ad about Moving Team 6. They take care of our vets. That's what we want.
MovingTeam6.com. Your move is our mission.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Worried about your battery and the heat? We get it. You don't want to get stranded somewhere with a car that feels like an oven. We've got you covered at AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination. Our free battery testing and charging service can help. And if you need a battery, we'll help you find a new one, no problem. Power through with free battery testing and charging at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Born in the birthplace of tequila, Estrella Jalisco is the golden Mexican Pilsner with roots in Jalisco, Mexico since 1910. The finest ingredients are always used to deliver a smooth and flavorful taste with a crisp finish that leaves you refreshed. We're proud to bring you this authentic and delicious Mexican beer, perfect for pairing with food and enjoying with friends. Estrella Jalisco, official cerveza partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
You ever had that bill that just needs to be paid and you're just waiting until Friday when payday comes along, right? You're going to get that paycheck direct deposited into your account. Be like, yeah, but I got a bill that's due and I'd really like to pay it, but I want to wait until I get paid. Enter Global Credit Union, a better way of banking, a member-oriented way of banking. And what I mean by that, because Global Credit Union is a credit union, their strength is their membership, 750,000 strong. So when it comes to checking accounts and savings accounts and loans and everything like that, they just do it better than banks. Okay, so back to the direct deposit thing. You have direct deposit set up with your employer. Every other Friday you get a paycheck, and it's just automatically there in your account. Global Credit Union allows you to access direct deposit funds up to 3 days in advance. You need to pay that bill early? You can pay that bill early. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks look to win their third straight game tonight against the Philadelphia Phillies. First pitch is at 3:45, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. It's a good pitching matchup with Merrill Kelly going for the Dbacks and Jesus Luzardo starting for the Phils. And the NBA playoffs continue tonight with the Warriors taking on the Rockets. You can listen to that one at 6 over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by State 48 Home Comfort. Sweating the price of a new AC unit? Learn how to save up to 20% on your new AC unit installation at submittosave.com today. Your ticket to a sweat-free summer.
Your exclusive home of the Dbacks. Diamondbacks.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks manager Torey Lovello joins Burns and Gambo to talk Dbacks baseball. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco, official cerveza partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Our weekly visits with the manager of the Arizona Diamondbacks, Torey Lovello, as he joins us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Dbacks and the Phillies, the first of three coming up not very long from now as they're on the East Coast to open up this series against Philadelphia. We welcome in the manager, Torey Lovello. How you doing today, Skip?
I'm doing good, fellas. How are you?
Very good.
Good to get Ketel Marte back. Let's talk about the decision, though. Ketel Marte is back, and you guys end up sending Barossa down, sticking with Tim Tawa. And I'm really happy about that because that kid has busted his ass. He's played some great baseball. He's hit some big home runs for you, especially at the bottom of the lineup. Tell me about the decision to keep Tawa with the club.
Yeah, at a certain point, it became a no-brainer, right? He came up here to fill in the gap for Marte. Started to hold his own and then some. He started to get some big hits, hit some big home runs, and control the zone. You're looking at the OPS over 1,000. So he started to get grounded a little bit. And young players take time for that. But Tim's a winner. He's a winning player. He knows what it takes to come in and be a part of what we're trying to do here. And at a certain point, we felt like Barossa needed to go back down and develop. What it means for Tawa now is he's going to split a little bit of time between second base, third base, and some of the outfield. We got to get him up to speed in the outfield. He's played outfield in the minor leagues before. He got some reps with us in spring training as well. But, for the past 10 days, 2 weeks, he's been every day at second base. We got to get him working full-time, full speed in center field, and you'll maybe see him get some reps out there as well.
All right, I want to ask you about the bullpen and the money question here, because when you had A.J. Puck and Justin Martinez coming into the season, you were able to mix and match lefty, right. You got two lefties coming up, you go with Puck. You got three righties coming up, you go with Jay Martin the ninth. Now, both of those guys are on the shelf. Do you want to have one of these players be your closer, or are you still going to do bullpen by committee when it comes to closing baseball games?
Fair ask. I think at the end of the day, I would love to have just one guy that I can count on for the ninth inning. I think that helps the psyche of that person, that whoever's chosen, knowing this is my day, this might not be my day. I'm totally down today because I've got 2 or 3 in a row. So you can manage the workload very well with that guy that's positioned on the back end. I think that was part of the problem for J. Mart and AJ's. We started to just use them so much. We didn't use them out of the norm, what we normally use guys. We just used them a lot in different circumstances, a little bit too early in the season, and it caught up to us. So maybe anointing one of those guys a closer would have been a different scenario, a different situation. But it went the way it went, and I think we learned from it. So naming somebody on the back end could be a little bit of a help to us. We haven't figured out who that would be, but we certainly are thinking about it. We know we have some good candidates, Shelby Miller and Kevin Ginkel, who's joined us, and Ryan Thompson as well. But for the time being, we're gonna be fluid with it and see how it plays out. But we'd definitely like to name somebody the closer of the scene.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you, with the way you used Shelby yesterday, was that an audition? Was that kind of a tell? Was that like the first up to try out for that spot? How did you view using Shelby in that situation yesterday as it relates to that bigger picture, Torey?
Well, there's a strategy for what we do here, right? We sit down pregame, we talk about who gets 1, 2, 3, 4, who gets 2, 3, 4, 5, who gets 3, 4, 5, 6, and a lot of times it ends up being Shelby for everybody in the lineup. With the names that we have right now, it just doesn't matter. Anywhere in the lineup, Shelby is going to be the guy, and I think that's what we looked at the end of the day yesterday. That Shelby could handle any part of that workload against any part of that lineup. A little bit challenging because you got pinch hitters sitting on the bench as snipers. Ryan Thompson, very, very good, specifically against right-handed batters. We try to protect him from some of the more potent left-handed at-bats. So it just depends. It depends on what's going on with how we see the game, how we see those particular matchups. And a lot of work goes into that. The pitching coaches come in here. We have great meetings about how to get through it. And where does Shelby trend and show up? He shows up just about 1 through 9. So without giving away what happens today, there's a good chance if he's available, because he's thrown 2 in a row. We're still trying to find out how he feels right now with the heavy workload that he had. If he's available, there's a good chance you'll see him on the very back end.
Torey, we were on for a full show yesterday after the game, and we were talking about what obviously was a great series win in New York. First time since 2017 you guys won a series there. And we were talking about kind of, how big Corbin Burnes was and how big Zach Gallen was. For you, how big was Ryan Thompson to go into that moment in the 9th inning a couple of nights ago and fix that the way he did?
It was almost unbelievable, right? He comes into a real big mess. I think it was first and second, no outs. And it's the heartbeat of the guy. It's the conversations that you have with each player when there's zero stimulus that just tells you this guy is grounded and he understands who he is and what his role will be no matter what circumstance he's faced with. And then you put him into a couple of those situations over the course of the past couple of years, and you just know that the heartbeat is going to be right. Because if you're a youngster coming into that situation in a very hostile New York, with a very hostile New York crowd, you can definitely get overwhelmed and make mistakes, not throw strikes, and next thing you know, this whole thing's upended. But he was a perfect candidate for it. We talked about it. If J. Mart doesn't get through this, who do we have? We saved him for that particular reason, and it worked out really, really well.
I'm baffled by J. Mart, because I know this organization and I know how much you guys care and respect your players. You would never send a player out there that's injured or hurt. So tell me, with the velocity drop, when you're watching a guy that throws 102 throwing 95, I mean, there's no way a guy like Taylor should ever hit a home run off of Justin Martinez. You're going to get some MRI work done on him now. I would expect to see probably today that's going to get done. But what are you seeing? What do you think could be wrong with Justin Martinez?
Yeah, J. Mart is actually right. He's getting that information probably processed right now. And it's heartbreaking. First of all, you see what his intent is every single time he takes him out. He wants to go out there and just dominate. And that's what makes him so special. And then when he can't back it up with good stuff or he gets hit around, there's a little bit of frustration. So you could clearly see after the first batter the other night off that home run you're talking about that he wasn't himself. So at that point, we started to get organized with getting Ryan Thompson up because we just didn't like what we saw. So it's a really tough balance here because he's telling us he's fine. He feels great. The couple of days where he needed that were off, he said, I'm fatigued, my shoulder's tired, I need some time, which we respect. At the end of that, he said, I'm ready to go, and I am 100%, and I can go out and compete we would never, ever put him into a situation where he wasn't ready to compete. He was asymptomatic. There was nothing wrong with his testing from the medical team. It was all systems go. And then all of a sudden, the stuff backs up the way it did. We didn't know the reason why, and that's why we decided to put him on the IL, get a diagnosis, figure this out, give him a little bit of a blow, because we need Justin Martinez to be the very back end of this bullpen. And when he is, we're going to be really good, but we got to get him healthy first.
The biggest sign to me that came out of the Mets series is the dominant performances by Zach Allen and Corbin Burns. And I know Corbin walked a bunch of guys, but I thought he was really good, especially with traffic on the bases. Gallen was outstanding, probably his second best start to the Yankee game. You won both of those starts. Both of those guys got victories. This team's not going anywhere unless those guys pitch like that. So how big of a sign was that for you that those guys both threw the ball so well?
Well, they're big pieces for us, right? And they're horses for a reason. You're right. We need them. We need every bit of them. And we got 3 other guys that are ready to go out and compete that can hold down the fort as well. But you're talking about 2 elite, 1-1 guys that have done it at a really high level for a long time. But when they do that, it takes a lot of pressure off the entire team. You can exhale when you get a little bit of a lead, knowing that you're going to probably get into the 6th or 7th inning with that same lead. And watching them perform and dominate the way they did is a lot of fun. If you're a baseball fan and you're watching, you got to appreciate it. But when you get to see it from where we are, it's an amazing accomplishment, because major league hitters are really good. And when they can overmatch them the way that they are and the way that they did over those couple of games, it becomes a very fun thing and a very special thing to watch.
Sorry, tell me which one you're feeling more strongly right now. Is it happiness that Ketel Marte is back, or is it pride on how your team played without him for these last few weeks?
Oh man, that's a good one. I'm going to say getting Ketel Marte back by a nose, because he's such a special player and a great human being, and he impacts the game just by being in the dugout. I see teams and staffs, opposing staffs, reverse their plans because of Ketel Marte being on the field. That's how impactful he is. But at the end of it, I got to highlight the other group, the 26 guys that went out there and got after it and did their job. And kind of got his seat warm, kept his seat warm, and put him back into a great situation. So I'm going to say Marte by a nose, but it's a real small nose.
Just the last one before we let you go. The big series win against the Mets. Obviously, we know where they stand in the National League, where you stand in the National League. What happened last year between the two of you at the end of the season and vying for that last playoff spot. I know it's so early in the season, but how big internally are series like the Mets series or like the Phillies series in the bigger picture of where you guys want to be when it comes down to the end of the season and positioning for the playoffs?
Well, I'll tell you, there's a couple things that still sit with me that kind of bother me to this day. And I can go back 10, 15 years ago, and things still bother me. One of which was watching the Mets and the Atlanta Braves celebrate on the same baseball field. You just don't do things like that. You don't see things like that. So for me, it was extremely satisfying personally, because how much that bothered me at the end of last year. But when you're talking about playing good baseball, you just want to do it. And I think everything's independent of one another if it gets down to it. And I'm not going to lie. You're right, Burnsy. The past 2 years, it's been really tight. We lost in a tiebreaker and almost were getting ready to have the same thing in the World Series year potentially happen to us. So every win matters, and that's how this team has been taught. You go out there and win today, because you never know what it means tomorrow.
Torrey, we know you're busy. Thanks for coming on, man. We appreciate it. Best of luck against the Phils.
Okay, boys. Talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
Star Lavello joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show for his weekly segment. When we come back, we'll preview the Dbacks and the Phils. Dbacks on deck is next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Dbacks manager Torey Lavello, brought to you by Estrella Jalisco, official cerveza partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Arizona sports is the home of Diamondbacks baseball. Dbacks decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for Dbacks Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Love telling you about Christian Brothers AC, Plumbing, and Electric. And boy, did they got a great tune-up going for you right now. $129. I'm looking at the weather. I see the 90s here. It's a little hot today, and it's going to get hotter and hotter as we're in May. Everybody's going to have their air conditioning on now all through May, June, July, August, September, October, into November. Why not get your AC unit tuned up? Not an inspection, a tune-up from Christian Brothers. For $129, they will come out. They'll do a condenser coil cleaning, a condensate drain line flush. They will inspect everything for you and make sure your unit is working properly. But you get a lot of key things done. That condenser coil cleaning is really important to do. It takes a lot of time to take the frame off the AC unit that's outside your house, clean it with the detergent, make sure it's running properly so your unit runs properly, and then also go up in your attic and do the condensate drain line flush. $129. They'll do that all right now, an AC tune-up with Christian Brothers. They've been around since the 70s. 1976 they started in the Valley, and they're ready to help you with an AC tune-up. Call them at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Chime. The little expenses add up, don't they? Maybe you have to pick up lunch real quick on the way back to work, or you meet a couple friends at a baseball game last second. That's life, and it's great, but you have to stay on top of it financially, too. And that's why your checking account should be helping you, not working against you by charging you fees. Well, that's where Chime comes in. A Chime checking account is going to help you manage your money better by offering no maintenance fees and fee-free overdraft up to $200 until your next deposit. That's big. They've spotted members over $32 billion to date, so just go to Chime.com to learn more. Move toward a better financial future with Chime. Open a Chime checking account in 2 minutes. Get started today at Chime.com. Chime. Feels like progress. Banking services and debit card provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Members FDIC. MyPay line of credit provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Spot me eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. MyPay eligibility requirements apply. Not available in all states. Credit limits range from $20 to $500. $2 fee applies to get funds instantly. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal and OTC advance fees may apply. Fees apply at out-of-network ATMs. Bank ranking and number of ATMs according to U.S. News & World Report 2023.
Is thinning hair or receding hairline making you self-conscious? Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. I'm Tyler Drake. Ketel Marte activated from injured list as Diamondbacks visit the Phillies. Seahawks invite ASU defensive back Shamari Simmons to rookie minicamp, and random facts about the Arizona Cardinals 2025 NFL draft class. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi.
This is Greg Hagan. I want to put cash in your pocket. Have you thought about selling your home? Well, Inc. 5000 just named 72 Sold the #1 real estate firm in the state of Arizona. Why? More money for Arizona home sellers. Our competitors must wonder if we have a secret playbook to get more money for you. Turns out we do, but only for you and only at 72sold.com. Get more money for your home at 72sold.com.
We, the hungry of this burger-loving nation, deserve the Sonic Smasher. Always made to order and hand-smashed into greatness. America, today we smash free. One nation under melty cheese with liberty and a truckload of sauce for all. Meet our Smashinal Burger.
The Sonic Smasher. Live free, eat Sonic. See menu for details.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, why is right now the perfect time to get a GMC Sierra 1500?
What's up, Dave? Whether you're hauling, towing, or cruising, the 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 delivers. It's powerful, loaded with tech, and built for any job. And right now, we have some of our best discounts of the year, like $12,250 off, or take advantage of 5.9% financing for 84 months.
Visit Liberty GMC or shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or your local Bashes.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. Dbacks on deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.
Fresh off their first series win at Citi Field against the New York Mets since 2017. The Arizona Diamondbacks are in Philadelphia tonight for the first of 3 against the Phillies. Obviously, great memories for the Diamondbacks organization in that building from a year and a half ago. They look to make more nice memories against the Philadelphia Phillies on the road as they open up the first of 3 tonight. This is Dbacks on deck. Gambo and I taking a preview of tonight's opener of the 3-game series, and today's pitching matchup is brought to you by the Window Depot. More than a window store. Visit one of their 4 Valley locations where you can find everything you need for your home remodel. Tonight's pitching matchup, Gambo, for the Phillies, it's going to be lefty Jesus Luzardo. He has been so good to start the season for the Phils. 3-0 with a 1.73 ERA, 41 strikeouts to only 10 walks. Merrill Kelly, 3-1, 4.41 ERA. He obviously has great memories from that building, from that playoff run a couple of years ago. He gets the start tonight for the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Yeah, it's incredible. You look at Luzardo, the 1.73 ERA you mentioned, that's third in the National League behind Yamamoto and I believe it's Senga. I think those are the only two that are better than him. What's crazy, he's faced 36 left-handed hitters this season, hasn't walked any of them. So he's been really, really good for them. That ERA after his first 6 starts of the season, since 1973, only Ranger Suarez, the only other Phillies left-handed pitcher to post a sub-1.75 ERA in their first 6 starts as a Philly in a season. So really good start for him. He's been pitching very, very well.
For Merrill Kelly, he has been dynamite for the Diamondbacks almost all season long outside of that one awful start against the New York Yankees. He's been money ever since, giving up either only 2 or 1 earned runs in each of his 4 appearances since then. His last time out, he went 6 innings against the Atlanta Braves, gave up 4 hits, 2 earned runs. That was the Gino Suarez 4 home run game. So obviously Merrill's work that night got overshadowed a little bit, but certainly he was not the reason why the Diamondbacks lost that game to the Braves on Saturday night after the Gino 4 home run game.
No, and he's got a good history against a lot of these Philly batters. I mean, Harper's only hitting 167 against them. Schwarber's only hitting 111 against them. He's 1 for 9. So he knows this Philly team very well. He's pitched against them enough. He's been terrific. We've said it all along. Brandon Pfaadt's been their best pitcher, and Merrill Kelly's been their second best. It was great to see Burns and Gallen both pitch great in that Mets series. But there's no question, Merrill Kelly, he's always been steady Eddie, man. He just goes out there, takes the ball, does a great job. Nothing phases him. He's tough as nails. You are playing a team that does very well at home. They're very good. They're very good at home. They have a lot of success at that ballpark. They've actually gone 12 straight series at Citizen Bank's ballpark without a series loss. So, dating back to last year, they've won 27 out of their last 37 games at that ballpark.
And this will be a good test, not only for Merrill tonight, but for Brandon Pfaadt, and certainly for, a lot of eyes are going to be on Eduardo Rodriguez on Sunday to see how he bounces back from that poor start that he had against the Mets. Going into a series that, just like the Mets series, this is a team that you will probably be competing with for a wild card spot in the National League. So these games very much matter. The head-to-head very much matters. The series matters when it comes to, claiming any tiebreakers or anything like that. We put a lot of emphasis on seeing how Burns and Zach Gallen do, and rightfully so. But Kelly and Pfaadt in particular have been carrying a lot of the water all season long for this pitching staff. Those are 2 guys that you feel really good about, I think, if you're the Diamondbacks going into the series, how they've done all season long.
Yeah, there's no question, right? Because this team is going to win with pitching. It's going to win, you're going to win with pitching. The offense has not been great. The offense has actually struggled quite a bit lately. When you look at the batting average and the on-base percentage, and we've seen struggles by, Gurriel has struggled, Marino struggled. Hopefully with Marte back now, it'll just settle everything down, move everybody back into the spots they should be. And, outside of the Suarez 4 home run game, there just hasn't been a whole lot of offense from this baseball club. But I'm hoping Marte's return will key and ignite some good offense.
Yeah, and speaking of that, today's injury report brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. That's obviously the news of the day. Ketel Marte has been activated off the injured list. Jorge Barrosa was sent down back to Reno to make room for him. And immediately Ketel Marte inserted into the lineup, batting leadoff for Torey Lovello tonight. As far as the other injuries with the team right now, obviously still waiting on the news from Justin Martinez. He had his MRI today, according to you and other reports. We'll see what the results are of that. He's on the 15-day injured list. A.J. Puck is on the 60-day injured list with his left elbow inflammation. The MLB standings brought to you by Liberty GMC. Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less. Diamondbacks going into this game 17-14, 4 games back of the L.A. Dodgers in the National League West. The Philadelphia Phillies also 17-14. They're 3.5 back of the New York Mets in the National League East. We got a key to tonight's game for you.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master.
I am the key master.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Dbacks keys to the game. Brought to you by G2G Protein Bars. G2G Protein Bars. Complete grab-and-go goodness. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or Bash's'.
Campbell, I'm certainly not going to try to take your job from you, but can I be the key master on this one for the day?
You got it. You be the key master today.
The Philadelphia Phillies have scored 25 runs in the first inning of games this year with a .287 batting average and a .387 on-base percentage. They've outscored the opposition 25-10 in the first inning. Merrill Kelly has given up a .370 batting average against and a 1.152 OPS against in the first inning. The first inning is the key. Merrill Kelly's got to survive that.
There you go, key master. There you go.
That's the key to the game.